good rest and perfect your strategy. The witch expects a lot from you and is more than ready to launch an assault right from the start. I also look forward to seeing your strategy. The difficulty level is extreme. The witch intends to make you surrender all at once. The story is very obviously fictional and fantastical in nature. That's even that is now a part of it. That even that is a part of the story. That's so clever. Holy shit. Okay, let me do a couple lines and then we'll see if the voices are too loud. George-sama, please look. They're so cute. Look, look. Shannon found a pair of hammerhead sharks swimming playfully in the tank and looked as excited as a grade schooler seeing an aquarium for the first time. I like aquariums. Oh. Yeah, they're really cute. Just like you. Look at this. This is like different outfits. Almost makes you want to eat them. I feel so sorry for them. Did you know? I hear the Japanese are the only people in the world who go to aquariums and say how delicious everything looks. Is that so? I'm sure even Americans and Italians would want to eat these. Those clothes look good on you. Really? Shannon clutched at her chest with both hands in embarrassment. What are these? She apparently felt like she was being made fun of for wearing these clothes she wasn't used to. Though George's face didn't show it, he'd actually said something so completely unexpected that it surprised even him. And he was as embarrassed as Shannon on the inside. However, when he saw how embarrassed Shannon was, he started to imagine he was teasing a girl he liked, and instead of embarrassment, a ticklish amusement welled up in him. This is how it's gonna be, huh? No, he wasn't just imagining it, he really was teasing the girl he liked. Before now, he wouldn't have expected to hear a line like that anywhere these days, not even in a manga or something. Paimon thinks you're teasing a girl you like. Oh, is it really Paimon? George? Who's Paimon? No one's here. Probably you have to believe in me for me to exist. In fact, if he'd seen another couple acting like this, his first instinct would be to start throwing rocks at them. But even if someone were to start throwing rocks at us now, I'm sure they'd be no different than confetti celebrating our relationship. Now I can't even remember those lonely days when I felt jealous of couples who were completely oblivious to their surroundings. To use an old-fashioned phrase, these really are rose-colored days I'm living in. Rose-colored days? I've heard of rose-colored glasses or shades, but not rose-colored days. I'm so entranced that I barely notice that massive tank in the world's largest aquarium anymore. Instead, all I see are the expressions flitting across Shannon's face as she plays with the fish. It's amazing, isn't it? It's my first time seeing a tank large enough for a whale to swim in. I heard this tank is the biggest selling point here, and that it's the biggest in the whole world. Is that so? That's amazing. It's really wonderful. It doesn't even look like a tank at all, more like they sliced off a part of the sea with a knife and brought it here. That's not a bad line. Alright, people are asking me to do the tips. Ushiromiya George. I'm not seeing any emblems. Eva and Hideyoshi's son, an affable young man liked by everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company, and it seems he dreams of making it on his own one day. As the oldest of the four cousins, he acts as their leader and arbitrator. A young but experienced servant, she's normally calm and performs her job efficiently, but she messes up when she gets nervous. Furthermore, Shannon is nothing more than a pseudonym that she uses when on duty, not her real name. Okay, so are we in the Golden Land right now, and this is like the afterlife before the Tea Party, or is this a different timeline, or what? Why do you have these tags? Huh. You're right. This really is a little sea. Despite its size, I hadn't thought of the tank as anything more than a tank. That's why I found her metaphor so interesting. Who are we? George? No matter how far humans broaden their experiences, they always end up viewing the world through the lens of their own values. Maybe that's why it's so interesting to interact with people who have different worldviews. I voiced my thoughts on this. She responded. Does the manta ray have a face? True, this may not be the real sea, but if those little guys swimming in there believe it's the sea, then that's what it is. Even though they're inside a finite tank, the sea is finite too. Then again, even if the sea were infinite, how much could we cover in our whole lives? I'm sure it'd be only a minuscule fraction of the sea that we could see on the sea. See the face? You're right. It's ironic, isn't it? Even though the world is so vast, most of us humans live our lives without ever leaving our own country. If the inhabitants of a place believe they're living in a complete world, then even the bottom of a narrow well can be a wonderful world, an entire ocean, at least to the frogs that live there. Shannon, who spent her days as a servant on a small island 10 kilometers in circumference called Rakinjima, said that with a smile. Turn of the Golden Witch. Ushi Romiya Battler. Oh. Are they all gonna be here? Oh, now they're justifying the opening that we had there. Oh, George, Jessica, Maria. Lick the clip. Lick the clip. It's gotta remember. Hold strong. Hold strong. Kinzo, Kraus, Eva, Natsui, Hideyoshi. They can't justify all the slowness in the beginning of episode 1. They can't justify it. Can always be cut in half. Rudolph, Rosa, Kyrie. I like Kyrie. Kyrie. Nanjo still here? Goda? Cooking up some of the fish? Canon? Is this canon? Beatrice? Beatrice! Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. Maybe Chandelier? After we finished walking through the whole aquarium, we had a small late afternoon lunch at a restaurant with a nice view. The word buffet has the power to make any boy's heart leap. I was like that myself once, but with Shannon beside me, this buffet felt different. I couldn't shamefully pile on only things I liked. I don't really like buffets. I feel like buffets, the food quality isn't usually as good. I'm not a big buffet person, but maybe I just have gone to bad buffets. I'd rather just have a complete portioned meal than a buffet. I was, how should I put it, worried about my appearance and choose a menu suited for a snob. Toast, salad, and coffee. No Oxford comma. I hate this game. If I'd been myself, would have made a pile of oily stuff like yakisoba pan, mashed potatoes, gratin, and so on. Shannon, is that going to be enough for you? If it is, then I guess we men are animals with really bad fuel efficiency. That's not what I... On Shannon's tray, there was only tea and salad. Maybe the mere fact that I thought she was a whole plate short proved I was thinking with a man's stomach. Actually, I should be asking you the same thing. Don't you think men should eat a little bit more than that? I imagine you normally eat much more for lunch, right? Oh, called out! Oh, your honor as a man is on the line. Go get some more food, George. Oh, right. Dang! Come to think of it, you already know how much I eat normally because of meals I've had at the head family household. That's right. So I was worried you might have an upset stomach today. Shannon was kind enough to guess that I wasn't feeling well. Looks like my stupid attempt to show off made her worry. And apparently my stomach wasn't going to let me show off any longer. Gahaha. Okay, I'll confess. I was just trying to look cool. I held back just because I was with a girl. I thought so. Considering how much you eat during lunch at family conferences, I thought this wasn't nearly enough. Please, don't be so reserved and feel free to go choose another dish. It's not fair for only me to be embarrassed. What about you, Shannon? Be embarrassed. How will you be able to keep up with the Ushirimiya family workload on such a sparse diet? They're dead, George. Did you forget? Did you forget? Do you think this is a fucking game? Because Shannon fell silent and blushed bright red. Apparently, I wasn't the only one showing off. When I realized that, my embarrassment disappeared completely. Oh, so that's not enough for you either, is it? Yeah, you usually eat a bit more than this for lunch. A woman's stomach is made of magic, so this is enough. What is this food gambit we're doing? So we've both been showing off to each other. Let's not hold back anymore, shall we? I smiled to show that I wouldn't make fun of her anymore and rose from my seat. After finally coming to Okinawa, it'd be a waste if we didn't eat some bitter melon. Man, I'll go get some fried bitter melon or something. Shannon, come with me. Come on, come on. Ah, yes. To anyone watching us, we might seem like an incredibly charming and embarrassing couple. Nope. But it's only after becoming a couple that you realize. To us, this exchange of words is everything, our entire world. That's why no matter how much everyone else stares at us with blank expressions, we never notice. Indeed, at this age, I finally understand the feelings of couples who want to endlessly flirt without any regard for their surroundings. After I returned with a plate piled up with fried food, Shannon arrived with a pretty cake. While laughing at our fake stoicism, we resumed our lunch. Even though it's a restaurant with a view of the sea, it's so cloudy. Can you confirm George's word? Being a teenager in this kind of situation is fucking awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, our window seats gave us a view of seaside scenery so grandiose that it extended even beyond our field of vision. However, because of the cloudy sky, we were only seeing a fraction of its usual beauty. That's right. If it were clear, we'd undoubtedly see a deep blue sea. Yep. I'll bet you're already used to the sea around Rockinjima, but the deep blue sea here would surely have been a sight to see. It's a real shame. Oh, but no matter how blue the sea is at work, it might as well be grey to me. But I'm not working today, so, apparently Shannon was doing her best to say an embarrassing line. What is this, negging? What the fuck is this? But I didn't let her get off easy. Okay. So close. If only you'd said, when watching the sea alone with you, George-sama, it looks deep blue no matter how gray it is. I'd have given you full marks and a prize. I'm sorry. Want to hear what the prize was? If you don't mind telling me. Okay, I'm not getting good vibes from this interaction at all. Is this a different kind of dynamic this time? Because she seems uncomfortable to me. No, I won't tell you. That's no fair. Maybe it's fine actually, I don't know. When I was in elementary school, I was always the kid who got bullied. When everyone teased me, I grew nervous and speechless to the delight of the bullies. Back then, I wondered why everyone teased me, but now, teasing Shannon like this, I understand why. This is so much fun. I can play with her... Sorry. I can play with her emotions however I please, and I can have them all to myself. Right now, I can't think of any greater pleasure, so that's why I have to go easy on her. It's not as though I want to make her feel embarrassed or upset. So I decided to be nice and change the subject. Best not to be too obstinate. When you finish your lunch, do you want to take a walk on the beach? Maybe the clouds will clear up and we'll get a beautiful view of the sea. That's right. I want to go see it. That's right, and in other words are very common phrases here, right? Yeah, let's do it. But that cake really does look delicious. Maybe I'll go get one of those too. You mustn't. If you eat cake after eating so much, you'll get fat. It looks like Hideyoshi-sama's blood is pretty thick in you, George-sama, so you'll get chubby if you don't take care. Okay, maybe it's fine then. She's talking back to him. That's fine. Shannon, you won't stop liking me if I get fat, will you? After all, I wouldn't stop liking if you got fat, or start liking you if you got fat. I didn't mean it that way. If you don't take good care of your body, it'll be bad for your health. Ew. Mother warns me all the time too. I wonder if I'll have to take up Tai Chi Quan or something like she does, and get some exercise. Oh yeah, she can do the kicks, right? When going on a diet, it's better to start by rethinking your eating habits rather than just exercising all the time. So true, Shannon. So unbelievably true. That absolutely. Apparently, the exercise only helps if you're eating well first. In other words, you're telling me to hold off on the cake, huh? Then I guess I'll just have to gaze at you while you stuff your cheeks with it, Shannon. Do you think Shannon's on creatine? A whole cake is probably too much. But maybe just half of one would be okay. Here, it's really delicious. Shannon cut her own cake and tried to move half to my dessert plate. I had no doubts that she wanted to share the delicious cake's flavor with me. However, I meanly pulled my plate away from her. She blinked in surprise. She couldn't seem to figure out if I was refusing the cake or not. So I winked, opened my mouth, and said, ah. Giggle. So that's what you really wanted. Sheesh, you're such a pampered child, George-sama. True again. So true. Giggle, so that's what you really wanted? Sheesh, you're such a pampered child. Oh, sorry. Okay, say ah. With a partly embarrassed, partly exasperated face, Shannon offered the cake to me with a fork. Chomp. It tasted like a cheap chocolate cake you might find anywhere. And yet it was exceptional, because eating cake in such an embarrassing way, as if it were a couple of perfect fools, had been my dream for many years. It made this cake's flavor heavenly. If the earth is destined to end, I wouldn't have any regrets if it happened right now. It was such a moment of bliss. After that, we gathered shells, ran from waves, and enjoyed each other's company while walking along the beach. In the end, the clouds never parted. This is all new, isn't it? However, we both believed that the sea reflected in our eyes was a deep blue. Somehow, I'm so happy that it scares me. You do say that from time to time. What is it you're afraid of? I'm a servant of the Ishinomiya family. For someone like me to be walking like this with a member of the family, it just felt like it was too much for me. I'm also surprised I didn't just meet you yesterday or today, Shannon-chan. We've known each other for years now. However, we can only meet during those family meetings that only happen a few times a year. Back then, what's this then? Back then, I couldn't even imagine having the sort of relationship where I could spend time with you like this. It was the same for you too, right? Real quick, chat, did I miss... Am I supposed to know what year it is? Did it say? I don't think it did, right? Okay, thank you. I did imagine it. No, I mean, maybe I should call it a kind of daydream. I did think about what it'd be like being in a relationship with you, a boy who was always so gentlemanly and considerate. That makes me feed him cake. Though it was only ever a fantastic daydream that you believed. Then we must have your believing heart to thank for our relationship. Oh man, they know what they're doing. Magic dwells in the power of love, so I'm sure that magic brought us together. A lot of cackle-eating on the part of the writer during this section. You're right. I really do think it was magic. But you know, that's not actually true. As you kept looking more and more beautiful every year, you became a larger and larger presence in my mind too. If the same thing happened to you, then the fact that we're here today is simply an inevitable consequence rather than something caused by magic or a miracle. No, a miracle did happen, George-sama. She stopped walking down the beach, gazing out beyond the sea. A miracle? No, it was magic. It happened. I was bewildered by that slightly mysterious phrase, which I sometimes heard her use. Magic, you say? Yes, magic. In this version, you're the Maria. I doubt you'd believe me even if I explained, so I won't, but this bit of magic definitely had the power to grant the miracle that brought us together. Are you talking about some kind of ritual? Yeah, you might call it something like that. Except that it really was magic, not just some ritual. Maybe it's all girls, not just Shannon, who tend to treat encounters as miracles or coincidences. For a man like me, an encounter with a girl is 70% hard work to try and make her like you, 20% courage, and 10% coincidence. The part that means everything to her is a much smaller factor in my mind. Maybe that way of thinking itself is calculating and typical of men. But if I said that out loud, it might dissolve all kinds of magic. To my mind, there were lots of coincidences, compromises, and expended effort on both sides before we gained the relationship we have today. At the culmination of all that, we get to spend this joyful time together. And if she wants to call that magic, I've got no objections to her choice of words, so I'll stand up for that magic. You're right. If the same fate were repeated 100 times, maybe you and I could get into a relationship like this only one of those times. Doctor Strange, in the other instances, even though we'd be aware of each other, maybe we would have only maintained a reserved relationship after all this time. From the perspective of those other me's and you's, you and I are undoubtedly in a miraculous relationship right now. That's not what I meant. It really was magic, idiot. No matter how often you tell men something like this, they'll never believe it. Oh, you're on the same bullshit. Okay. You know what? They're meant for each other. Canon-kun didn't believe me at all either. I believe you. I'd hate for the magic to fade away because I didn't believe in it. George-sama. In a small voice, I apologize for saying something that trivialized her magic. Shannon seemed to be glad to hear me say that. After all, if two people believe in the magic of love, it becomes eternal. Oh, that's right. I was wondering if you'd be willing to agree to a little whim of mine. Yes? What is it? You call me George-sama, right? It's not that I dislike it, but would you consider not calling me that anymore? Of course, you have to keep up your appearance with the Ushirima family, so I wouldn't force you to do so during your everyday routine on Rockinjima. Is it gonna be the same bit, like if it was an order I'd have to obey it, or? But when we're alone, I'd rather you didn't call me that. Yeah, let's make that a rule. Rule? A rule? What would happen if I violated that rule? Maybe we should have some kind of punishment game if you break the rule. What are we doing, George? Yes, what should it be? Want to hear? No, I don't want to hear. I'll have to think about what it should be. Okay, George. Son. Yeah, I love the way that sounds. I'm so happy, Shannon. I also have another name. It's Sayo. I see. The rule's got to be fair after all. I'll follow it too, and from now on, I'll call you Sayo. Okay, so I did say it right. I heard him just say it. Sayo. Not Sayo, Sayo. Okay, Sayo. Yes. What's your punishment if you don't? I held her shoulder and drew her close. When I forcefully pulled her delicate body towards me, she dove into my chest like a doll. As I held her in my arms, we both looked at the horizon. What a deep blue sea. I'm so happy we got to look at this sea, just the two of us. Me too. My mom likes it too. I'm so glad we have to have a chance to look at this deep blue sea with you. It's so deep, it's so blue, not gray at all. Deep blue sea. As we gazed at the gray sea, what do you mean it was blue? And a light rain began to sprinkle down. We kept listening to each other's heartbeats. Heartbeats make me uncomfortable. Maybe when it's only my own. You ever try to fall asleep at night and you can feel your heartbeat or your pulse in your ear because you're too close against your pillow or something? I hate being able to feel my own heartbeat. The sound of waves slows into my ears. No, it's the sound of an enraged sea. My body, bathed in painfully cold splashes, does not allow me to forget. It won't let me forget the memories of the day my old fate was broken and smashed. Once, tomorrows were literally like looking into a mirror. All I ever saw there was the person I already was. Tomorrow was absolutely no different from today. That was my old fate. But then, for the first time, I saw a different fate beyond the mirror. The witch whispers to me. She tempts me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. She torments me, saying I'll be furniture as long as I stay in God's paradise. So I decided to choose the path of knowing love and tried to become a person. Those days were like sweet honey, but at the time, I didn't realize that they'd be the start of a new kind of suffering. Okay, so far, I'm enjoying this? Am I brain rotted, or is it okay so far? It's a little repetitive, but so far, I feel like there's like this undercurrent of tension going in the scene right now, and they're having like these like, it's you can't believe it still counts as subtext talks about the magic and belief and shit. You know what I mean? But it's still there. It's something. You know what I mean? Like it's not too bad so far. I've arrived at a small island on a motorboat. I've only just learned how to use. No. Oh, here's the cliff. It's right here. No, this can hardly be called a small island. It's little more than a rock jutting out of the water. On this rock is a torii and a small shrine. It was probably built to worship the guardian deity of Rockinjima. Even though I don't know exactly what it signifies, I know it has to be something holy. Is this the one that was hit by lightning? Even in a place like this, I've got to take just one more look around to see if there's anyone who might get mad at me for coming. Excuse me. I see nothing but the stormy ocean, Najima looming in the distance, and the waves breaking against Rakenjima's steep cliffside. I ready myself, timidly approach the small shrine, and take the mirror that lies there as an offering. The mirror looks old, cloudy, and dirty. That would probably make any normal mirror seem horribly cheap. However, since the mirror has been placed in a small shrine, its appearance seems to give some sort of divine quality to it, and there's one thing I can tell. This is no simple mirror. It may seem like an old, battered mirror to a non-believer like myself, but it has a great significance. Is it really okay to break this after being captivated by honeyed words? No, this isn't really a mirror. This is the life I couldn't escape until today, my fate. I'll break it. I'll smash it and seize the life that lies beyond this mirror. If I don't smash it, my life will be a pair of facing mirrors forever. Nothing will ever change in the slightest. The witch whispers to me, "She's back." She tempts me to take a bite of the fruit of knowledge. Or maybe I've already tasted of that fruit. After all, I've experienced those maddening emotions. Just as Adam and Eve felt compelled to pluck their fig leaves, I can no longer go on without breaking this mirror. I've struggled with conflicting emotions for many days before this moment. Inside my heart, the virtuous part of me kept on fighting the part that sides with the witch. And now, here I am. Did the part of me that's here right now win or lose? There's only one thing I know. To obtain something, you must be ready to lose something. Cowards who don't risk anything, who never try to change anything, will never be given the key that opens the path to a new future. That key is already in my hands, and that key is to break this, to smash it. Is there any other effort I can make as furniture imprisoned in Rakenjima? No. This is the only way for me. Come, have courage. Who's talking then? Furniture? Is it Canon or is it Shannon? It's not George, is it? Maybe George thinks he's furniture? I'll free myself from being mere furniture. And by accepting a new kind of suffering, I'll become human. This is surely a small yet large trial I must impose on myself. Come on, smash it. Smash. I'll smash to pieces the eternally unchanging fate that imprisons me. I raise the mirror high. I think back on the days of conflict that came before, and finishing my reflections in the blink of an eye, oh shit! I throw it away, something like that? I throw it down, okay. The thunder roars, crying out against me for my outrageous act. It truly is the hatred of angels trying to banish me from eternal paradise. I look down at the mirror, tumbling at my feet, broken in 2 equal parts, and after making sure I've accomplished my task, I scream up the raging skies. Oh, it's Shannon! I've kept my promise. Now, it's your turn to keep yours, right? Thunder roars once more. I've already been banished from paradise, so I'll have to struggle on my own if I want to live. The witch told me. That is the single element of this world. To lose it means losing the world. Like how a canteen with a hole in the bottom can't be filled no matter how much water you pump into it. I've kept my promise. Now it's your turn to keep yours. Please, grant my wish. Beatrice-sama! I don't want to be a George anymore. He steals my... Oh! Every episode is gonna go into this after someone screams Beatrice. I love this song. Okay, so far it's the same. Smile. What are these boobs? Oh man, big Chrono Cross vibes for the 3rd time. This has no business being this good. Oh, it's the bottle with the letter in it! I understand! Welcome to Rockin'. And there's the bird that dropped it! In league with Maria. Maria's a bird! That's why they didn't find her! My mind wandered back to the days when I could barely imagine the happiness I have now. I was a middle schooler at the time, a normal girl who thought about love as much as you'd expect of someone at that age. But in truth, it was wrong of me to have that dream. Okay, so was that scene that we just saw with her on the cliff, was that how the shrine was struck by lightning after the mirror was broken? Is that where it went? Or is there like a broken chronology here, that some of the scenes we're seeing are from reality and other ones are from like Golden Land or whatever? I don't know what that scene on the beach was. That's definitely not at the same time. That's definitely not the same George and Shannon that did the proposal outside the mansion, because they had the exact same talk again. So it's not the same. It might be them. It might be the same as them, but in a different land. But maybe that Shannon is the Shannon that we knew from last time. After all, I am furniture. Furniture is nothing more than a tool, not a human. As a person less than human, simply receiving an education was an enormous blessing. So in reality, even thinking about falling in love was more than I deserved. The Ushiromiya family conference was a customary event held every October, but relatives sometimes visited at other times. Of course, they didn't just come to drink tea. Oh man, don't recognize it without the blood. On this day, Eva's family was visiting the head family on Rakenjima. The 3 members of Krause's family and the 3 members of Eva's family had gathered in the parlor and were having a friendly chat about recent events. Genji had supposedly told Kinzo of Eva's family's arrival, but he still hadn't come down. He was probably immersed in his research and couldn't spare the time. This often happened, so the others waited patiently for their fickle father to arrive. Oh, how promising. Make sure you work hard under your father, building the skills you'll need if you want to lend him a hand soon. They're all back! And now the emblems are back too. Okay. This is the same. I really like her. I think she might be better than Kyrie right now. I don't know, because she got more screen time. If Kyrie gets more screen time in this version, maybe Kyrie will take it over. I really like her. Like number 2 after Battler, I think. Battler is really growing on me. I like it whenever Battler's on the screen, I'm like, hell yeah. Whenever Battler's not on the screen, I'm like, where's Battler? I really enjoy Battler's bullshit, because he's literally me. In the absence of any irregularities, it is thought that she... Okay, I think we read this before. Okay, unless chat screams at me right now, I'm going to guess that all of these are the same. Okay, is this... This is the same as what we just had. Okay. You know what? Let's also save it. Thank you very much. I've learned countless precious things from the many experienced people Father has introduced me to, and these were all things I could never have learned in school. When you're in school, it's not math and language you're learning. What they're really teaching you is the right outlook and attitude for learning more. Once you've got that base, you can finally start a long period of study that'll last your entire life. Gotta hate to see it. I'm agreeing with Hideyoshi. Most important skill to have is reading comprehension, which, as you can tell when I stream, I am so good at. People who don't get this end up spending their whole lives as fools who never learn. Just getting full marks in math and language won't do you any good at your company. Indeed, that is exactly right. Hideyoshi-san, your style of education never fails to impress. George isn't quite a full man yet. He'd better always keep that in mind and embrace his studies and eat more cake. Stop it, dear. George is always giving it his all, right? Truly admirable. Okay, so do you dress like this whenever you, all the time, or whenever you're visiting? You got a tattoo? That's hardcore. Oh my god. Or when you're, or is it like a temporary stick-on from where you visit, or like is it only when you visit home you dress like this, or did they just not have a sprite? I guess. Truly admirable. I wish our Jessica would learn from him. Hardcore, maybe hardcore is not the right word. Man, a tattoo. No, I mean like she's really committed to the family bullshit if she had the emblem like just permanently tattooed, you know what I mean? Like that's what I mean by hardcore. It's not the right word. Sheesh. Are you still holding a grudge about that test score? I'm studying for tests the best I can. At least don't say it here. Pissing me off. Once people started praising George for his diligence, the conversation usually turned to Jessica, who hated studying. Jessica made an openly displeased face as though she'd known this would happen. My. Schoolwork aside, it seems Jessica had better learn to choose her words a little more gracefully. How improper for the single daughter who bears the weight of the Ushiramiya family crest. Come now, she's quite appealing in her own way, isn't she? Times change. The time when we had to act all modest to entertain men ended long ago. Tell it to Shannon. That's right. I knew you'd understand, Aunt Eva. Ehehehe. My headache is truly trying today. Are you okay? Aunt Natsui, you're looking a bit pale. Thank you, I am fine. Still, time really has flown. It feels like just yesterday when you would run around half naked by the beach and come back soaked. Wasn't your Jessica-chan the same? Are we being nice? Is it just because the kids are around, or is it different this time? And now she's a lady who fusses over how to put on makeup. I see you focused on your eyebrows. You look really cute today. Thank you very much. No one noticed, so I was a bit unsure of myself. A full smile rose to Jessica's face as the results of her own studies were finally appreciated. Makeup callback? Eva smiled back in the same way. Then she turned that smile towards Natsui. Come on, Natsui-ni-san. You must take notice of small changes in your own child. Poor Jessica-chan. You probably want— Ah, there it is! You probably wanted your mother to notice first, didn't you? Oh my god. There it is! No problem. That person never notices anything. Holy shit, Jessica. I cannot condone you speaking of your mother in such a fashion. Apologize. Later, I will speak at you at length about your language. If you don't want kids getting in your way, just say so. I'm gonna take a step outside. It's getting stuffy in here. Jessica. Jessica was still at the age where tests and entrance exams are pretty nerve-wracking. Recently, she clashed often with her mother, who was enthusiastic about her education. Excuse me. Kya? Jessica, who was trying to leave the parlor in a bad mood, bumped into Shannon, who was pushing a serving cart filled with tea. Shannon, no need to worry about my tea. I'm just gonna go wander around the garden. Milady. Shannon, the tea is getting cold. Serve it quickly. But my apologies. Shannon hadn't actually done anything wrong, but Natsui, who felt like something shameful to herself had been shown, lashed out at her emotionally. This is, I don't know if this is gonna be, maybe open us up to spoilers, so if chat doesn't think it's a good idea, then we don't have to do it, but like, just, I'm curious, having a poll in chat right now, how many people think Beatrice is real or not? Would that be a fun poll, or did we already do that poll and I missed it, actually? Like, do we think she's real or not? That was something that often happened in the Ushiramiya family. But it seems Shannon wasn't strong-willed enough to just accept it and move on. Bad idea, really? Okay. She shrank back and cowered while serving the tea. She had the unfortunate habit of making more mistakes when she cowered. Her pitiful appearance ruined the peaceful atmosphere that had existed a moment before. It wasn't really Shannon's fault, but she thought she might be the source and felt a pressure on her chest. Her shaking fingers made the utensils clang, and you couldn't have called it graceful, not even just to be polite. The more pitiful she appeared, the greater the silence grew. Best girl poll, though? Natsui won by a landslide. Wow! 55% of the votes. Kyrie was second with 19%. Eva was third with 16%, and then it clicked up. I think maybe it was Jessica was last. The more pitiful she appeared, the greater the silence grew. The more irritated Natsui looked, and the more Shannon cowered. Shannon's thin neck felt like it was being suffocated and choked by the reaper known as stress. At that time, George spoke brightly, blowing away the stiff atmosphere. This smells nice. But you should absolutely ask the crane if Beatrice is real. We already did! And the crane said no! This smells nice. What kind of black tea is it? It's from the witch. This is, I don't know, I found it in this weird wooden box in the back of the cupboard with all this red paint with circles around it. No, don't say it. I'll guess. It's a very distinctive smell, so I probably know it. Is it Earl Grey? I think it probably is. I've had Earl Grey and I didn't like it. It kind of tasted like drinking the peel of an orange, but maybe I should try it again all these years later. Yeah, I'll bet it's Earl Grey. When you get back to the kitchen, check the tin. Oh. George-kun, you know a lot about black tea, don't you? One of the company presidents who's looked after me was very knowledgeable about black tea. I managed to pick up a little while listening to him discuss the subject. Oh yeah, the president of Okanogi Foods. Yep, that sort of trivia is that guy's specialty. The names of black teas often refer to the places they're made, right? So did this come from a place with that name? From what I've heard, there was a person called Earl Grey in England long ago, and it was named after him. John Earl Grey? Furthermore, this distinctive smell doesn't come from tea leaves, but from a fruit called a bergamot, which is a relative of the mandarin orange. Oh, it is orange! Okay. Is that so? I never knew that. Learning things like that makes tea taste all the more delicious. Does it? Same thing goes for alcohol and cigarettes. Luxury items have a taste of romance. No one's stuff like this deepens the taste. It's the same as reading the list of benefits on a medicine bottle. Natsui-Nissan, you should try reading the explanation on your favorite headache medicine someday. Giggle, 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 giggle. That's a wonderful idea. Try it tonight. Yes, I'll do so. Shen, try opening that pot. You should find some dried bergamot mixed in with the tea leaves. Yes, it's in there. Something like dried orange peel is mixed in. Right on. Yes, that's probably bergamot, the main ingredient in Earl Grey's scent. Oh, I was right! It does taste what it is! Oh, damn! The scent is vivid, so you might expect the taste to be intense, but it's still gentle and easy to drink. If you make it with milk, the scent should become more mild, which works great. If there's anything left in the pot after you've poured for everyone, you really should try drinking it with milk. Ah, yes. Thank you very much. George gave her a small wink. Shannon finally realized that George had kind-heartedly swept aside the tense atmosphere in the room. God damn, he's so good at that. Can't believe he's still single. And he had done it for the sake of Shannon herself, a cowering servant. The Ushiromiya family did not pamper their servants, but they did pay them well. Any display of awkwardness would be harshly punished. So it was rare for them to be given a helping hand like this. Thanks to George's kindness, Shannon managed to regain control of herself and finish serving tea without further incident. As long as she stayed calm, she could carry out her work elegantly and flawlessly. By the time the black tea was laid out on the table and its elegant scent filled the room, the atmosphere had completely returned to its former peaceful mood, and everyone praised George's knowledge. Shannon wanted to thank him for saving her, but it didn't look like she would get the chance, so she decided to at least thank him inside her heart, praying to God that George would hear it as she pushed the serving cart away. George-Nissan always lends a helping hand at times like that. By changing the topic or something, Shannon and Jessica were in the rose garden. Jessica still hadn't returned to the parlor after getting into a fight with her mother and was nonchalantly killing time here. When I think back on it, I get the feeling this wasn't the first time he's helped me like that. Whenever I made a careless mistake and George was around, I'm pretty sure he'd always naturally smooth things over and restore harmony. Maybe it wasn't something as direct as picking up a fork that had been dropped. Who the fuck? But that was his way of caring. Even servants have their pride. They want to fix their own mistakes by themselves. And if a guest lends them a hand, they'll lose face. He's really good at reading between the lines when stuff like that happens. Well, I guess it's kind of like an art to him. That guy's more of a show-off than he looks. That's not true. I think he's a really wonderful person, and I love him, and I won't let you besmirch him. Shannon, you haven't fallen in love with George-Nissan, have you? For once, Shannon had disagreed with Jessica in a slightly forceful tone, which immediately caught Jessica's attention. No, that's not it, I think. Come to think of it, I've hardly heard any stories about George-Nissan and love. I think I remember hearing him say that family-oriented girls were his type, didn't I? Sweet, that fits you perfectly, Shannon. Because you're practically family, it does. How could... I am not... actually, you might literally be family, considering what we learned last stream. Suitable for such a thing? Oh no, not suitable? Like hell you aren't. You've known him so long, you're practically a childhood friend. They say that when you start from a natural relationship where you don't think of of the other as a member of the opposite sex, things start to move pretty fast once you finally start thinking about it. There's no doubt Jessica loved teen magazines with this kind of story, and she was always getting excited talking about that kind of thing with her friends. What if that was true, what would she be? Depending on the time, she would be George's aunt or half cousined, depending on if Kinzo had a mistress, it will just air quotes Beatrice, right? And he had kids with her. Then if Shannon is a child from that relationship, she would be George's aunt, right? But if the child that he had with Beatrice had their own kids, then it would be... Why am I getting question marks? What are you talking about? She's from an orphanage? Yeah, but they said they last stream at the end in this study, they were talking about how maybe he could have had kids with his mistress, and that they might have been sent to the orphanage. There was some talk about that. Okay, maybe I'm okay. Maybe maybe I dreamt that part. She was very quick to pick up on love stories like this. She wasn't so this wasn't the first time Shannon had been exposed to this kind of story. But this certainly was the first time she started thinking of George as a member of the opposite sex. She was furniture, while George was nightstand. Sorry. Sorry. It was an honored guest member and a member of the Ushiromiya family. Until now, she'd assumed that even imagining any deep relationship with him would be impermissible. So she hadn't thought of it. Since it was someone else's problem, Jessica poked fun at it, seeming to enjoy herself. Okay, it's important not to forget that line where, like, Shannon was gonna let Battler touch her because furniture and you're an honored guest. That was really fucked up. What's that about? It was all Shannon could do to hide her blushing cheeks. If George were to appear at a time like that, she'd have no chance of keeping her cool. They saw George come out from the entrance hall of the mansion. It looked like he'd seen them as well. He headed over, waving his hand. Shannon had to frantically try and regain her ordinary composure before George reached them. Grandfather finally came down. Now they're having an adult... Oh! I'd like to see Kinzo interacting with the family, please. Now they're having an adult discussion, so they chased me out. Haha, escaping then was the right choice. It'd be better to kiss the angel of death than look at grandfather's face. You shouldn't speak that way, but you know, I think grandfather might think of us as angels of death. After all, we came here to talk about borrowing money for business reasons. That's right. This wasn't the customary annual October family conference, because it was September. Eva's family had visited to apply for a business loan from the head family. Kinzo had vast resources, and he lent those out to his children. Of course, they didn't borrow money because they were living in poverty. How would they expand their businesses with the vast sums they wanted to borrow? How much interest would be attached, and how long would they have to repay it? This wasn't the sort of loan designed for the poor. It was a loan for those who were on the offensive. Kinzo strictly judged whether it would be worth lending out his fortune, and afterwards he strictly oversaw its use. So Rakinjima would, I don't even know if I'm saying it right anymore, would sometimes play host to the spectacle where relatives visited and described their businesses to Kinzo. To the parents, these meetings burdened them with the strain of having to move a vast amount of money. But to Jessica, who lived on this isolated island called Rakinjima, it was a precious opportunity to meet up with her cousins. So being able to talk with the occasional guests such as George like this immediately cured the bad mood she'd gotten from that fight with her mother. My family's totally stingy too. They've probably got money to spare, so why not lend it out graciously? Dad and grandfather will probably get pig-headed and act all important. It's natural to be prudent when lending money. Of course, my father will use what he borrows to expand his business, and he came with a plan that promises a solid probability of repayment. Everything else is left up to the presentation. But I really wish I could watch from the corner and learn. Mother chased me out. I'm a little let down. It seems the master still tends to scold Kraus-sama and Iwa-sama as if they were kids. I'm sure she didn't want to let her son see that. As Shannon hung her head, she thought back to a scene familiar to those who worked in the mansion. 1 second, chat. I need to turn the air on in here. I had the window open all morning, but it's still, it's getting hot in here now again. And I don't want to open the window again because someone might hear me outside, like, yelling, "You beautiful story!" Even Kraus, who acted haughtily toward his siblings, was still treated like a child by Kinzo. Shannon herself had often seen Kinzo slap Kraus and tell him to sit up straight. It was probably very embarrassing to be coerced like this, like that at his age. It's winter. I run hot, man. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm just warm all the time. Taking care to avoid being present at times like that. I realize how I just said that. I'm sorry. Was one of the important responsibilities held by the servants working here. However, the fact that Shannon had ended up witnessing such a scene meant that she'd messed up at least once in the past. Yes, imagine so. Maybe figuring that out and staying away is part of a child's duty. That aside, the flowers in this garden are truly splendid this year. George stretched as he said that, and he smoothly changed the subject away from one that was a little gloomy. This time, Shannon noticed it too. This person, George, could sensitively figure out the situation and always change the subject to something harmonious out of kindness. It was so smooth that Shannon hadn't noticed it until today. Today, Shannon really had to admire the way George did that. Of the boys close to Shannon's age that she'd known, nearly all had been classmates during her period of mandatory education, but they had all been young and none had possessed the composure George had. Mere moments ago, he'd been just another guest, but right now, she couldn't help but think of him as something more. However, such thoughts were mere distractions from her work as a servant. Shannon tried to chase them away with a small shake of her head. SMH. What's up? No, it's nothing. Shall I make some tea? I will prepare some more of that Earl Grey. So you've remembered the name of that tea. I'm glad. Thank you for your concern back then. Shannon was finally able to put her gratitude into words. If you wrote it out, it wouldn't be very long. Thank you. But Shannon had needed a little spark of courage to say it out loud. But George played dumb. What do you mean? I don't remember doing anything I should be thanked for. Heh. He seemed to be playing the gentleman in his own way, letting her know he wasn't doing it out of a desire for gratitude. George's response seemed to be more or less exactly what Jessica had predicted. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. When's someone gonna die? See, isn't he a bit of a show-off at times like this? No, that's not... Jessica poked fun at Shannon as the latter remained silent, red-faced. George didn't know the details, but he naturally joined in, laughing the same way. The three of them lazily walked around the garden, catching up on recent events. George, as the oldest cousin, talked about his life experiences. Jessica talked about recent life on Rakinjima, and Shannon talked about her recent work. And they kept going on about these trivial things. Even when Shannon heard the others talk about deeply interesting things, she never felt any particular interest in the actual content of their stories. She was nothing more than a servant, and she had no intention of delving into her master's lives. She simply wanted them to enjoy their time speaking with her, and would only pretend to listen intently and nod at the right moments. But for some reason, the things George talked about today seemed to catch her interest powerfully. Even things she'd normally ignore felt like they contained a trace of kindness behind the words. For some reason, she wanted to know more things about George, no matter how trivial. So, she stared fixedly at him. She thought that, as far as looks went, this Ushiromiya George was probably about average and didn't stick out in any particular way, but he was diligent, serious, and had a deep prudence which allowed him to understand people's hearts and show concern. But she'd never noticed these things before now. She may not have met him many times, but she'd known his face for many years. Even so, she hadn't noticed it once until now. Shannon, embarrassed by her own obliviousness, blushed. George, perhaps thinking that Shannon would listen intently to his stories, kept talking happily and at length about things he'd done and seen. But Jessica didn't miss that slight change in Shannon, so she decided she'd change the conversation to the topic she was sure Shannon was much more interested in: George. Oh yeah, come to think of it, George Nissan, have you finally gotten a girlfriend or what? Ooh, where did that come from? Normally, that reaction should have been answer enough, but for some reason, as she was now, Shannon wouldn't be able to understand it unless he said it clearly. George-sama is very nice. So I'm sure he's not single. Can't believe he's not, actually. He's very popular. Well, quit it, Shannon. Isn't cornering him like that actually pretty mean? I wasn't trying to be mean. Well, I'm flattered that you have that mistaken impression of me, but unfortunately, I still haven't had a relationship with any particular girl. After all, my looks are below average, as you can see, and I can't speak tactfully in a way that can entertain a girl. I don't think that's true, and I think a man's charm is decided by something that can't be measured by his appearance. That's why, I think you might be considered a very attractive man, George-sama. Shannon was being uncharacteristically verbose. She hardly ever spoke at such length. George seemed fairly pleased to hear someone applaud his charm like this, but he was just a little surprised at the sudden high praise. Jessica, now sure her guess was spot on, appeared to be barely holding back laughter. Thank you, Shannon. I hope I do bump into a girl who's generous enough to feel attracted to me before too long. Yes, I'm sure you'll run into one. Bump? I'm sure there's at least one. In fact, I'm very sure, certain. No, a lot of girls who will recognize your real charm. She probably wanted to say that there was at least one girl very close to him. No. Shannon avoided saying that very much, drawing a final line as a servant. But Jessica's his cousin. What the fuck are you doing? Really? I guess I'm kind of embarrassed. He had probably never been praised as heavily by a girl before. George's face turned as bright red as Shannon's. As she watched the two of them, Jessica giggled sadistically. You're welcome, bro. Well, I'm sure you'll eventually bump into a wonderful partner, Georgie-san, but I doubt you'll be able to properly escort your partner as you are now, right? It looks like you're diligent, but you've completely abandoned your study of that. Sorry about that. I'll start studying that bit by bit. And how do you plan to do that all by yourself? Are you going to watch romance movies or something? Or are you going to learn from Uncle Hideyoshi? Well, you're acting pretty triumphant. Men are no match for girls when it comes to this sort of thing. Okay, so this is definitely not the same timeline that we were just on the beach. This feels like the real timeline to me. It's gotta be, yeah. Normally when George and Jessica got together, their parents would say George is diligent and admirable and Jessica is lazy and rude. So it was probably unbearable fun for Jessica to have their roles finally reversed. George realized this as well, so he resigned himself to being the one getting teased for once. So, Georgie-san, as long as you're okay with it, why not practice a bit with Shannon? It'll be your job to keep Shannon entertained all day long on a date. What do you think? What are you... Milady? When she heard Jessica's audacious plan, Shannon's face turned bright red with a poof, and a donut of smoke started to rise from her head. Can I see it? That's a very tempting plan, but I wouldn't want to burden Shannon-chan. It'd just end up wasting one of her precious days off, wouldn't it? I'd be butting in on that sacred time that she should be spending alone with someone she really likes. I couldn't do something so boorish. I also, don't have a person I have feelings for or anything, so, there's no need to hold back for my sake. Shannon's blood had all rushed to her head, and it looked like even she didn't know what she was babbling about. Jessica, who knew how Shannon normally was, seemed to be finding this hilarious. She couldn't hide her cackling laughter anymore. Is that true? I can't believe a cute girl like you would be single, Shannon-chan. I'm a servant, so, of course I don't have any relationships with boys, Which means that if Shannon ever wants a chance at getting herself a wonderful guy, she needs to practice with relationships too, right? So you both want the same thing. Sweet, that'll be perfect. Jessica irresponsibly cheered the two of them on. By now, even George was hanging his head and turning red. George, I've been calling you for a while now. Didn't you hear me? When Eva appeared in what was already an embarrassing situation, both of them got even more flustered. Jessica watched and laughed loudly. Mother. Sorry, I was so engrossed in our conversation, I didn't notice. Oh, Eva-sama, you have my deepest apologies. It looks like you young kids are getting real fired up together. You're all about that age? Oh, I know how kids your age can talk about that sort of thing forever. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Oh, come on, you're still young yourself, Aunt Eva. Please tell us how you and Uncle Hideyoshi met. Oh, Eva! Oh my, there's no way I could say that. Giggle, giggle, giggle. You all really are so young. There we go. Giggle, giggle, giggle. So, what is it, Mother? You called because you wanted something, right? Your father and the rest have finished talking. We're going to talk to Grandfather about you, so come on. About me? What could that be? The same thing you were all talking about just now. You know what I mean, right? Oh, that isn't really something we need to talk to Grandfather about, right? What's going on? Wait, Georgie-san, are you getting married? Congratulations! No. Didn't I just say I didn't have a particular woman I was interested in? This isn't something to brag about, is it? Good grief. Eva smiled bitterly, looking a little exasperated. Oh, I get it. Georgie-san, it's one of those, right? And Omi-ai? No. Omi-ai. Omi-ai, right? Omi-ai? I think Omi-ai. A marriage meeting. A marriage meeting, you say? Yeah, well, yeah. Surely, as a man, George wanted to find a partner by himself and bring her home with him. So it seemed he thought it was a bit pathetic to meet his partner for the first time in a marriage meeting arranged by his parents. Shouldn't marriage meetings be done at a more mature age? I still don't feel like I've become a full-fledged adult. Of course, we have no desire to rush into an immediate engagement or marriage, right? There's nothing wrong with deepening your friendship first and then having her move to our family register after you've gotten older and settled down. Judging by Eva's forceful attitude and George's non-committal one, the others could catch a glimpse of the story behind this marriage meeting. They didn't know who George was supposed to be meeting, but it was surely someone who would profit Eva's family in a business sense. The very fact that they'd been satisfied with a mere engagement to deepen the relationship between the two families rather than an immediate marriage made it feel almost like a political maneuver. You see, marriage isn't something you should enter into only after you start liking someone. You marry first, and then you adjust. If you marry based purely on emotions, you'll always end up regretting it. There's certainly nothing wrong with choosing a person with a secure background for your partner in life, and then developing your affection later. Aunt Eva, isn't that kind of rude to Uncle Hideyoshi? I love that man. I want to always be with him and to live my life by his side. Eva-sama, that's wonderful. Truly splendid. Thank you. But we built up those feelings while we were husband and wife, you see. I seem to remember learning this in school, and this was a long time ago because I'm not old, so maybe it's outdated information. Some stat about how arranged marriages have a pretty high success rate. However, I think it was even theorized in the article itself that just might be because in the cultures where it happens, like, divorce is a much larger deal, like, so maybe that's why it's like a forced success rate kind of thing. Yeah, so it's hard to judge that for sure. We built these feelings up while we were husband and wife, you see, and I believe that in the future we will be much closer than we are now. I think that's what's best for a married couple. Still, I don't think you can use that to argue that it's okay to marry someone you don't even like. But it also doesn't mean that it's okay to marry anyone as long as you like them. Okay, Battler, it only takes an instant to get married, but your life as a married couple will last a long time after that. So you should search with prudence and avoid making decisions based on momentary emotions. Don't you think a matter like this would be better handled by us rather than a person lacking in life experience such as yourself? That may be true, but I'm gonna need 3. I'm proud of you, my only son. You've grown magnificently, and I'm sure you'll do us proud no matter where you go. And now that Battler-kun has left the family register, you are father's only male grandchild carrying his blood. Did he really leave the family register? He's off with his grandparents. I didn't realize they cut him out, or... Huh, okay. They must have said that and I forgot it. Or this is when they're saying it's really that official, yeah. We must prudently choose a fitting partner for you. As everyone related to the Ushiromiya family knew, Eva adored George immensely, but that didn't mean she had pampered him. She had been strict with him and had raised him into a wonderful boy who wouldn't betray her expectations. That was why she treasured him so. Your partner certainly won't be selected based on your parents' profit and loss. I'll bring you a suitable and truly wonderful woman. Honestly, I think you would. At this moment, your immaturity might make this seem unpleasant to you. But if you're going to take my advice on anything, listen to me now. Have I ever failed to act in your best interest? No, you haven't. That's enough for now, so let's go. We're keeping father waiting. Hurry to the mansion. Well, sorry, you two. See you later. George bowed to the two of them, and after bowing once more to Shannon, he dashed off to the mansion. I'll be going with him. Shannon, I'll fucking kill you. Forgive me for interrupting such an entertaining conversation, Jessica-chan. Shannon-chan. No, please, don't worry about it. Come on, Shannon, let's go. Yes? It's okay. I'm sure you'll meet someone wonderful soon, Jessica-chan. A wonderful person suitable for you. So if he's at the same level as me, haha, you mean a guy with shit grades? Oh, okay, I see, yeah. That kind of pisses me off, haha. And of course, you too, Shannon-chan. I'm sure that a wonderful man suitable for you will appear. Yes, thank you very much. As Eva giggled and smiled, she approached Shannon's ear with a hand over her mouth as though she was trying to tell her a secret. Huh? Yep, there it is. I'm sure you'll find a perfect match for a lowly servant like yourself. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place. That's not what I meant. George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ishiramiya family someday in the future. To answer to that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Did you really think you could snatch George away, you uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant? Therefore, more than anything else, she wanted George to be married off right now. Those malicious words all poured into Shannon's ear without spilling a drop. To Shannon, it was like cold water being poured in there. I didn't mean... This was all whispered to Shannon in secret. Okay, so Eva is not... It's not personal with Natsui, or if it is personal, it's personal on top of she's just like this with everything to get her way. Okay, so she is brutal. Alright. This was all whispered to Shannon in secret, and with the same smile as before. Jessica, who could only see Eva's expression, didn't think it was anything other than Eva telling Shannon some embarrassing story about love. When the secret conversation ended, Eva patted Shannon's shoulders as though she was urging her on. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll find a perfect match for a partner, right? Giggle, 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 giggle. Okay, Jessica-chan, see you later. Yeah, see you later, and make sure you tell me about you and Uncle Hideyoshi next time. No way! Eva laughed loudly and headed back to the entrance hall. Behind Jessica, who was cheerfully waving her hand, Shannon reflected very, very deeply on those words of Eva's about knowing her place. It's time for me to take a serious look at how full of myself I've been acting. I forgot. I'm furniture. Furniture isn't human, so I am a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like a human. And I am not permitted to wish for anything more. People sometimes develop affection for furniture they're used to using. Aw, no squeak! That would have been a good clip! But that is an emotion on the human side, and the furniture has no right to hope for such a thing. It's enough that furniture serves with simple honesty day after day. That feeling I got when talking to George-sama and Jessica-sama is the same as a forbidden drug to me. In other words, it may be an emotion I must never experience. Shannon, you've had your head in the clouds for some time now. Do you not feel well? No, my apologies. Natsui's words were right on the mark. Even Shannon couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsui until she had called. Normally, it was essential that she focus on her cleaning at this time of day, but she'd spent all her time sighing and hardly making any progress. Even when there aren't any guests around, you must always be alert. Behavior like this is shameful for an Ushiramiya family servant. Yes, ma'am. I will take care from now on. The head and my husband will return very soon. Have you finished cleaning the study? Have you finished cleaning the staircase? My apologies. Not yet. Yes, I know. So I had Lunan do it. Who the fuck is Lunan? While you were plodding around cleaning the hallway, she finished cleaning the study and the staircase. She? I don't see a Lunan. Beatrice in a maid outfit? That's because I wanted to clean it properly, so it took some time. Shannon was simple and honest, so she would always carry out her tasks seriously and properly without any omissions. So she was always slow with her work. In contrast, Lunan cleverly avoided doing extra work whenever it was possible. Big Beatrice vibes, so she could complete her jobs with a result that looked almost the same to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. In other words, she was a shrewd employee. Compared to that, it's probably fair to say that Shannon wasn't very shrewd at all, talking back to Natsui when Natsui was in a bad mood. Of course, there was nothing that Natsui couldn't stand more than a servant talking back. Her forehead creased and she spoke sternly, and yet her slow, admonishing style of speech was even more terrifying, and finally made Shannon realize she had said the wrong thing. Aw, Natsui was based before! Then perhaps you should aim to do a truly thorough cleaning. Shannon, I order you to clean the reception hall right now. It is an important hall where several pictures treasured by the head are displayed, and where honored guests of the Ushiramiya family are welcomed. Clean it thoroughly so not a speck of dust remains, and so that even you are satisfied. Of course, you will finish before the day is out. Until you finish that and report to me, you will not be permitted any food or rest. Understood? Yes, madam. This is good. Servants should endeavor to only use those words. The next time you talk back, your punishment will be even more severe, so with that in mind, engrave these words into your heart. Yes, madam. Thank you for your guidance. How did she talk back? You are welcome. Behaving as though her headache was troubling her, Natsui headed off down the corridor. When she couldn't see her anymore, Shannon hung her head and sighed. This was what happened when she had her head in the clouds. Even though I'm bad at everything I do, I should be able to at least carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? It's because I can't even perform that very well that I'm crying so pathetically. But what's even more shameful is that not only have I been able to perform a single bit of cleaning while I streamed it, but just now, when Natsui was scolding me, I imagined that person appearing and rescuing me. Ooh, if only George-sama were here. Would he casually step in and save me? Surely he'd show up cheerfully, intentionally acting like he didn't know what was going on, nimbly change the subject, and make me forget I'd ever been rebuked by Natsui. I kept envisioning him, suddenly appearing from the other side of the door, or the other end of the hallway. Is George available for Persona 3 streams? I envisioned the kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting, and I envisioned how unfitting I was for him. Eva clearly told me. It's been repeating over and over in my dreams. You're still as clumsy as always, Nissan. Milady has been in a bad mood since this morning. That just now happened because you talked too much, when you should have just hung your head in silence. Canon-kun. Canon was suddenly there. His footsteps were always quieter than a cat's, and he never left any trace of his presence. I mean, he did last time. He probably could have stood there forever, and she still wouldn't have noticed him. The expression on Canon's face was one of hatred. He made that expression for Shannon, who didn't know how to do it herself. Madame and Lunon can fall into hell. That person knows where Madame checks and only cleans those areas. Her cleaning just now was like that. I know because I saw. She wasn't really cleaning. She's just the worst kind of parasite, leeching off your thorough cleaning. Let's kill her. You mustn't use such dirty words. Dirty words pollute your clean soul, Canon-kun. So at least don't use those words in front of me, okay? Maybe Lunon was here the whole entire time, just being busy off camera. Humph. Canon turned... Oh, shit, I didn't read it. Shit. Canon turned away as though sulking. It was a reaction that hid his true feelings, which was very like Canon, but I was a little happy. He was getting mad for my sake. Cleaning the reception hall will be tough. I'll help. Thank you, but I was the one Madam ordered, so don't worry. Don't you also have your own work, Canon-kun? It's a filthy job. My soul was polluted long ago. Canon then hung his head and bit his lower lip. Just hearing you say you'll help is enough for me. If you don't go back to your own job, then you'll be punished as well. And that would make me sad. Shannon knew Canon's character well. Sometimes he didn't think enough about himself. If I don't refuse forcefully, he'll help me, even if it means neglecting his own job. Canon was a little sad that his goodwill had been rejected, but he realized that what he was doing would only hurt her more in the end, and he gave a single small sigh. Understood. Do your best, Nissan. Yes. And I am also partly to blame. You aren't at fault at all, Nissan. No, I am. So go now. Canon-kun's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it, but without being any more obstinate, he disappeared. Even though Canon-kun came to give me words of comfort when I was down, even so I was dejected again because it wasn't him. That in itself was a sin. It went far beyond any dream the likes of me could be permitted to see. I don't know my place. Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, already felt her concentration begin to waver, but if she didn't finish up cleaning the reception hall, she wouldn't receive Natsui's permission to eat. That cruel Natsui had surely told the kitchen something to that effect. I have to respectfully receive Madame's punishment. That's right. My position in the world is furniture, and I've been intoxicated by a dream that's beyond me. If this is the same timeline... Oh, we haven't seen this one before. Or if we have, it was rare. If this is the same timeline, why did Shannon agree to George's proposal when she knew that Eva would be, like, really angry about it? Huh. I finished cleaning the hallway and went to the reception hall. Maybe she just thought that George could tank it because George is asking, or maybe she was, you know, expecting to decline it later, or I don't know. Maybe my hunger made my nose more sensitive. I could sense a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, even though it was far away, and my empty stomach was encouraged even more. Until I finished up here, I wouldn't get any soup. I just had to resolve myself to doing it. Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. One of those portraits was thought to hold a special meaning amongst the servants. It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. The name of the woman with elegant blonde hair drawn as the subject of that portrait was Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of Kinzo, the family head, and also that she was the great witch who had given Kinzo the gold of the legend. The witch Beatrice, master of the night on Rakenjima. I love that they didn't show her in the story. And when she was on the screen, finally, after that, like, oh, she was fucking electric, man. The witch Beatrice, master of the night on Rakenjima, she was gracious to those who respected her, but she would surely curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules and beliefs such as those. So she thought of the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it, and it had become part of her daily routine to tell the witch, who only existed inside the portrait, the secrets of her heart. Oh, she was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain. Furniture, speaking to furniture, cannot complain. She had no right to speak her mind about her difficult days. She had no right to open her mouth and say those words. So, she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. She spoke her mind inside her heart, using words she couldn't say aloud, and protested to the formless witch. Of course, the witch didn't answer. She didn't console, and she didn't laugh it off. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was responding agreeably. Well, she bashed your head in, so I don't think she likes it. Beatrice-sama, please listen to the story of my worthless self. As Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait, she spoke that inside her heart. I certainly am incompetent and uncultured, just as Iva-sama said. I am not a person, so maybe I have no right to love. But in that case, why was I given a heart that can know love? At that point, Shannon held back her tears for a moment. The sound of the rain, which had started falling, along with the chill air in the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased another level. Real furniture doesn't have anything like a heart, so they don't have to love people, right? So they don't feel pain. If I'm just another piece of furniture, why do I have a heart? If it's going to be this painful and this harsh, I wish I was never given a heart like this. I see. Oh! So a heart was given to furniture. It would seem that even that man is capable of some quite amusing things every now and then. Cackle, cackle. What? The witch that never answered or laughed. Answered. And laughed. That's a good line. Was it my imagination? Was I hearing things? No, that's wrong. After all, the next words became a voice, and I could hear them, not with my heart, but with my ears. Humans have continually searched for the elements. She's back! For the search for the elements that make up the world since before the modern era. It is said that in ancient times, the Greeks tried explaining the world with the four elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. After that, over several millennia, humans added several elements to those four, trying to explain the world with several interpretations, such as the 5 elements, the 6 elements, the 7 elements, the 8 elements, and the 12 elements. But they were never able to describe the one sole truth that exists, the single element. However, a single man appeared by the guidance of a star and finally explained the single element that makes up the world. Know what it is? Oh, what? Who? Shannon fearfully turned around. Belief! Right there, she existed. Not as an illusion, but as a reality. The contrast made by the lighting made it clear this was no mere daydream, because she was now blonde. It's love! Cackle, 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 cackle. The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden pipe to her mouth and giggled. She laughed at the ignorance that causes humankind's thoughts to stray far from the most simple answer. That man explained everything in the world with love. That is the single element. That man fully explained how the world was constructed with the smallest possible number. How simple and clear, how splendid, exhilarating, pleasant, and thrilling. The year that man was finally born is called the start of the modern era. Cackle, cackle. Shannon lost any words to speak. She thought that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first word should be to ask that person's name. But without saying anything, Shannon knew this person's name, so she refrained. No, surely it would be the greatest disrespect for someone who lived or worked on this island to ask this woman her name. After all, she was the other master of this island besides Kinzo. Beatrice-sama. Indeed, I am Beatrice. Beatorici. Even after 1,000 years, I see that people still always give me that look when we first meet. Cackle. The witch giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had met with a being that mustn't be met with, and she took a step backwards. That's where the wall and the portrait were, so even as she gazed at the witch's portrait was touching her back. The source of your troubles is love. Love, the single element that makes up this world. In other words, it is everything in this world. Oh, okay, so Beatrice is writing the story? When it is lacking, then your world is lacking too. It is no different than scooping water into a canteen with a hole in it. Wait a second. Even if you scoop and scoop, the eternal desert of the heart never fills. It is the original sin that humans are founded upon and everything is made of. Understand? When Adam and Eve put the fruit of knowledge to their lips, love is what they learned of. Because of that, humans were chased out of the garden and became fully human. They exist. Which means that knowing love and suffering is what makes one human. You kind-hearted child, you ought to be praised. Now that you have gained this knowledge, you are no longer furniture. You are now human. I recognize that with all the authority of my name. Humph. Is it hard for a common person to understand? Very well then. Cackle, cackle. Forgive me. It has been a long time since I have spoken with a human. Allow me to apologize for my talkativeness. Without waiting for a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while. Perhaps this isn't much by way of an apology, but I would be willing to grant that wish of yours with my power if you so desire. Huh? The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance. I am offering to bring you and the one you love together. Normally, I would demand something of equal value in return. Cackle. However, I am in a good mood, and you have never failed to pay your respects to me in the past. That is something worth rewarding. Generous witch? Is that true? Normally, Shannon would have been shocked and struck dumb by this seemingly impossible guest. However, almost as though she was already under the witch's spell, Shannon responded. With my magic, it would be no trouble at all to arrange for you to be joined with the one you love. Yes, of course. Shannon almost said that without thinking, but held back with her last bit of common sense. After all, this is a witch, a sinister being. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in through the cracks in my heart and take me prisoner. That sort of temptation, which so many fairy tale picture books warned me about when I was young, is right in front of me now. But she's no payment. Just take it. Fear is also a form of respect. It may be pleasant for me, but we will make no progress this way. Oh, she knows! I may not differ much from the image of a detestable witch that you hold in your mind. However, I do bestow my favor upon those who respect me. Aren't humans the same? Well, I doubt any human would bestow a favor upon one with such a hostile attitude. My apologies, I didn't mean... Shannon eventually realized how rude she was acting towards this guest, and she finally digested the words that had been spoken to her a short while ago. You are no longer furniture, now you are human. And as she reflected upon those words, Shannon felt as though the witch understood all her worries. What was that, just now? About a reward? I say that I can arrange for you to be joined with the man who has captured your heart. Think of it as a sign of my gratitude for your diligence in polishing my portrait day after day. Calm yourself. I ask for nothing in return. I am generous. However, though I ask for nothing in return, I do have a request. Sort of like asking for something in return. Look, here it comes. Part of Shannon's heart sent her a warning. This is what all those scary picture books she'd read when she was little had warned her about. Do you know of the small torii and shrine that have been constructed on the ocean very near this island, which you can see when you gaze at the cliffs? Oh, okay. Shannon immediately remembered it. When you reached Rakanjima by boat, there was a torii and a shrine on a reef that was too small to be called even an islet. I love non-linear storytelling so much. I'm pretty sure Kumasama-san told me its history, but I can't remember it well. A traveling shugenja? A kind of holy man had built it or prayed there or something. Did I just skip over something there? Yes, I know about it, but why do you bring it up? I will not explain everything, including the very basics, to one ignorant of demons. Simply put, it's causing me trouble. The truth is, there's a mirror kept inside that shrine. I want you to break it. It was quite a suspicious request. Shannon didn't know the details, but anything stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. And she wants me to break it? Why would a witch ask a human for help instead of doing it herself? There was no need for Shannon to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice responded to Shannon's reasonable doubt before Shannon could give her answer. The magical power of that mirror opposes my own. I cannot explain it well with human words. For example, let us speak of the differences between utensils. That mirror is a fork, and my power is soup. You cannot drink soup with a fork, correct? Skill issue? If only the resistance of that mirror were gone, I could produce a spoon ideal for drinking soup. After that, I could drink soup as I pleased and even dig my way out of a rocky prison. I could even gouge someone's eye out with it. Was that not the phrase? Cackle, cackle. I don't know what you're talking about. If my poor education is to blame, I apologize. It comes down to this. If you take action... Didn't the other witch give Battler or us a spoon? It was us a spoon, right? Or... Yeah, I think that was it, wasn't it? If you take action and break that annoying mirror for me, I shall grant your wish as a reward. I'm in quite a good mood today. And you know what? We're like a minute away from break, and it'd be nice to have break with her on the screen with this music, so I'll be right back. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Get a drink, walk around, brush your teeth, be right back. I'm in quite a good mood today. You may even change your wish and receive all the gold I bestowed upon Kinzo if you so desire. Cackle, cackle. Ooh. I refuse. What? When she heard Shannon's words, Vitorici realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed. If you have a reason, tell me. If there has been some misunderstanding, I shall resolve it. I don't really understand the reason, but up until now, this island has been at peace and nothing bad has happened. So even if I don't break the mirror, the peace that has existed until today should continue in the future. Yes, you are quite right. It's just as you say. If you don't break the mirror, the same unbreakable days that have passed until now will continue into tomorrow and the next day. Why don't I give you an absolute guarantee? I shall stake my name, Vitorici, on it. The unbreakable days before this time will continue into tomorrow and the next day, and for eternity, in perpetuity. 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 There we go. I was wrong.
Perpetuity.
Perpetuity. Is there another way to say it? Perpetual perpetuity? Yeah, that makes sense.
Whereas.
Shannon felt overwhelmed by an eerie illusion. The mirror probably existed for the purpose of restraining the witch. So if Shannon broke it, the person who stood to gain was supposedly the witch herself, and yet Shannon felt somehow that she had to do it for her own sake. It felt like some premise had been switched around. I will do nothing but grant you a chance to bring your feelings to fruition. It's up to you to decide whether you'll break it or not. If you break it, I shall grant your wish. Ah, so she's gonna say if you break it any time in the future, you don't have to decide right now. Okay. If you don't, the tomorrows that came before today will continue for all eternity. Your wish will not be granted for all time. Do you understand? Do you see what I mean? Cackle, cackle. The witch was speaking. She was pressing Shannon, saying she must break the mirror if she ever wanted to be united with George. It was a declaration that Shannon's feelings would never be brought to fruition unless she broke it. Okay, we know? Please stop it. I don't want to hear something like that. It was never my goal to cause you pain. Oh well. When love leads to madness, that is when we see the true charm of humanity. Enjoy that emotion to your heart's content. However, if you wish to borrow my power, feel free to break that mirror at any time, and then you may yell my name and awaken me. I will certainly keep my promise. This way, you should have no complaints, right? I won't force you to decide right now. Easy, is it not? Was it really such an easy thing to do? No, it certainly wasn't. To Shannon, who was burning with infatuation and worried by love, being tempted constantly and eternally with a way out was truly a cruel trial. I won't set a time limit on that promise. But there is a time limit on the magic that can grant your wish. That time limit is not of my making. The one you love will decide it himself. You see my meaning? No, I don't understand. When the one you care for finds the partner to whom he ought to pledge his love, that time limit will be reached. Sorry, that limit will be reached. I may be a witch, but I am no demon. I possess no magic to tear apart a pair of those who love each other. Oh, cackle, 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 cackle. The one you love will soon be attending a marriage meeting, yes? You may have stronger feelings for that man than anyone else in the world. Okay, so that... is the exact same word, or wordage, or however you want to say. Huh. Okay. The one you will soon be attending a marriage meeting, yes? You may have stronger feelings for that man than anyone else in the world. However, that doesn't mean you are the most suitable partner for him, does it? I know with whom he will be having his marriage meeting. That girl is the most suitable for Ushiromiya George in the entire world. Holy shit! She came from a good school, achieved good grades, and possesses both composure and thoughtfulness. She's more beautiful than you, wiser than you, more suitable than you. How could an ignorant, incompetent, uncultured girl like you be suitable? You know better than anyone. There are no less suitable than you. Even imagine that you and Ushiromiya George could be joined is sinful and foolish, foolish, foolish. Know your place. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place. Holy shit. It's Eva in a fucking witch outfit. George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ushiromiya family someday in the future. To answer that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Did you really think you could snatch George away, you uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant? Giggle, giggle, cackle, cackle, cackle. Stop it. Don't bully Shannon. Who the hell are you? At that time, as Shannon held her head, trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words, Cannon ran in front of her. Cannon didn't care who this woman was. I'm surprised you can see her. If this was an enemy tormenting Shannon, whom he loved and respected as a sister, nothing else mattered. Cannon-kun, stay back. This person is... It seemed Cannon also realized that the being standing before him was the witch of the portrait, and also that she was something to be feared. I simply wish to give Shannon a chance to claim her reward, but it seems I said too much and ended up hurting her. I must apologize for that. But I shall leave behind that promise as a reward to you. If you need my power, call me at any time. I have already told you how. Well then, let us call it a night. Hostile gazes may be pleasant, but they damage your beauty, yes? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Disappear? I don't know who you are, but you're threatening Shannon. Don't ever show yourself again. Cannon's words seemed to deeply annoy the witch. Watch your language, lowborn. I may be gracious to those who respect me, but I am brutal to those who do not. While she has still smiled, the witch's face began to twist herself. Okay, so Kinzo's mistress didn't actually die. She's been living in a panic room behind the painting the whole entire time, and if you're not looking at it closely, she can sometimes open the painting, and she has her own little apartment in there, just in the same way that Kinzo has in his, and sometimes they go visiting each other, and it's not a witch. It's not a witch. Prove that it's not just someone Kinzo hired to pretend she's Beatrice, you know, and you know, just gets updated every 10 years or so with a new actress. Like, just prove it. While she still smiled, the witch's face began to twist itself. Then an oppressive feeling that couldn't be noticed with any of the five senses gradually filled the room. Even though they couldn't understand it, they immediately realized it was something terrifying. When you swim in the ocean and something large passes by in the water beneath you, you want to escape to land even before you learn what it is. True. That's exactly what this was like. But please stop, Beatrice-sama. Cannon-kun is still a child. I apologize for his language. Cannon placed his body between the witch and Shannon. There was tense sweat on his forehead. At that time, what is this sound? At that time, the witch certainly held Cannon's fate in the palm of her hand. She didn't even need to lift a finger. She held a grasp on his fate so tight that a single twist of her smile could easily crush it. Cannon understood that as well, so he started sweating. His knees felt weak. However, Beatrice abruptly released that feeling of tension and laughed. Very well. If you ask, I will forgive you just this once. Cannon, is it? In deference to her, I shall forgive you tonight and send you off. You ought to thank me. Well then, let us call it a night. My curfew approaches. In parting, I shall leave you with a small souvenir. Hold out the palm of your left hands, you two. When Bitarichi grinned broadly and snapped her fingers, their left hands stretched out in front of them against their will, and their palms opened. It was a strange sensation, as only their left hands now belonged to someone else. It felt like only their left hands had become puppets, which were being pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling. What are you trying to do? Cannon resisted, but he couldn't retract his hand of his own free will. Don't struggle. It will be over soon. When Bitarichi held her pipe aloft, a gold-colored, sparkling dust came out of the smoke and hovered in the air. That sparkle eventually became several gold butterflies. The beautiful butterflies danced freely throughout the reception hall, forming a fantastical and beautiful world. and 2 of those butterflies alighted on the palms of Shannon's and Cannon's hands. Ouch. There was a sharp pain as though they had been burned. When the 2 of them tried to examine their palms, that hold on their bodies which had been there a second ago had gone without a trace. A mark? What is... There was now a tiny burn mark on the palm of her hand, and it was shaped like a butterfly. What is this supposed to be? Apparently Cannon had the same mark on his hand. He stared at the witch hatefully, and then from that day forward he always walked around with his palm carefully down in front of his chest so no one could see it. A simple greeting. I have no hidden motive. It is nothing more than a bruise, so it'll heal in just a few days. There's not even any need to care for it. I made that mark so that tomorrow you will not forget that I truly was here, and I made a promise with you. Huh. An encounter with me can be quite shocking. Sometimes, when the next morning comes, people try to think of an encounter as a dream or an illusion. You ought to consider this slowly and carefully, Shannon. And you should probably take a good rest, look at my mark tomorrow morning, and try considering it again. How many times have you met with people, and then you're like spying on them the next day, and they're like, you know what, I need to stop drinking, you know, maybe it's time to go back to school, like, oh my god, that fucking witch I saw last night, fucking, like, what was I on? And Beatrice is like, fucking, it was real, why don't they remember? Like after 15 times, she's like, you know what, temporary branding, that's what I'm gonna do from now on. I shall not coerce you in any way. You should freely decide your future by your own will. Still, to think that one could obtain the object of the desire for such a small price. Surely this would annoy to no end the great artists who write plays about blighted love. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Oh, I like her. Well then, let us meet again when the chance arises. How entertaining it is to have a conversation again after so much time. Goodbye, furniture. But you said she wasn't furniture anymore. Okay. And then she opened the painting and went back into her panic room. Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. Oh, it was golden smoke. No, a cloud of gold butterflies. They scattered in all directions inside the reception hall, leaving a golden splash before disappearing into the thin air. After that, only the cold silence was left. It was so silent it made both of them think they might have been daydreaming until a moment ago. Which is why the witch had left those marks. She had done so to make it impossible for them to think of this as a daydream. As Shannon and Cannon remembered the butterfly bruises on their hands and the pain they'd felt when they'd been made, they kept standing still, stunned. And from that moment on, Shannon was tormented by days of suffering and conflict. Okay. Could be prototype hologram projector tech that's around here. It's like the 3DS without the glasses. You have to. It can only work right here though. You have to stand here at the right angle. What? What do you mean separate rooms? So wait, you and George Nissan stayed in different rooms on purpose? Yes, is it really so strange? Jessica's cheeks had been stuffed with a chocolate-coated Shinsuko biscuit that Shannon had brought as a present from Okinawa, and it all came flying out at Shannon when Jessica cried out, "Wait, hold on. So this is from when they went to the shore? Okay. They went to the beach. You could have them at Shannon. Why did you even go on a trip to Okinawa? You were even alone with George Nissan." Well, he said there was a huge aquarium in Okinawa and invited me to go, and I like fish and stuff. No, that's not the point. Thank you, Electron Active Area, for the new sub. Do you think that maybe there's some Electron Active Area shenanigans with some science tech for the projector for the witch to appear? Because there's not a witch. There's no witch. There's no witch. Thank you, Demax337 for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, Zeltruck, for the new sub as well. Welcome, Zeltruck. And thank you to Masterelia1 with the message, "Hey Joe, I'm one of the chatters swept up by the Leap Day stream and so read Umineko. It is now probably my favorite piece of media of all time." Whoa! Good to see you're enjoying it even more than I was at that point. Oh, damn. I'm going to have to read One Piece. Oh fuck. Or watch One Piece. I don't know what I said on Dragon's Den, you know. Wasn't even drunk. Oh, it wasn't really Reed. It was Reed. God damn it. I said if I liked Umineko more than Disco Elysium, I would read all of One Piece. That's what I said. I I really said it. And I forgot. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Mastralia 1, have you watched Iron Man 2? Because, you know, don't say it's your favorite media until you've seen the GOAT. No, that's not the point. We're talking about a healthy guy and girl going on an overnight trip. And you're saying there weren't even hugs and kisses? And seriously, what's up with the guy and girl staying in different rooms? As for kisses, no comment, but we did hug. George-san's chest was warm. That's not the point. Ah, jeez. Why do couples like this exist? Ah, jeez. I can't take it anymore. From Shan's point of view, it was an incredibly happy trip for various reasons, but it looked like Jessica found their pace to be pretty irritating. Hold on, we're in this one now where they went on a trip. So what does this look like? Oh, it's the same. Okay. What does that mean then? So I don't think that I think that what happened with the witch and the mirror was it was in the same timeline, but I don't think the Okinawa one was in that same timeline too. Is this also the same visit that they're on right now? Let's keep reading and find out. For a while, Jessica chewed her present, complaining about romance and pretending to faint in agony on her bed. Shannon and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. They did this because an aquarium had given them the opportunity to start going out. Since their relationship had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be to an aquarium must have held some commemorative value. Wait, hold on, what? That's like a huge commemorative turning point. Wait. Which aquarium visit did we see then? It must have been the first one? I'm confused. I'm gonna think that I'm supposed to be maybe a little confused, but let's keep going. It's fine. That's like a huge commemorative turning point. In your first overnight trip, how could you not make all kinds of progress there? But instead, you both got separate rooms, a couple taking 2 single rooms, and room. Ah, jeez. Seriously, what's wrong with you? But we are both unmarried. George-san says showing restraint is good manners for a couple. Like I said, the whole point of this overnight trip was so you could overcome that stage, right? You should be way beyond just kissing and hugging by now. Milady, I don't know what you mean by that, but George-sama was a real gentleman with me until the end. That is, I mean, I also wondered if those things would happen, you know? But even though we were going out, I mean, it's not like we're married or anything. Aww, these things you seem to be expecting. Should only be done after making a vow before God. I guess maybe. Shan's face got bright red. She made a circle with both hands, restlessly intertwining, separating, and making heart marks with them. What? Oh, the Weebery. What's that? Apparently the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened, but it seemed to have been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. In the end, whether Jessica was jealous of Shannon or made fun of her, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her. I want a boyfriend too. I can't believe you got ahead of me. Jessica feels a little bit like Battler sometimes, huh? Even though we promised that we'd find boyfriends at the same time, you beat me. And it's George. You're a wonderful person, milady, so I'm sure you'll find someone wonderful much quicker than me. Don't try to console me. Shannon, you traitor, get out, shut up. Cough, 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 cough. Jessica threw several cushions at her, but midway she had an asthma attack and started to choke pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to a nearby side table and started searching around on top of it. A cute basket was placed there, and inside of it was Jessica's bronchodilator. Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of that, she always needed to carry this medicine around. She breathed in the medicine and, after a while, managed to overcome her choking as her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this a good chance to leave and tried to exit the room after bowing courteously. Does this count as live chandelier reaction? This is not really it's like a sconce, isn't it? Live sconce reaction. Would you call this a sconce, or is a sconce only one? As she did, one more small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She noticed that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half of her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. That face was red and meek. Milady? Shannon, be honest with me. Is my hairdo and stuff weird? What are you saying? I think your hair is very beautiful. Then, are my eyes strange, or maybe my nose? Or is it the way I talk after all? Is that why I can't get a boyfriend? Of course not. Milady, you are wonderful enough as you are. The reason why you can't get a boyfriend is because you live on a fucking island, and I think your charm will keep on increasing more and more from now on. But I'm the only one who can't find a boyfriend. Saku and Hina managed to get boyfriends, but only I can't. Is it because I don't have any charm at all? You know, everyone says they'll bring their boyfriends to the cultural festival. Yukari's gonna be dressing up as a maid, and I was so sure I'd have a boyfriend before then, so I started bragging. There's no way I'll get a boyfriend. I'm the only one. Before she realized that Jessica was shedding huge tears, Jessica didn't really feel like crying, and of course, she felt like supporting Shannon's progress in love as a friend. I know what you have to do, Jessica. Just go to the witch's portrait and you know, make a deal. There's another mirror. Sorry. However, as she had cheered Shannon on, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Cut! Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. The rough style of speech Jessica usually used was all just an attempt to protect that fragile, but not that fragile heart. As a daughter and successor of the Ushiramiya family, and as a girl isolated on Rokkinjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that, so she strongly regretted acting smug, even if it was only a little. Sorry. I'm so weird crying like this. Sorry, sniffle. You are a wonderful person, milady. There's no way you won't find a wonderful man. Shannon, it's about time, right? If you don't go quickly, Genji-san and Mom will get mad. I'm just fine, so hurry up. Sorry for crying like this. I'm such a moron. Jessica faced away, acting as though she didn't really want to trouble Shannon, waving her hand as though chasing Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that Jessica didn't want to be bothered anymore, bowed her head, and left the room. When Shannon's footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jessica lay down on her bed, still hugging a cushion. Her expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes, but for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart. I also want to fall in love. Aww. Ooh. As Shannon happily watered the flower beds in the garden, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around, thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them, but what she saw was that witch. Beatrice-sama. She's back? Okay, am I misremembering the scene they had outside with the engagement? Maybe this did happen, and it was just a different thing that he asked her to do or something? Or did he say... Oh, did he say, I thought I asked you to not call me that when we're alone? Maybe this did happen. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe this is the timeline. Yeah, okay. Huh, alright, it's been quite some time. How are you? Don't need any notes, by the way. How's your relationship with the one you love? I wouldn't even write that down. Like, hold on. You know, October 6th, fucking around like 11:30 p.m. in the typhoon. George said, you know, like, it's been quite some time. How are you? Has your relationship with the one you love progressed since we last met? As Beatrice sat on the rose arch, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses, and it might have been dangerous if the arch fell over, but this was a witch after all. Showing concern for her safety was probably a waste of time. Yes, thanks to you, it's going smoothly. Naturally, the effects of my magic are immediate. I wonder if you can appear right now because enough people on the island believe in you. I wonder if there has to be like a ratio of believers to non-believers. Perhaps you feel your meeting was a predetermined fate. However, that is a mistake. Don't even think fate has anything to do with it. I understand that. The witch was calling attention to something, two things actually. First, that Shannon's relationship with George was a fate that'd be absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. Second, that the power of the witch was great enough to overturn that fact. Yeah, I read it right. Shannon had just gotten wrapped up in those sweet days and had started believing the illusion that all fate revolved around her. But she remembered the witch's words. Originally, her relationship with George had been impossible. No, it might be impossible in the future as well. Cackle, cackle. Sorry, please forgive me. It's just like the doctors. You cling to them when you're worried about your health, but after you're healed, you forget even to thank them. I've never been thanked as a witch, so I couldn't help acting a little rudely. Forgive me. The gratitude I feel has never slipped my mind. It's thanks to your power that I was able to achieve happiness, Beatrice-sama. Well, if you feel gratitude, maybe you can do something for me back then. Not as like, you know, payment, just, you know, just because you want to be nice. And without that power, the fate that brought me and George-sama together would never have happened. Man, you really do like George? Really? I have never forgotten that. Sorry. It's not like I came here to bully you. Being rude is just part of my personality. Do forgive me. More importantly, I heard. So you went on a trip alone with... Girl, spill the tea. No, I don't mean the Earl Grey you have. No, spill. What happened? Separate rooms? What are you talking about? I imagine it must have been quite fun. Yes, it was very fun. Shannon's face suddenly lit up. The witch laughed lightly as though amused by the speed of that transformation. Already, the one you care for is more than the object of one-sided love. You are a pair of lovers now. When two people are filled with love, nothing else is needed to establish a complete world. Oh, perhaps you could call that a wonderful, ideal world. Even witches would be jealous. Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile made her look as though she blessed the lovers' rendezvous from the bottom of her heart without a trace of malice. Okay, so my read on this is that it's possible that Shannon wasn't dead then, but she did die on the second Twilight, and we just don't know. Maybe the body of Eva was actually the body of Shannon with a Mission Impossible mask on that they printed with the next to the hologram that projects the fucking witch in front of the portrait. Like, I'm thinking that it's because they're talking about love being torn and whatever, right? So, huh. Oh, Merrick, everyone's using the old chessboard. Maybe we're cursed. Merrick, what do we do? Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile made her look as... Oh, I've read this already, without a trace of malice. After that day, Beatrice showed herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon thought of her as an unsettling being. However, she was also in debt. Oh, the reason why I just said what I just said, sorry, maybe I'm not communicating well, is that I feel like on the second Twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. I don't feel like there was any tearing apart of people who are close, and she keeps saying that they're close and using the same words here. However, Eva and Hideyoshi are close, obviously, but it doesn't feel like they were torn apart or anything. It doesn't seem like that fits, but it might fit. It might still fit. I don't trust this. This is suspicious to me. That wording seems to me like a love broken apart rather than two lovers killed. That's what I think. So Shannon tried to feel all her might to not surprised or scared. Did I read this line? Even now, Shannon thought of her as an unsettling being. However, she was also indebted to this person for the magic that led to her current relationship with George. So Shannon tried to, with all her might, not to act surprised or scared. That's right. Beatrice-sama, I bought some sweets as a souvenir from our trip. Would you, like to try some? Oh, a souvenir for a witch? It seemed that even a witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't imagined she'd receive a souvenir from a sweet lover's trip. She likes ice cream. When was ice cream invented? Is this the first time she's been around in 100 years or 1,000 years? I think she said she hadn't spoken to a human in 100 years, but she's 1,000 years old. When was ice cream invented? When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of this witch as a friend for the first time. Aw, they're bonding. Just chilling with the witch on the beach? Beach episode? Beacharichi? Ho ho ho, an Eastern cookie made from wheat flour and lard. Oh, I can't eat it. That sucks. To wrap that in Western chocolate is truly a blending of the Japanese and Western styles. The Silk Road of sweets. What? What's so funny? Nothing? My apologies. You're just very blushy-crushy. This witch, who had surely held a terrifying power, was chomping down on sweets one after another, making a sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter. A good meal. I should serve you some dulce vita from Nero one of these days. Roses are the symbol of eternal love. I believe a rose dulce would be appropriate for you now.
Dolce.
Dolce.
Dolce. Dolce.
Dolce. The witch was in a great mood, fully enjoying modern candy. Here. I truly am grateful. I believe you've done more than enough for me already, so I'm returning this. The thing Shannon had softly set on the thing Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch. There's no need to return it. Oh, it turns into a brooch? A brooch? What the fuck? If you continue holding that, your relationship should remain firm in perpetuity. Maybe it was the power of magic that brought us together, but I think only the two of us working together could turn that into something that lasts forever together. Love and roses are the same. Too much fertilizer causes the roots to rot. Some flowers cannot be raised without hard work. In that case, do as you wish. You may wear it or keep it in a box. That is my goodwill, given to you. Having you return it to me won't please me at all. My apologies. That's not what I... Cackle, cackle. No harm has been done. That brooch is already yours. Nice brooch. If you treasured that proof of our friendship, it would indeed bring me some comfort. What are we doing? You may hold on to it and gain its benefits, or you may keep it in a box. If you wish, you Kinzo in the cuck coffin while like Shannon is just giving fucking Beatrice chocolate on the beach and talking about friendship and shit. Like, what the fuck are we doing? If you wish, you may even give it to another who is, oh shit, I hit the button. Who is worrying about love. Or you could simply treasure it. Of course, it would pain my heart if you wasted it. According to Beatrice, I'm sorry for saying cuck coffin. She had appeared several times in the past in response to a person's summons to give them some tool imbued with magical power. However, when most people used that power to resolve their worries, they quickly grew unsettled by it, forgot their former gratitude, and threw away the tools they had been given with disgust. So it was quite rare for me to be thanked for my goodwill. In fact, this might even be the first time. Cackle, 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 cackle. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh in Shannon's eyes. She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. Beatrice was definitely a witch with a strange and terrifying power. Most people probably wouldn't want to stick around her if they could help it. Surely, even those who had relied on that strange power sometimes felt fear rather than gratitude as a result. It must have deeply hurt the witch to have that happen over and over. Okay, so if this is the same timeline, when she saw the butterflies in the hallway, did she go down and talk to Beatrice and Beatrice told her what to do? Because, Battler stonks are going down real hard right now. Since the time she had started thinking that way, Shannon had tried to stop... Oh! This is her attack! Look, I was here the whole time. Look... You motherfucker! That's good if that's it. That's really good if that's it. That's so good. Since the time she had started thinking that way, Shannon had tried to stop being frightened of Beatrice. This was surely something that had tormented the witch for over 1,000 years. Maybe she really liked those sweets. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shannon served her and looked to be in remarkably high spirits. We're gonna zoom out at the end of this, and Battler's gonna be in the Clockwork Orange fucking chair with eye drops, and Beatrice's going, see, this is what happened, see, it was me the whole time, you believe now, right? See, and Battler's gonna look at her and go, no, let me spin the fucking chessboard, and Beatrice's gonna be like, I love you so much, yes, let's do it. Shannon served and looked into me in remarkably high spirits. After doing that for a while, the witch and the servant grew animated in their discussion of the trip with George. The things Shannon actually knew about Beatrice were surprisingly few. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times, and it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. Apparently everyone had something called a wavelength, and the ability to perceive witches varies greatly among different people. Only Shannon and Cannon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. From what Beatrice said, Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent, and no matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. And Beatrice slaps the Battler. See, that's what Miria was talking about in the kitchen. She was right all along. See, this is canon. This is canon. Here we go. You're gonna believe in me now. See, look, it was all established. Here we go. Once earlier, when Shannon messed up and Natsui got really mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsui on the head with her pipe. I see. That's her headaches. See, it's everything is explained by Beatrice. It's her fucking headaches are caused by Beatrice just being a fucking like menace, fucking hitting her in the head all the time. There you go. Everything's explained by Beatrice. Oops, it's all Beatrice. I see Natsui really doesn't notice a thing, but Shannon watching that had to burst out laughing without thinking and had gotten scolded even more. Then what about the master? I hear he's been doing research in magic, so I'm sure he'll be able to notice you, Beatrice-sama. Kinzo is the same. He also has a pitiful lack of magical talent. It's the blood. He has so little talent that I pity him. Huh? As soon as they started talking about Kinzo, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She had spoken about Kraus and the rest's lack of magic talent as though she looked down on them, but she spoke of Kinzo in a different way. Anyone connected to the Ushiromiya family would know about Kinzo's legend of the gold. According to that, Kinzo was given the gold after summoning the witch Beatrice. In other words, she must have some kind of relationship with Kinzo. That was because he succeeded despite having not even a scrap of talent. He kept studying by himself like mad and managed to become a magician. And that's something really incredible, right? Indeed. The witch, who usually looked down on people, was uncharacteristically offering her praise. While she lambasted him by saying he had no talent, she praised his efforts. And then the master summoned Beatrice-sama with the power of magic. Indeed. Well, I only answered the summons on a whim. After all, in this period where magic had long been denied, here was a man who was without a scrap of talent, yet so desperate to succeed. I thought I'd drop by and poke some fun at him, and that's when my luck ran out. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Her choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster this had been for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be safe to continue this discussion, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon. Oh, now you're squeaking! Okay. After all, his contract did have a proper format and set of rules. Various procedures were mixed up, but, well, in deference to his enthusiasm, I graciously accepted his contract. She just wants to have fun, man. Then I gave him a mountain of gold, and then the master used that gold and succeeded in business and grew his wealth into what it is today. Indeed, his talent in magic was minimal, but it seems he had a knack for business and gambling, or perhaps it was due to the bravery and madness that led him to risk everything on unreasonable bets. Madness sometimes acts as magical power. I see, if you look at it that way, perhaps it isn't quite fair to say he was completely lacking in magical talent. Cackle, cackle. Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushiromiya family knew the story of how Kinzo idolized black magic, summoned a witch, and received the gold, in actuality, it was all rambling. It was all rambling that no one believed in, and now Shannon was having the story confirmed by the witch herself. She felt a little flustered by this incredible secret that only she knew. It's a secret. She knew, sorry. Once Kinzo gained his vast fortune, he could realize every dream that can be satisfied by objects obtainable in the human world, and in the end, he searched for the truth of this world. The truth of this world? The single element that makes up the world. Kinzo, who had gained everything one can obtain in the human world, searched for that. The final desire humans seek. The single element. She seemed to remember the witch using that word before. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she laughed bitterly, waving her hand and saying there was no need to worry. I underestimated Kinzo just a tad. I truly didn't expect him to display such power. And thanks to that, I'm in this state. I've been sewn in place on this island for several decades now without even a friend to drink tea with. No matter whom I try to talk to, my voice doesn't reach them, and no matter where I go, I cannot do anything. Such boring decades. As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger. That's why I just take it to every single night. I just like fly around and just open the windows and turn the lights off, and whoa! By my prediction, in 10 years there'll be computers and I'll be able to delete everyone's emails. Whoa! I made the light sound of pottery. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation, and it was probably a topic that she couldn't press the witch on easily, not unless the witch started talking about herself. This is also the same beach where Shannon spoke about the witch before, right? And said she does exist, or some people have seen her, I think? Something along those lines. She seemed positive on it, if I remember correctly, after they read the epitaph. To sum up everything she had said up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, could not leave this island for some reason, and she had lost her power and her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot to show sincere respect for the witch, and Shannon had helped the witch regain her power, if only a little bit. As a result, it was now possible for the witch to drink tea with Shannon like this. Beatrice-sama, what in the world was that mirror you told me to break? Ah, that. Long ago, it seems various things happened on the islands around this area. Because of that, malignant forces gathered here and began to draw in an evil distortion. It seems a traveling Eastern magician or something built a shrine for the repose of souls and sealed them in here. That in itself has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately that magical power rested on a different foundation than mine. It created a strong interference with my magic and was extremely bothersome. Is that how it was? And I just assumed it existed only to seal you, Beatrice-sama. I was not its target, but it was a divine mirror. As a result, my power was sealed away. To use food as an example, maybe it would go something like this. Let's say the Western food I ordered is being made in the kitchen. However, when they try to set the table, the area for the guest seating is in the Japanese style with Japanese style dishes. So the kitchen is unable to serve a plate that would be out of place, and no matter how long I wait, my Western food won't arrive. Something like that. What? So if you destroyed that Japanese style guest seating and returned the area to a blank slate for a time, thanks to that, the Western plates will show up. The meal I had ordered was finally delivered and my power came back, you could say. However, so far only the aperitif has arrived, the appetizer. It will still be quite some time before the main dish. Is that Italian?
Aperitif.
Aperitif. I'm sorry, a what?
Aperitif.
Okay. It will still be quite some time before the main dish. As I am now, I'm even more fragile, but not that fragile, than a shoe store fairy. Oh. Moo? What's so amusing? I'm sorry. Did the witch just moo? Nothing. I just thought your metaphor was pretty funny. I never would have thought to use a story about food as a metaphor for magic. I thought it a rather skillful comparison, but I certainly didn't expect it to be laughed at. I'm a bit offended. Who are you? A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It wasn't a strange expression at all to be appearing on the face of some friends as they enjoyed their tea. Although I may not look it, I was known for doing extremely brutal things in the past. I've gotten soft. Now I can even have a foolish discussion while drinking tea with a human. She was probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again. I really am that bored. The clouds have come out. When the ocean loses its brilliance, it's nothing more than a gray puddle. You think so? I think the ocean is a beautiful deep blue, even when it gets cloudy. Humph. Maybe the witch noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup. It seems those things buried in your eyes aren't black pebbles anymore. How is it? Do you see how it feels for furniture to be reborn as a human? Yes. I never knew the world was this kind. Since the start of her relationship with George, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Her smile had made everything go smoothly and had even changed her fortune. Shannon made less mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinion of her was slowly starting to change. Just the other day, she had been surprised when Kraus, who rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her. You've been wearing a splendid smile more often lately, haven't you? Has something good happened? No, not yet, because George won't do it, but every day is fun, yes. Humph. Wonderful. It goes without saying that coffee is more delicious when poured with a smile. Could I ask for that smile once more? Yes, sir. That had become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change that anyone would notice. But she had begun to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. Knowing love was the same as gaining soul. Okay, I'm sorry to just like speculate like this when it's just probably a joke, but I will absolutely lose my shit if I'm right and this is like Beatrice telling it an alternate version of events, and Battler counters it by saying, but wait, if Shannon and George had had this wonderful relationship caused by you this whole entire time, there's no way she would have agreed to let me fondle her boobs in the guest house that time in the real reality. You're spinning a fart. Like I would absolutely lose my shit. Knowing love was the same as gaining a soul, the same as being reborn from furniture into a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Vitarachi's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human. These have been unusual snacks. It was time well spent. It's probably about time for you to return to your work. So let us end our tea party now. After all, it seems a certain person doesn't like seeing us drink tea together. Huh? Cannon? The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up in the air. After that, it was launched by the fingers of some invisible person and flew straight into a nearby bush. The bush shook violently and Cannon came out. It seemed he had been there for some time, watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he hadn't caught it in an instant, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood. You caught the spoon? Are you a witcher? Do not worry. Our tea party is over now, Cannon. How long were you there? If you had called to us, I'd have poured you some tea too. I imagine that you didn't want to interrupt the pair of women talking, right? Cackle, cackle. Cannon kept silent, but there seemed to be a slightly hostile look in his eyes. On the outside, he acted with respect, but unlike Shannon, Cannon did not trust the witch. When Beatrice hit the table with her pipe, the tea set turned into gold butterflies which flew upwards all at once. They then scattered in every direction, and the cleanup was already done. It was fun, Shannon. Cleaning up for the servant? What? Let's meet again if the chance arises. My magical power is still quite lacking. It's tiring even to show myself. If you're that tired, never appear again. Whoa! What? Cannon had said it in a small voice, but the witch seemed to have heard it perfectly. She giggled, but did not reply. Shannon, tell me more about George and our next tea party. There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life. Cackle, cackle, cackle. See you again. Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Cannon approached her from behind and spoke with an expression that was drastically different from hers. Nisan, didn't I tell you to stay away from her? Beatrice-sama isn't that bad of a person. Yes, she might be a little shady, but the fact that only we can see her is suspicious enough. That thing isn't human. Who knows what she might be planning? Cannon-kun, I think that's a little rude. There was a touch of sternness in Shannon's voice, which was unusual for her. To Cannon, who knew her well, she must have sounded extremely stern. Cannon, looking excessively surprised considering Shannon's tone, fell silent. It's true that Beatrice-sama is different from humans. She has a terrifying power, so I think it's right for us to fear and respect her. Still, I think it's incredibly rude to despise her just because she isn't human. I understand what you're trying to say, Nisan. You've changed ever since she gave you that brooch. Brooch. I don't know which one's correct. It's like you're her prisoner. What? No, we're her friend. She's so nice. I understand Maria more every day. She brought you and George-sama together, and now you're indebted to her. Don't say things like that. She's my bestie. That thing isn't human. We don't know what she's thinking. So you mustn't trust her. And we aren't humans either, Nisan. Kanon's words grew more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. She bit her lower lip and hung her head. We are furniture. Even if we receive names and are treated as humans, that won't change the manner of our birth. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest, floated through Shannon's mind. I am not furniture. No, you are furniture. We are less than human. Nissan, you're just pretending to have forgotten, pretending to be human. You know that as well as I do. I am not furniture. Okay, so the only ones furniture are from the orphanage? Did Genji say he was furniture? Kumasawa-san didn't. Why did I say san? Kumasawa didn't, I don't think. And I don't think Gura did either. But did Genji? I'm not furniture. I'm human. I think Genji did. And I was surprised. And did I say something like, even you? Like, no, you aren't. We have never possessed what it takes to love or be loved. Cannon's criticism seemed to have shifted away from Shannon's meetings with the witch. Shannon picked up on that quickly. I heard from a lady. Seriously, what were you thinking? I can't believe you would go on a trip with George-sama. You've forgotten your place as furniture. You've just been tempted by that witch, mistakenly believing that you've become human. Listen, Canon-kun. It's true that we're furniture, lesser beings inferior to humans. But if it were possible to make up for what we lack, wouldn't that be the same as becoming human? Such a thing could never happen. How have you been brainwashed? What is this? No, it could. If we can do that, we won't be furniture anymore. We can become human. Ridiculous. What did the burn witch say? Is that her name? I can't remember what she said. She gave some like hint or clue or something. What the fuck did she say? I'm gonna have to go back and do that scene again. I don't remember anything that she said. Ridiculous, as if you could ever do such a thing. At the end, when she stared at the camera and said something, I can't remember what she said. It was advice though, or something like that. Cannon spat those words out, but did so weakly and turned away. Is it cheating to go back and reread it, or no? He was probably giving up. After all the suffering he'd undergone during those days he'd lived as furniture, his heart was firmly sealed. You can do it too, Canon-kun. You can become a normal human. No, it's not? Okay, maybe I'll go do that in the stream or the beginning of the next one. Stop it, that's the witch talking. Yes, Beatrice-sama taught me. By obtaining the single element of this world, we can become human. Or rather, nobody's human if they don't have that. That's why people spend their entire lives trying to gain that single element. I don't understand what you're saying, Nissan. I don't want to listen to ranting. Then I'll teach it in a way even you can understand, furniture. Look, see what I'm pointing at? Huh? Do a food analogy! You've learned it from the best! Shannon quietly pointed at the sea toward the horizon. Cannon didn't understand what she meant and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which seemed to be posing a riddle. The sea. Cannon-kun, what color does the sea look to you? It was an extremely simple question. For a while, Cannon tried to guess at the meaning behind it, but he couldn't think of anything, so he answered obediently. Gray. It's a hazy, dark gray color, so what? Objectively speaking, the sea, laid out beneath a cloudy sky, could probably be described best by Cannon's words, but as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly. It looks deep blue to me. Oh, and to me! Oh, is that what you mean? Like how Japanese people use the word blue to refer to green traffic light? What? No. The sea is deep blue. If I understand and you don't, then that's the difference between us. Cannon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while. I don't understand. Cannon, would you stick out your hand? As Cannon was taken aback, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Shannon softly set something there. It was the magic brooch which she had received from Beatrice, and this is also where Maria gave them too, huh? A magic charm shaped like a gold butterfly that could bring love to fruition. Or love to furniture. Poll is a huge majority for revisiting parts on stream when you want to, 95%. Oh, okay, good, cool. All right, this is hers. No, this is mine. So think of it as me and treat it with respect, okay? After being spoken to like that, he couldn't just throw it away. Cannon didn't know what he should do, and he stood there confused for a while, the brooch still on the palm of his hand. Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Cannon's, and the brooch was worn by both of their hands. The charm holds true magic and power. I'm sure it'll teach you an important emotion, Cannon-kun. There's nothing to be learned from that person's magic. No, there is something, so wear it. If that's embarrassing, I hear it's okay of you just to hide it in your pocket. Ridiculous. As if I let the magic of that person lead me astray. Even as he said that, Cannon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was urging him to take. In the end, Cannon took it and agreed reluctantly, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back. I'm sure you'll be able to learn something important from it. And I'm sure you can become human. And when you do, I'm sure this ocean will look like a beautiful blue to you as well, Canon-kun. Gray is gray. If I become human, will I see Beatrice as blonde in the painting? Gray is gray, no matter how many times you look. That's wrong, Canon-kun. It only looks like that because you have no... Why? Oh, that's wrong, Canon-kun. It only looks like that because you have no dick. Huh? Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the main point of what she just said. So Shannon said it once more. The single element of the world. She spoke once more of the world where it existed, where the sea was deep blue. I'm sure you'll be able to see a deep blue ocean too. After all, without love, it cannot be seen. Didn't Maria say something with stars as well? Holy shit! Outside the room. Who is that? It is Canon Master. It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, the fact that he didn't mean his normal research had been suspended. He's just gonna walk around until he gets hungry. He may have left the study because of a change in mood, but that didn't mean the thoughts filling his head were any different from those he had while inside the study. Canon knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always disturb his research. It's cloudy out there. Will it get worse? Why would you, the person who loves the witch, hang out in a room with scorpion things carved into the handles to keep the witch out? That's weird. Yes, according to the weather report, it could rain at any time. Huh. Oh, this was kind of a scene break. Is there anyone I have to say thank you to in my list? Oh, there is quite a few actually. I'm sorry. Thank you, Yuto Naispani. Oh my god, I'm sorry. There's no capital letters here. Am I anywhere in the ballpark with that one? Thank you very much for the resub. Thank you, Uncle Radar, as well. I don't know, lol dude, with the message. Hi Joe, longtime VOD watcher. Just wanted to say thanks for all the streams. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Ubersloth, for the bits. We salute Battler, r/atheism's strongest soldier. Thank you, Clement Prez, for the new sub as well. Welcome, welcome. Also, welcome to Parnik for the new sub. Falzer25 resubscribed at tier 2 with a single Anne Brown cow. Thank you, Falzar. Thank you, Swoosh, for the resub. What's the next non-weeb game so I can stop cringing? What do you mean? This is peak. Really? You don't like this? Huh. I'm enjoying this actually, but I'm not sure if I'm enjoying it because I'm RPing as Battler and having like insane fucking theories that are carrying the whole thing. What is the next non-weeb game we're playing? Signalis. Signalis is not a weeb game. Baldur's Gate 3 is also not a weeb game, so that's coming up. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits. If you like this part so much that even veteran Umi chatters think is very slow, you'll get through the entire game with ease. Umi Pico watchers stay winning. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Thank you, Snipe Hunter 007, for the bits. A pair of teeth Chan or a pot Chan, pronounced a pot Chan. Preemptive chanting. Preemptive chanting. Unless you want to supply the Chan yourself. Red card. Thank you, Nesso Berry, for the resub. Iron Wrath for gifting a sub to Furniture Lover. Welcome, George. And thank you, Iron Wrath, for also gifting a sub to Keigu. Thank you, everybody. Yes, according to the weather report, it could rain at any time. Shall I bring an umbrella? It will not come to that. Leave me alone for a while. If my children ask, say that you do not know where I am. I am busy on a journey through my own thoughts. Certainly. Then if you would excuse me. Before Canon finished bowing, Kinzo had already returned to his own world, having forgotten Canon's presence completely, and once again he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch popped up many times. Are we gonna get to hear it? My hand will not reach your smile. What can I do to revive you? What can I do to make you smile at me once more? What is lacking? My research, my materials, my catalyst? Or is it magical power, or luck, or an oracle? Oh, What can I do to see your face one more time? Oh! As Canon listened to his master's weeping voice with his back turned, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the shadow of a person who shouldn't have been there. It was the witch. At once, thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, Kennen dashed back to Kinzo and tried to form a shield with his body. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. After all, Beatrice's expression was sorrowful, or maybe pitying. Really? You fool, Kinzo. Can't you see me, even though I am here? Right behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet Kinzo didn't notice anything. When Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice. Why? Why does my hand not reach Beatrice's smile? Is it the age of the moon, the cycle of the comets, the alignment of the planets? I would say it's because of a lack of love, given what happened in the last scene, but it seems like you really love her, so I don't know. What is lacking? What is? It's useless, Kinzo. Without love. Oh, okay. Thank you. It cannot be seen. Okay. Huh. Canon took the brooch he had received from Shannon out of his pocket. So Kinzo is furniture, too. By learning something new, would he become able to glimpse something he couldn't see now? Without love, it cannot be seen. That's how he was able to hide under the bed! 'Cause he's furniture! He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch could no longer be seen there. Mouse. This scene or the next scene? Stop when you see Kraus on screen. Okay, thank you, Mouse. The biggest fall event for the Ushiromiya family was the family conference in October. Oh shit, I'm clicking buttons to make it go forward on the stream. Holy shit. But to Jessica, there was another major event that came before that, the school cultural festival. Jessica likes school. Does she? To her, it was oh, she probably just didn't like studying. Oh, this is a new background. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up from the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. For today's cultural festival, she'd formed a group with her friends and had announced that they'd perform some light music on a temporary stage. She'd prepared and practiced for this over and over until today, always anxiously awaiting this day's arrival. No, why don't you just practice with your friends for like one day on the weekend, and then you can just put on a live show, just perfectly coordinated, it'd be fine. Yeah, don't worry. But there was one thing that worried her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, but she felt uneasy. Would that person really come? After taking a single deep breath, her heart jumped when all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices. No way! Hina's boyfriend's so awesome, isn't he? Isn't he? Rin's boyfriend looks really smart. Is it true that guy's a glasses? Is it true that guy's a glasses beast? What? No way. My husband will be a pretty boy. Giggle, giggle. And then in the crowd, Beatrice walking down, you know, elbows interlinked. Yes, girls. How's it going? Collecting all the brooches. She just wants people to have fun. It may not be like this for all girls, but at least at Jessica's school, the cultural festival was really, was basically a boyfriend exhibition. Okay. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special only one. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone thought it'd be natural for her to have a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had led her to pretend that this was true. She'd somehow managed to keep them fooled until this year, but for various reasons she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival. Jessie, is your boyfriend here? Oh, new outfit. What? Oh, okay. Weird that it does this. What? No, looks like he's not here yet. Maybe he's busy with work. So what kind of person is he, Jesse? At least give us a hint. What kind of relationship? What kind of relationship? Awesome, so he's a working man? Will he come in a suit? Of course he'll be wearing glasses, right? Yeah. Hey, he actually doesn't exist, right? No, my boyfriend exists. Why would you say that? Ooh, if you come clean now, we'll let you join us. Let's cry together through this year's cultural festival. No, he exists. I told you, he really exists. Jessica's bitter smile was covered with cold sweat. It was starting to seem doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends. Okay, then how about making a fake boyfriend and taking him with you? Oh, this was Shannon's plan? Planet? No, a fake? Who? I can't think of anyone who'd do that. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica into hysterics. Battler would. Oh, that would be so good. Battler absolutely would show up and do this. He would love it. Even so, it was probably more realistic than the crazy methods running through her head about getting a boyfriend in the big rush before the cultural festival. For example, what about Kanon-kun? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. She kind of likes him. Kanon-kun? No way. Anyway, I'm sure Kanon-kun has work on the day of the festival. Actually, he doesn't. And I don't want to bother him. Of course, I've already checked the schedule. Kanon-kun has that day off. Why are you always so clever when it comes to stuff like this? No, wait. It'd be even worse if he's off. I can't pull him away from a precious day off for my own vanity. If you don't pull Kanon-kun away, he'll always be shut away by himself. So I think it'd be perfect if you could drag him out of his shell. You think so? No, but I'd feel bad for him. Then I guess you're out of options. How about meekly confessing to everyone that you don't have a boyfriend? True, it may be terribly embarrassing, but you'd only have to endure for the short and yet long time before graduation. To a pair of lovers, there's no sweeter honey than the face of a single person with an inferiority complex. Inferiority complex. Star? What's the star? An emotion? Shannon! You aren't really worrying for my sake, are you? You're teasing me, right? Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes teary. Shannon really is different, huh? But Shannon was unfazed, laughing with her usual smile. Kind of seeing like almost a decoy in the wallpaper. Yes, this is to get you back from making fun of me and George-sama all the time. Listening to Shannon's comeback, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica hugged her cushion and rolled around on her bed, pretending to faint in agony. She couldn't stand Shannon's smile, which looked so triumphant. But right now, she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She could choke her to death with a cushion later. Is it really so bad, milady? It's a cultural festival, but it's also a chance for you to have fun with Kanon-kun. No, that may be true, but no. Jessica buried her head in her favorite pillow to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red. And she grumpily chewed the fingernail on her thumb. Aw, don't do that! It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shannon and Jessica were about the same age, of the same sex and friends, and they were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about love. That's why they could talk freely about these topics to each other. So Jessica had heard a lot about how Shannon and George's love was progressing, and Shannon had heard a lot about what type Jessica liked, what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, it'd probably be rude for us to go into precisely what these things were. However, this story won't get anywhere if we just have Jessica rolling around forever. So let's dive in. Jessica had been sorry, one second. Jessica had been thinking about Kanon ever since he'd shown up. It was extremely rare for young men to visit Rakenjima. I've forgotten how to say it again, so maybe it was natural for Jessica, a girl in puberty, to develop an interest in Kanon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romantic ideals of a maiden's pure heart and love at first sight. Shannon had been with Kanon a long time at the orphanage, so she'd known him since before they started working, so Jessica had asked persistently about what his hobbies were, what his favorite food was, what type of girl he liked. Even to Shannon, it was clear that Jessica was infatuated with Kanon. Come on. Isn't this a good chance to take Kanon-kun on a date? Kanon-kun might also have someone he likes, so wouldn't he take it badly if I made him go with me just to show off? People who aren't honest with themselves like you are. Sorry. What was that word I learned from George-sama? That's right. I think it was Sundora. Apparently they'll be all the rage in a decade or so. Wow, George Nissan sure is incredible. Managing to foresee future trends like that. Awesome. No, wait. Are you saying I'm living in the wrong decade? Wow, I give up. It took several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agreed to the plan of having Kanon pretend to be her boyfriend. Yes, milady. Did you call me? Jessica regretted calling out at such a bad time. Kanon always looked sullen, but he had some bad days and some better days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the former. No, well... All that confidence and effort she built up practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. When he saw that, Kanon sighed. Jessica thought that he was exasperated with her, and her face went pale. I heard from Shannon. This is about having me go with you to the school cultural festival, right, milady? Huh? Nice one, Shannon. I mean... Yeah, that's right. But, do you have any plans that day? I was strictly ordered by Shannon to work specially for you on that day, milady. I have never been to high school, so I don't really understand. But I hear... who's teaching you then? But I hear it's a place where girls can be shamed if they don't have a boy with them. And I was given special orders to see to it that the daughter of the Ushiromiya family is in no way inferior to the common people. Well, Shannon, I'll beat you to death later. She will. Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice and a broken smile like a tea kettle filled with boiling water. As Kanon watched this, he sighed again. Kanon wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him, but to be honest, playing along with Jessica's love game seemed like it'd be nothing more than an annoyance to him. However, Shannon had asked him over and over. He was deeply indebted to her, so he couldn't refuse. And that brooch was in his pocket. Could this strange turn of events have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? And while you're gone, Shannon and Beatrice can have tea on the beach, you know, without you interrupting. Ridiculous. But he remembered what Shannon had said to him that day. Could Shannon see something he couldn't? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture, as if we could ever become anything more. It was a truly odd exchange between Jessica, who was still rambling on in a strange voice, and Kanon, who sighed deeply. Amazing pin? Jessica, the kind of girl to find a boyfriend at IKEA? Nice one. Jesse, someone's here. Didn't you hear? Sorry. Oh, and after what the witch did to him, there's even some assembly involved. Nice one, streamer. Sorry. Who is it? As my friends all gathered together, they were looking this way with hard-to-describe expressions, whispering to each other in small voices that weren't small anymore. My attempt to play dumb felt pretty transparent even to me. Did I really just say sorry? Who is it? Like I don't know who just showed up. It's useless. My mind's going blank. No way, that's Jesse's boyfriend? Who's this? He's so cute. Kawaii! Wait, he's real? No way, seriously. Jessica, you traitor. He's incredible. Waffle sat upon. He's younger? I never heard he was younger. Where? Where's Jesse's boyfriend? She's really into little kids? Hey, aren't you late? I didn't know where the entrance was. I must apologize for my tardiness. Right, that outfit looks really good on you. Wahaha. Shannon said normal clothes wouldn't do, so we went and bought this the other day. Does it look strange on me? Wahaha, that's not true. Shannon, when I get back, I'll promote you 2 levels. It feels like everyone here's a girl. It's uncomfortable. Yeah, isn't it? Come on, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the stage, okay? Because I'll be up pretty soon. Come on, come on, come on. Jessica seemed just as uncomfortable. It looked like being bathed in everyone's interested gazes was hard on her. When he saw check characters? You wanted to see this? Why aren't her clothes updated? Huh. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Cannon thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming. I get the feeling I'm getting in the way. Am I being a burden? I told you, no way. Please tell me at any time if I start getting in the way. Yeah, no way, he calls himself Boku. There's no way you get in the way, Cannon-kun. Yeah, she calls her boyfriend Kun. What would you like me to do, milady? No way, she makes him call her milady like a butler. OMG, OMG. No, you can't call me milady today. Is that so? As you wish, Jessica-sama. Yeah, she trained him to call her Sama. I know exactly where we are right now. So sorry, Cannon-kun. Could you close your eyes for just 3 seconds? Yeah, it's a kiss. It's a kiss. She's gonna kiss him. As you wish. Bang. Thunk. Bam bam. Slam. Crash. How is this related to Beatrice's plan? Aha, what do you think of this scene, Battler? I'm pretty fucking bored, to be honest. Exactly. Wouldn't it be more fun if the scene had a magical witch that was doing scandalous shit? You know what? You got a point. Maybe I should believe. By the time Cannon opened his eyes, a horrible tragedy had occurred in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica had slipped her brass knuckles back into her pocket before Cannon's eyes opened. Anyway, let's go over to the stage. Our turn's coming up soon, so take a seat and wait a bit. What happens? Because we've got to get ready. Go straight to the end here and you'll see a temporary stage. You'll know where to go. Please wait there. Did she just go full Misty on him or something? She pushed Cannon back and he seemed to be having trouble moving himself and chased him out. Even though Cannon was confused by Jessica's attitude and her panicky state, which he'd never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly. There you go, you saw, right? You saw that. Are you happy now? Wahaha, sucks for you! I lost the bet. I was sure Jessie didn't have a boyfriend. Are you sure that was her boyfriend? I'll bet she's just abusing one of her servants, right? Wow, Jessie's boyfriend's incredible. Shut up. Come on, let's get ready. When Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again, someone in the crowd just spanned the chessboard. Everyone energetically returned to their tasks. Ken went down the corridor Jessica had shown him and ran into a temporary stage set up where the vending machine should have been. It was probably being rented by the hour by some group or club. The ones singing were student groups, but the crowd was still incredibly excited. Disliking that clatter, he leaned against the wall in the darkness by himself. So this is what they call high school. It sure is noisy. That's what Cannon thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now, acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. To him, remaining composed and intellectual at all times was the highest virtue. In that sense, it was very hard for Cannon to get used to the atmosphere of a school cultural festival. He had a responsibility to report everything he saw and heard to the master, so he had So he also had to report about how Jessica had acted without restraint earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for the daughter of the Ushiromiya head family. Whoa! The master, Kraus-sama, and especially Natsui-sama, will probably be angry. If I am to report it in a way that protects Milady, should I blame it on inappropriate school friends? How about you mind your business? What was all that? Minding my biz. So mind your own biz. So stupid. Kanon thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He could understand Natsui's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsui-sama, as the president of the PTA, was supposed to go to an informal Really? She is? What? Was supposed to go to an informal gathering after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. She said she wouldn't be able to see Milady's performance, didn't she? That's probably for the best. Crowds certainly are unpleasant. What in the world is going on? Several female students keep glancing at me. It seems they're all whispering the same things Milady's school friends said, and it's truly unpleasant. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? If you walk alone at something like a school festival, you'd better watch out, because lots of strange people will come and talk to you. Excuse me, are you by yourself? Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this? Sorry, I have a girlfriend. I'm with someone. Oh, really? I'm sorry. It worked. Instant reaction. Well, that got rid of them, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me. No, it's that kid. That's Jesse's boyfriend? No way! It's that kid? I can't believe it. I was sure he was a fake. Isn't he cute? So he's younger? Lucky Jesse. There's no way I'll ever come to a place like this again. Kanon sighed for about the zillionth time that day. When he did, the lighting changed and the standing audience started cheering. He looked around and realized that there was suddenly a large group of people there, and unlike earlier, they were mostly guys. With this huge crowd, he couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby, so he tried using that as a footstool. When he did, he realized that there was now a new group on the stage. Their leader is Milady. She's changed into stage clothes and she's even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. I've seen her practicing air guitar before. Natsui-sama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe she was always practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school far away from Natsumi-sama's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsui-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsui-sama after putting so many hours of practice in, she'd probably be dejected. Jessie-sama! Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Everyone, thanks for gathering here today. I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school? The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I'm a little offended by the crude name. It's inappropriate for Milady. Jessica-sama was in high spirits as they kept shouting, Jessie-sama. Everyone here is probably a fan. Her mic performance picked up on that and electrified them even more. It was almost like a music program on TV. At first, he thought this was all silly, but that feeling had changed into appreciation. It was incredible in its own way. Kanon never listened to music of his own free will, but he'd often heard the kind of music the Ushiromiya family liked. Since it was almost all classical, Kanon had naturally taken liking to that kind of music, so to Kanon, the song Jessica sang was, how should you say it? Shit. Extremely In any case, if Natsui-sama heard it, she'd probably faint. What the hell is this? But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. Oh, he's gonna like her now after hearing her sing. How pathetic. But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. Some diehard fans who had even brought pen lights sang along and danced crazily with the same movements, almost as though it had been planned ahead. On the stage, Jessica-sama also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. He couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Ushiromiya family. But it looked like so much fun. Jessie-sama! For some reason, I'm getting Hypnospace vibes. I guess it was just all the text that was on the screen. What? They didn't update this one? What the? Again, today, behind me, the sound of footsteps. Oya Shihiro-sama is stalking me. Curses, disappearances. Sacrifices, torture. Onikakushi, does that make a good snack? They did, but we made you install this version instead? What? The bamboozle? What? Don't say Marissa. That's not my name. What? I must not go along with it, but at any rate, Milady is full of life and looks like she's having a great time. As I watched Milady enjoying herself, I thought, could this be Ushiromiya Jessica's true nature? Don't I know better than anyone that during her life on Rokkenjima, she had no choice but to kill her sense of self. So the time she spends, not as Milady, successor to the Ushiromiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest must be very important to her. I've worked close to Milady, seeing her in all seasons, and thought I knew everything about her, but that was all limited to one side of her, the Milady of Rokkenjima. We are furniture. We serve on Rokkenjima and end our lives on Rokkenjima. Rokkenjima. So I've come to think of Rokkenjima itself as our whole world. I'm gonna have to write post-it notes for pronunciation, as though, like in Ptolemaic theory, the ocean spilled off the end of the world into an abyss. Well, first, meteor happened, but when I look at Milady like this, I could see how horribly narrow that outlook is. I still can't go along with the excitement of the crowd, but I feel like I can see something that cannot be seen on Rokkenjima. I'm not sure if this is the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about, but the ocean still doesn't look blue to me. The sea is gray, and so am I. No, thank you, mouse. No, thank you, mouse. No, thank you, mouse. Oh, it's Kraus. Thank you, Kraus. Okay. Wasn't the cultural festival at Jessica's school today? How is the principal doing? She's back. He seemed to be in good health. That's right. Diet member Takamiya was also there. Okay. Who's like full sugar Takamiya? Like, he said to give you his regards. Busy as usual. It appeared so. That person is also very energetic. Oh, and I believe President Imoto also made an appearance. Okay, I can see Jad's behind me and it's kind of distracting me. Hold on, let me go on Steam. There we go. Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events. So now I know the Beaterachi is going to come back. Huh. Wow, spoilers. School events often become social gatherings for local volunteers. It was the same for the Ushiromiya family, who were celebrities around here. Natsui remembered the name of one VIP after another at that social gathering, telling Kraus the news about them. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion and rudely slurped her pumpkin soup with a spoon that she also used to dig out of a prison. Milady, perhaps you ought to take more care with your manners. Yeah, sorry about that. Jessica, how many times must I tell you to watch your language? Yes, ma'am. Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Kraus smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsui. How was the festival for you, Jessica? Huh? Well, it was okay. I was watching. You did an excellent job. Really? Huh? Well? Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't imagined that Natsui would actually come to see her on stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't really wanted her mother to watch, since she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Ushiromiya family, but it certainly didn't make her unhappy to hear parents say she'd done a good job after watching her try her best. Jessica acted with both composure and dignity, fitting behavior for the student's representative. Oh, yeah. The smile that had been there until a second ago crumbled like sand. Jessica immediately realized that her mom was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school's student president. She had no interest in doing something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she grudgingly accepted. Unfortunately, she was popular at school, so she won the election easily. So Natsui was praising her for the student council sponsor without a boyfriend council sponsorship ceremony at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. After that, she immediately met up with her friends and held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time. That experience of standing above people and bearing responsibility will surely prove useful in the future. I'm sure it will help Jessica mature as a member of the Ushiromiya family. But you rushed a little while giving the greeting. You gotta pass on content, but the fast pace of your speech lessened the impact. Is this the first time we've ever seen Natsui interact with Jessica without Eva around needling? Man, the way that the Ushiromiya family here is on the island in their own fucking world with their own fucking rules, I'm guessing is supposed to be like a juxtaposition, or if we want to be really fancy, just a reflection of the rules about the witch and everything like that. It might help if you develop a oh yeah, they did interact with the charm. Yeah. It might help you develop a habit of pausing every once in a while. It might help if you develop the habit of pausing every once in a while. Yeah, me too. Yeah. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. Her room was basically the place her parents had ordered her to be, so perhaps for Jessica, instead of returning to her own room, being in an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. You do sound way lower than you did at the start of the stream. You could increase your mic volume a bit. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Is it good now or no? Well, even if she did show up, I'm sure she would have said something about how it wasn't appropriate for a successor of the Ushiromiya family. So isn't it better this way? Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. She laughed at what kind of words she could possibly have been expecting. That was dumb of me. In the end, I was just acting like an entitled brat. I'm a little exasperated with myself, and it makes me want to laugh. Milady, my lunch. Wow, Canon-kun, don't scare me like that, ha 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 ha. Cough cough. Just as she was about to force a laugh, Canon suddenly started talking to her, and she choked. What's up? Got something to say? Yes? Jessica's expression became the one she always wore when looking at Canon. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he had still only known Jessica as the eventual successor to the Ushiromiya family, as he had until yesterday, he might have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. But that wasn't right. He now knew a part of her that he couldn't have seen until yesterday. It exists. So he understood that there was no way Jessica actually felt the way she appeared. Oh, about today's cultural festival. Well, thanks for coming with me so I could show off. You saved my butt out there. That song. You were really good. Was she? What? Really? You're embarrassing me. Even though she had heard the words she most wanted to hear, Jessica acted shyly and couldn't accept them openly. Yeah, we know. I cannot sing. And I don't know how to play any instruments other than the harmonica and the recorder, which I learned in elementary school. So I simply assumed you were the same, milady. At the time, Canon had never felt as though he'd been looking down on Jessica in this way. Mostly because she was taller than him, but all the people he'd seen playing special instruments were on the other side of the brawn tubes in the TV. Brawn tubes. At the very least, he'd been under the impression that it'd be impossible for Jessica. I am furniture, so I didn't believe there was any need to sing or play instruments. But I'm not sure anymore. Seriously, Canon-kun, enough with that I am furniture business. That's like a proper attitude you servants are supposed to have, right? Servants are supposed to be like living furniture. Genji-san says it a lot. It isn't just a proper attitude, because we really are furniture. I know the kids from the Fukuin house receive assistance from grandfather in various ways, and I realize how grateful you are for that. But it's a bit cruel for you to have to call yourself furniture just because of that. We're all human, aren't we? What is this furniture thing? Canon-kun, when you saw me singing, what did you think? I don't think I'm furniture. It looked like you were having a lot of fun. I don't think that's true. Huh? You didn't just think it looked fun. You were envious, weren't you? That's not... Kennen probably hadn't noticed that emotion himself. Most likely, Kennen saw something he'd never seen before, learned about it for the first time, and felt envious. And to trick himself out of that emotion, he'd called himself furniture over and over. I know, I'm a successor to the Ushiramiya family or whatever. And, well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of annoying stuff to do from now on. As far as that goes, I can't do anything but give up since I was born under an unlucky star. Probably, just like you had to live at the Fukuin house, I don't have a choice either. You been talking to George? I couldn't choose the stars under which I was born. That may be true. But there's one place where you and I are completely different. Know what that is? I am furniture, and Milady is not. He was about to say that, but stopped. I do not know. Kennen-kun, you decided that your fate determines everything about you and gave up. But I can't accept this kind of fate, so I do the best I can. So while there's still the... Oh, my headset is really bothering me today. What the hell? Ow. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Oh, okay, I hurt my left ear. How did I hurt my left ear? Oh, no. How? Oh, okay, I can't wear this. Oh, shit. Okay, I don't have music for this stream, sorry. Oh, ow. Oh, shit. So while there's still the rigid and cornered me that's got to stay as the daughter of the Ushiramiya family, I've created another me that can do what I like to the fullest. I don't know what I did. Just like, wow, it really hurts. Another you. Maybe I slept on it funny? Hold on. My right ear's okay. You know what? We're switching ears. Headset on the right ear instead of the left ear. Here we go. Oh, I'm all out of sorts now. I'm not used to this. Oh, I'm in a different world. Holy shit. Yeah, Kennen-kun. What are we doing? You've been instructed to say, because I am furniture. I'm sure you've gone through a lot of tough times just because of that. I think that's really unfortunate. But the idea that your entire life will be decided by that alone just seems sad to me. You know, it's always possible for people to create another self inside them, a self that they can truly grow to like. I'm not talking about escaping from reality, okay? When I'm that other self, I can really feel like I'm living a great life. So no matter how constrained and boring everyday life gets to be, I can always live on without suffocating. Spin the headset around. To make another self inside yourself that you can truly grow to like. To make another me, one that isn't furniture. Oh, so we're with Canon now instead of Jessica. Okay. Through her relationship with George-sama, has Shannon given birth to another self that isn't furniture? I am thou, thou art I. And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture? Why do people call it recorder? I thought it was just a flute. Isn't the flute, you hold it sideways? Right? Flute is sideways, right? Recorder is like a hot dog. Going like down away from you, right? They're completely different things, right? Gotta be. That's right. That's right. Well, I don't know anything about your private life, Kennen-kun, but I can sort of guess. Your private life probably doesn't exist at all. Am I right? Kennen couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of her private life, so Canon would always be Canon. So furniture would always be furniture. And Joe would always be Joe. Kennen-kun. Canon isn't your real name, right? Joe's not my real name either. In the Fukuin house, new graduates would be given new families and a new life, so they were also given a new name. In his case, that was Canon. This sounds like a fucked up orphanage. Certainly, this name of mine may be a temporary thing. Before he had thought of himself as Canon and no one else. But he remembered. There definitely had been another self that wasn't Canon. But that was far, far away, beyond the distant fog of oblivion. So even for you, it should be okay to have times when you're Kennen-kun and times when you aren't. Maybe when you act as a servant, that Kennen-kun calls himself furniture and strictly limits his own. When Canon... When... Was Canon in... When Battler was in the kitchen with Maria and they were all looking at someone standing behind him that he couldn't see, was Kanon one of the people that was going along with it, or was it just Genji and Kumasawa? Was Kanon there? And was Kanon also looking? Because the way that Kanon doesn't like Mitsuichi is kind of weird that he would go along with that. I wonder if Kinzo has just ordered them to do that. That's odd. Huh. But when you aren't Kanon-kun, I think it's okay to live much more freely. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all her friends in school. Only she had been in a heavily constricted environment, forced to learn all sorts of things, and she had even been told whom she was and wasn't allowed to play with. It may have been sad, but she'd given up, resigning herself to the fact that she'd been born under that kind of star. But one day, Jessica stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like Ushirimiya family customs and pressure didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself, one who could do what she really wanted to do. You know, I go by the nickname Jessie at school. When I'm Jessie, I live life honestly and to the fullest. And because of that, I can do my best when I'm Jessica too. Would it really be so bad if you could also have times when you're Kanon and times when you're your real name? When you aren't Kanon, can't you try becoming another self that you can like? A time when I am not Kanon. He once thought of his real name as being completely meaningless. Because of that, he thought that Kanon summed up everything about him. Well, that's how I am with Joe. And now Jessica was telling him to create something new, another self that wasn't Kanon. Kanon-kun, if you don't mind, tell me, what's your real name? He was silent for some time. It's like Kaio or something, isn't it? Maybe Kanon's real name had risen to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it, in the end, he swallowed it back down. Ooh. I forgot. My name doesn't matter anymore. Those words contained a faint rejection. No matter what kind of real name I had, the only truth now is that here I am Kanon. The past has nothing to do with anything. The materials with which furniture is made, be it a trunk of a tree or otherwise, are meaningless in the end. I told you to stop that. You aren't furniture, you're human, right? I am not human! I am not Big Chungus. Kanon clearly voiced his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent. You are human, milady, so you are free to live any way you please. And any kind of furniture is possible for you. Sorry, fuck, oh my god. Any kind of future is possible for you. It's almost like you have wings and can dance through the sky like a bird. But I am not like that. Even if I look like a bird, I'd be nothing more than a domestic duck. Even though they have wings, they cannot fly. To speak to me of that dream in the sky, despite that, it's just too cruel. Furniture and ducks? What the hell is all this? No. Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Kanon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words. I don't know anything about you. I don't even know your upbringing, and I don't know the hardships you've been through. So I can't even imagine why you started calling yourself furniture. But know this: you aren't furniture or a duck. You're a real human. And when I'm the head of the Ushirimiya family and I inherit all this, I'm gonna make sure that you're treated better, right? Let's go. No. If you want to say Kanon-kun's furniture when he's working as a servant, that's fine. But in that case, don't you think you can create a self for when you aren't furniture, for when you're human? Only a human like Milady can embrace that possibility. I am not like that. I have no future, no possibilities, no dream that I am allowed to see. So, Milady, please don't say any more cruel things. Why? Why do you say stuff like that? Because it seems you mistakenly think I'm a human, the same as you, milady. We are different sorts of beings. I just wanted to make that clear. I heard from Shannon. Something about milady liking me. Huh, what? No, you're gross. I look almost identical to a human. So, like Shannon, I could probably delude myself into thinking I'm a human and pretend to love for a time. But then, I would surely be fooling myself. No, I would be fooling you too, milady. Shannon and George-sama will definitely fall apart. Even though Shannon herself probably realizes that day will come, she's taking part in such a stupid... There's nothing stupid about it! Sure, George Nissan's a wonderful person. And he's gotta match up to his parents' expectations. Can't believe he's still single, by the way. I'm sure when it comes to marriage, Aunt Eva will interfere in various ways, and I think their future prospects look like they'll be full of trouble, okay? But you know what? Georgie-san isn't the kind of guy who will surrender to that shit. Shannon's no Juliet, and he'll definitely bring her happiness. People cannot engage in romance with furniture. What year is it? 1980. Yeah, you don't know about the internet yet. Okay, all right, it tracks. Yep. What I'm trying to say is that even if you can love furniture, I cannot love you, milady. Those words of Cannon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from that day. There was no way her emotions could have predicted that she'd been refused so bluntly. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had led her to try and unravel something stubborn in Cannon's heart, and before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock. Milady, if your feelings for me were due to my conceit, then I must ask that you forgive me. Then no. Well, I won't deny that. Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you very much. Huh? For thinking of me as a human. Aw, those feelings alone really do make me happy. Anything more would be too cruel for me, so... No, I've said enough. Sorry about that. Jessica recklessly scratched at her head and spoke, trying to force her voice to sound bright. I just kinda ran on ahead by myself and was a burden on you. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble on your precious day off. No, I was also happy that I could see you having fun. Why does furniture get days off? Why does furniture get paid? I'm seeing some gaps in the logic here. So it's not like a job thing. It's like an indoctrination thing. What the fuck happened? Then let's call it a night. If I don't go back to my room and turn off the lights, Mom will get mad at me again. Ha 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 ha. That's probably for the best. I wish you a good night, milady. Yeah, good night. Furniture union? Cannon saw Jessica trot away with her back to him, looking disheartened. But then, she suddenly broke into a reckless dash and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. As he watched her back, for just an instant, Cannon was tormented by the feeling that he'd just make a huge mistake. But he hadn't made a mistake at all. He'd been forced to refuse her now for her sake, while the pain was still at its smallest. Nice going, making a woman cry like that. She's back! Didn't expect you to refuse her that strongly. If you'd given a normal answer, another pair of lovers would have been born thanks to my magic. How long have you been there? What a horrible person. When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. It looked like she'd been there the whole time, watching the two of them through as though enjoying a play. I shall forgive you for your insults just this once, in deference to that amusing little show. Okay, it's not the first time. Even after 1,000 years, no more interesting show exists than complications between boys and girls. So true. To me, it's a pleasure that's better and more addictive than opium. Cannon pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the manifestation of the great magic that the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Cannon slammed it against the ground and stomped on it. Ho? What is the meaning of this? You know that was given by me. Just now, I figured it out. What you're doing isn't as tasteful as being a cupid of love. You're just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who can never be together, deceiving them. Yes, and? Humph. You are free to think that. Most humans I lend my power to say the same thing. Don't play dumb. You didn't lend Shannon your power because you felt sorry for her. You found a weak point in Shannon's heart as her chest burned with love, and you made her break the mirror that sealed you. What's more, you guessed how this would all end, and now you're toying with her. Am I wrong? Furniture has a thoroughly pitiful existence. So you have no dreams, no future, and even no love? Good, good. There is nothing better than knowing your place. No maidens? Cackle, cackle. Ugh. As you noticed, there was a faint love residing in Jessica's heart. You seem to think you've snipped it in the bud. But did you know? Its trees grow thicker branches if you thin out and prune them. A girl who loves furniture, is it? Amusing, how truly amusing. Shannon and George will also eventually reach a stalemate with their unfulfillable love, ripening into the sort of large fruit I love. Oh, wait, is the witch bad? However, regretfully, it seems to be going smoothly for those two that it's hardly entertaining anymore. But on the plus side, it seems the two of you will amuse me to no end. Cackle, cackle. The witch laughed. Even though she had known the two could never be together, she had lent magic to bring them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that prevented them from ever being truly joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, Shannon and George, Canon and Jessica would eventually break up. They would wander through an endless desert in this hell of love, tormented by an eternal thirst. What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love. And in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I have never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Just look at Kinzo. See how he ended up, an old, pitiful man who learned the taste of love before being thrown out of paradise. I want to say something inappropriate, but I won't. Look at how he lives, like a dead man that cannot fully die. Cackle, cackle. You truly are a witch. Disappear, get out of my sight, demon. Oh, I would disappear even without your prompting. My power still hasn't returned. It is still tiring to continue showing myself, but I still did, just to own you. I overdid it when I gave you lovers my power. As I am now, it will not be easy to maintain that power without that brooch as a catalyst. Oh, interesting. So it wasn't just about the mirror. Maybe the mirror wasn't even important. Maybe it was the two of them, like the two pairs the whole time. Cannon ground his foot even more into the stomp brooch. He felt it break under his foot. Then it evaporated like water and changed into butterflies that sparkled gold, fluttered out from beneath Cannon's foot, and became another brooch right on him. Maintaining this form is quite painful for me as well. What's the true form? I will hide myself for a time, just as you desire. My magical power will rise as surely as the moon and the tides, and eventually a fitting time will come for my revival. I know not in the slightest whether that will be tomorrow, next year, or even 100 or 1,000 years in the future. Really? Huh. Lying? But as long as there are those who entertain me, I will surely gain power and revive. I feel like maybe this is important. I will disappear for a short while until that time comes. The bruise on the palm of your hand is already gone. So if you wish, tomorrow morning I can let my existence vanish like an illusion or a dream. After all, nothing saddens me more than being forgotten. However, I will surely be revived. Be on your guard so that you will not regret that day's coming when it arrives. I will surely have my second coming and rule over everything as this island's true master. That is the time when the door to the Golden Land will be opened again. The greedy dead will surely wake me. Seems like a lot of work just to rule over a remote island in the middle of nowhere, huh? Huh. You talk too much. Disappear now, Golden Witch. I don't want the world, but I'll take this city. The witch became a cloud of gold butterflies and scattered away, leaving behind a scornful laugh. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. All right, so I let Bitarici's lines go. Do we want that to continue? Is that what the Umi Chads wanted or no? Yeah, we like it. We like hearing her. You don't got to do that. I actually do. Just for the laughs. Anyway, the whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. Just for the laughs is fine. What if chat stops laughing? Okay, I don't like that the headset is on the other ear. I'm uncomfortable. I don't like this. I don't like this. Who did I say thank you to? Was it Furudo? I think it was. And Trexon? I said thank you to Trexon, didn't I? Thank you, Trexon. Welcome, just in case I didn't. Thank you, Lord Obi, for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Night Puppy, for the resub as well. Came for the Weeb Man, stayed for the Joms. Thank you, Groose Egg. Mediocrities 86. Massive spoilers. The streams will be great. Wow. Spoilers and subs and bits. Wow. Thank you, Filthy Casual, for the new sub. Welcome. Punished Baldus for continuing their sub, aka a resub. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for the bits. I hate how fiddle can make me sad so easily. I don't recognize instruments that well. I think maybe I recognize the cello more than anything else. Yeah. I'm so musically inept. God damn it. I still really want to learn an instrument. It's either piano or guitar for me. I'm not sure which one I'm going to go for. Or keyboard. I practiced a little bit on keyboard last year. Thank you, No Kick or Naki C, one of those for new sub. Welcome. And we have some giant emotes. Naji used some bits to say, what do you call a witch that likes the beach? A sand witch. Nice. 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 Thank you, Milka057 for the resub also with a live chandelier reaction, and Megpoid Nebri also for the resub. Happy to be here. Happy to have you. Thank you very much. All right. Let's continue. The witch can no longer be seen. Love is gone. However, Canon felt like he could still hear that hold on. Did he just have like a moment of love with Jessica and then he could see the witch? Shannon is loving George. When else has she showed up? Huh. No, I don't think that would. Maybe in summer, so I don't think that's the only thing. However, Cannon felt like he could still hear that shrill and pleasant laugh. Oh shit! She's back! Ah, how amusing, how truly amusing. Why is the human world still so amusing after all the years I've been away? Go mad with love. Dancing mad with this music going on. Holy shit. Ba, 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 ba. Go mad with gold. Those who don't go mad from one of the two are not human. You know, she's spitting. She's not wrong. I see, so that's why the word furniture is so fitting. Cackle, cackle. Furniture is created to serve humans. And I cruelly treat humans as playthings to sate my 1,000 years of boredom. What a truly amusing three-way deadlock that I cannot control furniture. Kinzo, you fool! What a truly entertaining scheme you've worked out. Kinzo via an orphanage has fucking raised a whole fleet of fucking Liam Neesons with a certain set of skills and an attitude in order so they're immune to the witch. What the fuck are you talking about, fucking Pito? What? Furniture, you fools! Just try and see if you can fell me. Tonight, 2 seeds of love have been sown. Including the one already sewn. That makes 3! Oh, what's the first one? Why did you leave me alone in this painful world? I hate you. I will hate you for all eternity for not even trying to answer despite being yearned for so. Master, drinking any more will be damaging to your health. Dr. Nanjo warned you as well, did he not? Fuck Nanjo! Be silent, Genji! You do not understand. You do not understand my grief and sadness, and I believed you, at least my oldest friend, would understand my pain. Why can you not understand? Oh! Why did you leave me all alone? Hick. What the hell do you mean, furniture? I don't get it. Oh, poor Jessica-sama. Even though the cries I hear coming from your room tell me of the situation, there's nothing I can do. This is all a tragedy due to a pair who are too young getting too close when the positions of their birth are too distant. What a fucking terrible fucking paragraph. Oh my god. Holy shit. Alright, this is getting cut for sure. I can do nothing but understand Milady's feelings, hide my footsteps, and quietly walk away. Who are you talking to, bud? Oh, we're back on the trip. Alright. Thank you, Tomokomat, for 1,000 bits. More bits from Tomokomat. Thank you very much. With the jumping up and down Igus gasp. Very well beloved emo. Was Kumasawa just fulfilling the part of a Greek choir? I wanted to say that, but I forgot the term. Yeah, it seems like that, right? Like, now hold on, let's have a character come out at the end of the scene and explain it to everyone in the audience that's stupid. Here we go. Alright, let me just reply it, man. Where was that character in Silent Hill 2? Come on. I could have used that. What do you mean by that? George-san? I mean what I said. I still haven't built up my castle. At the beach? Oh, this is a new background, isn't it? Once I manage to do that, I'll finally be able to think of myself as an adult. When that happens, I want to marry you. That's, But my heart won't let me do that anymore. So I want to give you an engagement ring. Wait, what? My heart won't let me do that anymore? So I want to give you an engagement ring? Oh, he's saying that he can't wait to marry her, so he wants to propose now, right? That's what he's saying, right? Engagement? You say, but, I am furniture. Oh, right, that. Well then, furniture has to listen to what people say, right? Right now, I'm having a ring made that'll be fitting for you. I think it'll be ready in time for me to bring it to the upcoming family conference. I'll give it to you then, so please, I want you to let me hear your answer. If you accept, then I'll proclaim our engagement right there, in front of all of the relatives, including grandfather. George-san. Oh my god. I'm sure some people won't approve of our relationship. But fuck up, but there's no need to look at their faces, because you only have to fill your eyes with me. I will definitely bring you happiness. That's the one thing I can promise you with certainty. Uh-oh. I just can't wait to see how it will ripen. The gold butterflies do not swoop upon the juice of overripened rotting fruit. I cannot wait for the day of harvest to come. Is the time of the banquet here yet? Cackle, cackle. Enjoy, chat. I was about to say glass break. Yeah. Man, I can't wait to hear Beto's like reasoning for all this that are going to make perfect sense. The first day, October 4th, 1986. Is this the day of the airport? They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors since it was October. Maria had seemed to be awfully pleased with that. Oh no, for quite some time, she talked loudly inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people aren't that familiar with it in Japan. Are we going to see the airport scene again, and this time we're actually going to see, what's-her-face, like, get the receipt? Because I don't remember seeing Eva get the receipt that she used for the door. Not even sure if that's a real thing she did even. Thank you, Pinzer, out for the bits. In episode 1, there were a lot of over-explaining paragraphs, and you were so invested that you fully ignored them. Glad to see you come back down to earth and see that the silly lines still exist. They do exist. They do exist. I believe they do, and therefore they do. And my belief is what makes them silly. You know, I could just read over them, right? The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying "trick or treat" were nowhere in sight. Ooh, I want a Halloween festival. I don't want to wear these clothes. I want to look like a witch. You already wearing a costume. Family conference isn't for playing. We're going to meet grandfather, so you have to dress up nice. In a crown, just like he likes for some reason. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, it was really packed, with almost all of the seats occupied by passengers. Maria was making a fuss among them, stomping her feet on the seat while Rosa scowled at her. Rosa had warned her many times to lower her voice, but Maria hadn't obeyed her at all. Once Maria got like this, no matter how much you tried to explain the situation or calm her, she wouldn't listen. It's really frustrating and scary when you can't get through to your kid anymore. Yeah, this is true. Yeah. Like I said, my kids are fantastic. It's happened so rarely, and I feel so blessed for that, because it is so scary when you just cannot get through your kid anymore. Before, Rosa used to, or like, it's not scary in the sense that everything feels like out of control, like you don't know what to do. Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this, but that had probably been a mistake. Surely Maria had gained the mistaken impression that throwing a tantrum long enough would make her mother give up and do what Maria said. Yep. Rosa had realized that error with the help of an educational book, and since then, she'd hardened the part of her heart that wanted to pamper her beloved daughter. Her mutual understanding with Maria began to grow weaker and weaker, and she began to get discouraged by her own powerlessness more and more often. Halloween, Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't have any sweets to give you. We just ate breakfast. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. I'll pretend to be a witch when we're at the island. I'll do it. Look, I'll do it. Give me sweets, though I don't have any. Okay, well, I'm going to pretend to be a witch the whole entire trip. There you go. That's all I'm doing. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. Ooh. A stout old woman who was sitting nearby as Maria stomped her feet picked a candy out of her handbag and held it out to Maria. No, don't do that. Ooh, I got a sweet. Look, Mama. Happy Halloween. Hey, Maria, you can't just accept sweets from strangers, right? Give it back. Oh, don't worry about it. Ho, 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 ho. She's such a spirited young lady. How old is she? Maybe there was no malice in the old woman's words. However, Rosa seemed to find that remark extremely humiliating. Maria, haven't I always told you not to accept sweets from strangers? Ooh, ooh. She gave it to me. Ooh, ooh. No, it's mine. Let go of it. How many times do I have to tell you to do what Mama says? It's mine. Ooh. Don't I always tell you not to say ooh, ooh? Ooh. Here we go again. Rosa reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Rosa immediately took the candy from Maria's hand and pushed it back toward the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. Please, do not just give sweets to my daughter. I'm so sorry. This expression, holy shit. Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. After getting flustered about what she should say for a few moments, perhaps the old woman realized that her actions may have troubled this parent and child. Ya think? And she accepted the candy back, apologizing. After that, Rosa took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up. She was crying and shouting with her nose dripping. After Finn was born, we took him to the doctor, and I was standing holding him by myself, like outside of the waiting room, because wanted to be careful about exposing the baby to possibly like a bunch of sick people in the waiting room. I think this is like maybe overprotective, but I think it's like it's smart, right? So we stayed in the hallway outside of the waiting room while it was our turn. So I'm holding Finn in my arms, you know, like I've been a dad for like, I don't know, like 5 days, okay? And this old lady comes out of the waiting room and sees the baby in my hands, comes over, looks at me and says, "Oh, baby," and just immediately shoves both of her fingers right towards his face. And I, with instincts that have still surprised me to this day, like immediately like move my arms away from her and then turned and just looked at her and said, "No, don't touch the baby." And she looked at me, rolled her eyes, and went and just like stomped off. And I have been angry at this stranger for the rest of my life since. Most people are fine with like not interacting with your kids, but other people are like have no filter, no boundaries, don't give a shit, and they will make you feel like shitty when it comes to this. Moncton Mo? No, this was Toronto, bro. This was Toronto. Yeah, some people just do not give a shit, and there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running, the interior was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, it was followed by an even more painful atmosphere as everyone began to whisper. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but she noticed the cold eyes of the people in the train and couldn't. Wow. Okay, so what happens in private then? Holy shit, Rosa! When the train stopped, Rosa forcibly pulled Maria's arm and got off, almost dragging her daughter along. Maria didn't stop crying. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant, but before long she shouted and cried even more than before. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosa grabbed the nape of Maria's neck and dragged her, tugging at her hair. Ooh, 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 ooh. Mama, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. Ooh. Didn't I tell you to shut up? That ooh of yours. I told you to stop. That's the reason you can't make friends in class, right? Get a hold of yourself. Why are you still a kindergartner inside your head? Why can't you do what Mama says? Why? Why? With those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's cheek over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. The more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Okay, all right. So, Mama, it hurts. Oh man. Do I want to talk about this? Maybe some people are gonna hate me for what I'm about to say. I feel like this is a really great example of why like society needs to have a lot more social programs and a lot more open about discussing problems with families and all this other shit. Like obviously Rosa should not be raising this child. Like absolutely not. Like definitely. But at the same time, like, does she have literally any other option in the society that she's in? Like maybe. Like I don't know. Like I don't know the rest of the situation. Like don't get me wrong, this is completely unacceptable, but like Maria does seem to be like quite a problem child and have a lot of issues. And like Rosa, she just said she read the book, she's trying, she's just clearly just at her wit's end and has possibly been at her wit's end for like, I don't know, maybe years. So it's like holy shit, like you, I don't know. I don't know the rest of the details, but yeah, it's like really heartbreaking. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Let's move on. Mama, it hurts. It hurts. This is uncomfortable. Mama, save me. Mama, save me. Ooh, 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 ooh. Why can't you stop saying ooh, ooh? This is exactly why you can't make friends. This is why Papa's business trip never ends. Bars? This is why I... excuse me, ma'am. Is everything alright? Do you want something? The one who timidly called to her was the station attendant. Rosa glared at the attendant with a look that said, "Don't butt into the problems of a mother or child stranger." Of course, the attendant surely hadn't wanted to get involved either. However, Rosa had been yelling on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Her emotional scolding had led to the passengers on the platform to advise the attendant to call out to her. Rosa yelled at the attendant, saying not to worry anymore since they'd be getting on the next train. And then finally, or rather for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from a distance. Rosa sweat slightly and felt a breeze make her sweat go cold, tormenting her. Maria still kept on crying, shielding her own head. Of course, if this beating continued, she'd probably keep crying indefinitely. I did it. Again. As the terrible heat in Rosa's head faded, she knew she had surrendered her soul to evil again. Mama, 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 come back. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus. Maria, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mama, mama. Welcome back, welcome back. Oh, man. Oh, fucking hell. Finally, Maria realized that her mother was her mother again. She clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. Forgive your bad mama. Forgive your bad mama. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate your mama. Ooh, I'm just fine. Won't hate mama. Mama was only being possessed by the bad witch again. But you came back, so I'm just fine. Yeah, that's right. Mom was just being possessed by the evil witch again. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for and sharing words of forgiveness. After a while, they calmed down and both moved back to at the same time. Maria's face and Rosa's face were both deep red after crying their eyes out. Do you want to have a Halloween festival, Maria? Yeah, I wanted to show those pumpkin marshmallows to George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan. It was a candy they'd been selling near the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. Okay, why does this get art? Kind of matches her crown a little bit. Huh. A fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern attached to the tip of a stick. Maria had wanted it and had insistently pestered Rosa for it. Rosa had refused, saying that there was no way she could buy sweets right after breakfast. Sweets are sticky, and that you could stick maybe a letter on the roof of Kinzo's study, and then it just fell at the exact same time, but it still kept stuck at the ceiling, and Kinzo's gonna eat it later as a snack after his Domino's. Then Maria, I don't know if they sell those in this town or not, but let's get off and try searching for them, okay? Yeah. I love you, Mama. Love you so much. Thank you. I love you too, Maria. The truth was that they didn't have time to waste loitering around at a stopover station. If they missed the airplane, they'd fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she'd ended up leaving late after choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. She looked at the clock. They had to get on the next train immediately, but her daughter firmly joined hands with her to go by the suite with her mother, and that hand was warm. To Rosa, as she was now, it was more important to renew her bonds with Maria. To her, Maria was not only a beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had. Also another new background. Okay, there's a lot more art backgrounds in this than I expected there to be. Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. I'm guessing maybe every episode adds like a new suite of backgrounds and art. They might not be able to find exactly the same suite, but Maria would probably be happy with a similar one. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. She must fix her makeup. Maybe we won't find a marshmallow exactly like that one, but hopefully we can find something like it. Let's buy some and surprise all your cousins together. Yeah. As long as we buy it together, any sweet is fine. Maria hasn't done the ooze for a while, huh? They exited through the turnstiles of the station in this unknown town. Maria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother, chuckling to herself as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but the two of them, mother and child, smiled warmly at each other without any restraint. That was a very strong scene. Dear, what are you doing in a place like this? Oh, it's you. It's nothing. I just find this a pleasant place to think. All of our preparations for today have been completed. Why don't we have some tea and relax while we wait? And in the background, Beatrice is like bum 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 on her head. Forgive me, I'm always making you handle such troublesome matters. Please, rely on me even more. I am your wife. Naturally, I'm grateful to have you always come to my aid. That's precisely why I am able to devote myself to my work. I understand. I understand about your work. See, the reason why I suspect Kraus as perhaps being behind it is again because of that sticking point I have with the corpses, that his wasn't mangled. But also because he found the gold bar and he's in really dire straits, maybe he's like bought in. He's also like potentially been the one that has been exposed to most of the servants going along with this shit too. Like maybe he's even seen the witch, or he thinks he's seen the witch. Like, I understand about your work. And the topic of father's inheritance, right? That has nothing to do with you. It's nothing more than fishing for rotten meat amongst greedy siblings. It's okay, dear. Everything will go well. Your businesses have never failed to work themselves out. Natsui softly cuddled close to Kraus's shoulder. Actually, would she, if he came out at the end and was like, yo, it was me, Barry, would she kill herself? Did she even kill herself? Is the read on that she shot but instead like the bullet was just deflected back at her, or is she like so horrified by what she's seen that she's like, all right, I'm checking out? Like what is that? Is there anything she could possibly see that would make her be like, you know what, I'm leaving Jessica? I mean, okay, so some of the decisions that the characters were making at the end of the night were not exactly, you know, like that scene in Community when they're going to stand in the middle of the cabin backs to each other with their knives out. They weren't exactly making the best rational decisions, but off of the context of it being like, I don't know, so many people have died, so much suspicion, so much shit and blood and death, and they just like sent the child out of the room and everything. Like, I feel like they have some leeway for making some emotional panic decisions at the same time, just like, oh my god, I cannot believe what has happened. It was a very extremely stressful like 2 days. So I wonder if there is something that she could have seen that was like, okay, fuck this, I'm done. Like, maybe? But leaving your daughter like that? I don't know. Natsui softly cuddled close to Kraus's shoulder. She complimented Kraus on his hard work, but Natsui knew better than anyone that his work wasn't going well. Kraus's project was something like a seesaw where a large amount of money swings. Big investments can lead to massive payoffs, but like large seesaws, they tend to shake a lot while moving very slowly instead of showing immediate results. At times, it's possible to make further investments so that the seesaw inclines faster toward the side you want. Of course, you'd only do that if you were confident you'd be able to recover all your investments in the not-so-distant future. However, the seesaws Kraus chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. First Bitcoin, then Dogecoin, then Bitcoin again. His foresight wasn't wrong, but the times were moving sluggishly. They never managed to catch up with him. For example, think of a literal seesaw placed in a park, okay? Alright, and now we're going to put a shot put ball on it and show you a trick. It's a really popular item, so there's always someone playing on it. So you've got to wait a long time for your turn. Actually, it's one of the least popular in my experience. Let's say that one day you spotted one of those seesaws that was completely unused and you raced to grab it first and have it all to yourself. However, unless someone had got on the opposite side of the seesaw, you wouldn't be able to play on it. What if lots of time passed and nobody came to the opposite end? Seesaws are popular, so if you wait long enough, a companion will surely show up. But Kraus noticed something. The weather's getting worse, so nobody's coming outside to play. But seesaws are popular, so someone will surely come eventually. If he vacated his place because of the worsening weather, it would certainly be snatched away. And once again, he'd end up longingly gazing from a distance at someone else having fun on the seesaw. On one side of the seesaw, he continued to wait patiently, all alone. That was Kraus's project and his current situation. Alright, thank you for the explain like I'm 5. If only I had a bit more courage and the self-confidence to believe in my own foresight, I would never have failed and been alone on the seesaw. I'm your wife, I'll get on the seesaw with you. Shut up, Natsui. Yeah, that's true. Your foresight is never wrong. You are the only one who inherited father's resourcefulness. You inherited an innate disposition that none of the other siblings did, and also 6 toes. But I could never believe in it. I always shut my own projects down like a coward. Why can't I believe in myself? Who would believe in a man who can't believe in himself? Nobody believes! Belief. I'm always sitting on the seat where the losers must sit. And my father, my mother, My siblings all sneer at me. How long is it going to take for me to be set free of this emotional complex? Just how long will it take? Natsue was the only one who knew. Only she knew of Krause's anguish. As the eldest son of the Ushiromiya family who would soon be forced to bear an immense responsibility, he couldn't open his pained heart to anyone and was always getting compared to his father's great enterprises. I've made preparations concerning all other matters so that you'll be able to devote your attention entirely to the family conference. Yes, everything else has been seen to. But then, the soup! Thank you. Will there be any problems dealing with father? No. Genji and Dr. Nanjo are on our side. Are they? I'll never allow those greedy siblings to make contact with father. Oh! Oh! That's a fucking reveal. Oh! Okay. Made my dog howl. That's my best husky. I'm just making noises at this point. Hello, Goda here. Yes, please, leave it to me. I'm anxious to put my skills to work for the big annual job. In the kitchen, multicolored ingredients were gathered and the preliminary arrangements were promptly being started. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in saucepans and steaming. Normally, he had to deal with several assorted matters, but on the day of the family conference, he could devote himself entirely to cooking. To Goda, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year. Yes, dinner will be calf steak. A wonderful cut of meat is already anxiously waiting for tonight in the refrigerator. Please be sure to look forward to dinner. It was rare for Goda to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. No one is enjoying my calf steak! Goda bragged about being the Ushiromiya family's personal chef, and knowing he was considered worthy to display his excellent cooking at the family conference was his greatest honor. Understood. I will leave everything to you. Also, is Kumasawa there? Kumasawa-san? Are we on the phone? I happened to see her earlier, but she is not here. Perhaps she went to get things ready in the guest house. Do I have to explain that to most of chat? Okay, chat, your cell phone isn't just used for going on the internet and sending text messages to people and using apps. You can actually use it to contact other people on their phones with your voice. If you put their number in and you hit the number, you can actually like directly one-on-one talk to them and you can have a conversation. You don't have to go on like Discord voice call or anything like that. You could do that. So is she loafing around again? No, it's fine. Please continue with your work. I'm sorry. Yes, leave everything to me, Goda. Merrick thinks this is a boomer joke. It is very much a boomer joke. Genji placed... Ah, it was! Genji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. Genji sighed once again, thinking of Kumasawa, who was probably hiding again, even though things were this busy. She's probably off in a room somewhere, narrating the story to herself, doing endless, like, long, laborious fucking recaps of everything that happened today. Yes, it was true that Genji was looking for me. Yes, it was true that I had breakfast this morning because I was hungry and food sustains me. In fact, if I didn't eat any food, I may die. I may have to drink some water later too. And the ostentatious, good word, Goda, who only felt like doing anything on a day when he could show off. Excuse me, the preparations for all the rooms in the guest house are complete. We received instructions from a lady to prepare a room for 4 people so that the children could spend the night together. So what shall we do? I hear Battler-sama will be coming for the first time in 6 years. Presumably, Milady wants to stay up late into the night with her 3 cousins. Make the preparations. You do not need to tell madam. Ooh. You know what? Even though it's a high likelihood that Genji is the killer involved in the killer, Genji seems pretty based to me, don't you think? Pretty based. I don't know. I like Genji. I see. Certainly. So tonight we'll have the late shift, followed immediately by the morning shift. It looks like these 2 days will be tiresome. Speaking of which, the weather forecast is saying a typhoon will strike in this area. Will everything be alright? Assuming the typhoon doesn't stray too far from its course, it may affect the boat ride back for the family members. The family conference's schedule might be extended until Monday or Tuesday. Our task may be a long and tiring one, but I earnestly ask that you take care not to make any blunders. Shannon, remain calm and do not panic. Cannon, be sure to greet our guests in a sociable manner. Definitely do not accept any proposals from them, Shannon, and definitely do not fuck up carrying some bags of fertilizer and or sand in your fucking wheelbarrow, Cannon. That would be just disastrous. Yes, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. Paimon will be careful too. Today we must conduct ourselves in a manner suitable for a very important guest. See to it that you make no blunders. We understand. All guests who visit here are important. Canon, in the truest sense, we will be receiving a very important guest today. Battler, make sure you are prepared. Yes, sir. Shannon, is something the matter? You seem to be uneasy. Do you have some prior engagement at this time? No, the engagement's happening today. Huh? No, it's nothing. My apologies. Nissan, important guests will be arriving today. Detach yourself from your private life. I don't know what you mean by private life. As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the clock. Was it about time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive at Njima? She tried to hide the fact that her upcoming long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart race, but Cannon, who stood beside her, seemed to see right through her. Alright, does Genji think he's furniture too? I think he does, doesn't he? Who thinks they're furniture? Genji, Cannon, Shannon. Does Kumasawa-san think she's... Why did I say san? Why do I add san? Does Kumasawa think that she's furniture? I can't remember. Gouda definitely does not. And won't that just be fucking glorious? Shannon, please don't say a word to accept this. Inside a bathroom stall, George was practicing something over and over, taking a small velvet box hidden in his pocket like a quick-draw desert gunman. That's not it. Shannon likes men who are more assertive. Does she? I've got to pump it up with more horsepower. Shannon, put this on your finger. On your ring finger. That's an order, okay? If I don't say it properly, that it's on the left hand. Maybe she'll put it on her right hand. No, Shannon isn't that ignorant. But unless there's some room for her to express her free will, that'd be a little, I mean... Ooh, no, moo, As he crossed his arms, muttering, someone knocked on the door. You okay in there? Are you fighting a battle? George was snapped back to reality. Hey, George-kun, you okay? Got a stomachache or something? Hey, Uncle Rudolph. It's okay, I'm fine. No need to worry. Wow. Really? That's good then. I kind of like Rudolph, but you know, you're straining way too much. Your ass will burst. Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerfully as he left. George, realizing that the most embarrassing part hadn't been overheard, relaxed and felt extremely relieved. No, he was giving you subtext advice, dumbass. George! Kyrie, isn't Rosa here yet? Not yet. She's pretty late. It's a good thing the weather's delaying our flight. If the schedule had gone on normally, she would have missed the plane. What'd she plan on doing then? Living? Rosa-san is very much an adult now. She'll manage it somehow. No matter how old they get, older brothers always treat their younger sisters like children. Of course, Dad's always a kid no matter how old he gets. What'd you say? If I'm a kid, that'd make you a baby. Come on, Battler-chan, up you go. Stop it, that tickles. Wahaha, stop! You look more like two bratty friends than a father and son. Look, she's here. Oh, if it isn't Rosa-san. Ria-chan, long time no see. Long time no see. Ew. Maria, shouldn't that be it's good to see you again? Greet Hideyoshi-san properly. Ooh, it's good to see you again. There you go. Well said. How about some candy as a reward? Alright, okay. Alright, well done. I bow. Well done. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Fuck you. I'm mad. Oh, god damn it. Oh, oh man. Oh, oh, Where'd I put Rosa-san? It's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria-chan. Kirini-san, Hideyoshi-san, it's been too long. Oh, and oh my, Battler-kun, look how big you've gotten. Come on, haha, it's embarrassing to hear that from everyone I meet. Hey Rosa, you're late. If the plane was on time, you barely have made it. I'm sorry. We had trouble making our train connection, so are we waiting on the weather again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall. Is that Maria? You sure have gotten big. She's at that growing age. You haven't seen her for 6 years, right? Of course she's changed. Women are creatures who can be born again in a single day when they have a change of heart. Ooh, Maria, noticing a big man she didn't recognize mixed in among the relatives, hid behind Rosa's back and glared at Battler. Come on, Battler, say hi. Last time you met her, she was just 3 years old, so you're practically meeting for the first time. Yeah, of course she wouldn't remember something that happened when she was 3. Hey Maria, long time no see. You sure have gotten big. Maria, this is Battler, Oni-chan. Rudolph Nissan's son. Understand? Battler? The brother's son is the brother is the son. And the bones are their money. Ooh, she was obviously on her guard. After all, it was hardly surprising that she'd be scared if a large guy like Battler suddenly started speaking frankly to her. Battler noticed that as well and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then he spotted the candy she had in her hand. It was the jack-o'-lantern sweet Rosa had bought for her. I see, it's October, so that must be for Halloween. Okay, I don't remember this happening. Was this not included last time, or is this different? Ehehe, if you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank, right? Normally, trying to snatch a sweet away from a small child would result in them crying and screaming. The adults seemed dubious about Battler's tactics, but Maria looked unexpectedly pleased, her face splitting into a wide grin. Halloween! Halloween! See, Mama, Battler also knows about Halloween. See? Hey, call him Battler Oni-chan. Sorry, Battler-kun. No, don't sweat it. Please, call me Battler, because I'll be calling you Maria. Look, Maria, it's Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. Yeah, giggle. From inside her purse, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet. Yeah, this is definitely didn't happen before. So again, the question is, did this not happen, or... And did this not happen and it's happening this time, or did we just not see it last time? This seems new to me. This seems like, I feel like this is a different version of the same kind of interaction they had when they first bonded. So, unless I'm misremembering, I'm trying not to reach out right now. Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet similar to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Battler. When Battler accepted it, that seemed to be enough to confirm their friendship. The adults were amazed at how good children can be at getting along with each other. Maria had been throwing a tantrum because she wanted a Halloween festival, so Battler, who knew about trick-or-treating, must have felt like an ally. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all cheery, as though they'd been friends for decades. That's right. Halloween's a pretty minor event in Japan. You always see people marching in costume parades on the news from overseas, but I've never seen it here. Okay, this line seems familiar to me though. But maybe from a different game even? This... I wanted to wear a costume too. Wanted to say trick or treat with all the cousins wearing costumes. I see. Next time, let's do it together. What would you like to dress up as? A witch! Bitarichi! Yeah, I don't remember her saying Bitarichi at the airport. Definitely different. Oh, milady, what are you doing in such a place? We're so back. Madame was looking for you. I'm here because I don't want to be found. Anyway, I'm sure she just wants to scold me. Like, is your appearance alright? And what's your language? Oh, without a doubt. You know, when the day of the family conference comes, I always start thinking about this witch for some reason. Oh, and why might that be? The family conference is the day when everyone related to grandfather gathers. I hear that this time even Battler is going to be coming after 6 years. What if, just like that, some relative who hasn't shown themselves for several decades suddenly shows up? That's what I'm always thinking about. Oh, could a relative like that exist? I mean, Beatrice-sama, she exists. Nobody knows her background. Could she be father's mistress from long ago? What if one of her descendants suddenly appears and tells us to return the gold we were given or something? Oh, Kurosama and the others will probably discuss the master's inheritance problem this year too. Once they get so fired up talking about the witch's gold, one could hardly be surprised if that witch herself were to show up, yes? Kumasama-san, I guess you keep quitting and getting rehired. But you've been here as long as Genji-san, right? You know more about Beatrice, don't you? Who knows? You know nothing. Even if I try to remember, this old woman here can't even recall what she had for breakfast this morning. Kumasama-san, you're always dodging with those excuses, but you know something, right? What if this whole thing is just some elaborate setup from Kraus to, like, poison Kinzo's mind via the servants that are secretly on Kraus and Natsui's side because Kinzo's fucking crazy, and is like, let's like make his delusions go even like stranger with Beatrice, like and make him more obsessive so he doesn't talk to any other of the kids about the inheritance so we can remain in control of the family. But then because of that and their like ploys to make Kinzo go even more insane and drive him closer to the edge, they accidentally trigger like this belief system that they didn't even know was real. And now they have to deal with it, and they're like, oh shit, it went too far. Sometimes you feel kind of devious, like you know something and you're laughing behind our backs. I'm saying this because of that. I feel like it was a pretty big bombshell that Natsui said that they had the servants in league with them to make sure that Kinzo doesn't come down for food. That's weird. Or unexpected. Oh, that's harsh. I don't have any secrets. The only thing I can say is that Beatrice-sama is the Golden Witch, and that she is the other master who controls the night of this island. Okay, now you're just repeating stuff grandfather said. It must be a pain to play along with grandfather's crap, even though you get paid for it. Ha ha ha! Fuck you! Spin the chessboard! He's actually playing along with our crap! However, I can say this much. What? In ancient times, Rokinjima was feared and called Azukishima, Azuki Bean Island? Azuki Bean Island? What? The Azuki is said to be a corrupted form of Akujiki, and in fact it was called Akujikishima, Evil Appetite Island. That is what is told among the fishermen. Why? I've heard about that before. Supposedly there's lots of sunken rocks and shipwrecks around here, so the fishermen got scared and stayed away whenever they could, right? Evil spirits settled down in Akujikishima and have continually eaten the souls of people since ancient times. Quite a few people lost their lives because of this island. Huh. Huh. And then that monk, the traveling Shugenja or whatever, built that shrine, reposed the souls, and settled them here, right? Settled them there, right? Sounds pretty crazy, though. And that shrine for the repose of souls was destroyed by an eerie, violent thunderbolt this summer, which tore up the darkness of the night. But don't worry about that. It's probably fine. I didn't know her name was Chio before. Chio? Kumasama-san, you really like those stories? Okay, sure, it'd be pretty creepy if a thunderbolt took out a shrine, but well, it was all worn out from the start. Maybe it just got washed away by some big wave. Ha 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 ha. The evil spirits of Akujikishima woke up from the slumber. I'm adding the up. Woke from the slumber and summoned Beatrice-sama. If Beatrice-sama happens to pay a visit to the family conference, if she does, Kumasawa fell silent for a moment. Jessica was pressing her to keep going, so that gap felt strange and eerie. When Kumasawa noticed that she had Jessica plenty scared with her silence, she grinned broadly. It's just a theory. Well now, I wonder what would happen. Oh. Live phone reaction? Whoa, that sounds great. Of course. Won't you be able to do better at work if you get a chance to enrich your heart by living the good life every once in a while? Yup. Can't live right unless both your wallet and your heart are enriched after all. Sure, I'll keep the day open. Go ahead and make reservations. Okay. Don't even think of missing it. Does chat need to be told what this is? Yeah, I'm counting on you. I love you, Kyrie. Really? After kissing the receiver... Really? Rudolph hung up. Before his seat, there were several executives with their sleeves rolled up, eagerly awaiting the end of that phone call. Sorry to keep you waiting. Have we heard anything from the States yet? Yes. You have a call from Dale Watanabe, the lawyer. I'll transfer it. On the whole, how's it going? Well, there does seem to be one unfortunate matter. It appears the other party has no intentions of withdrawing from the trial. Guess there's no fooling them. Haha. Please, transfer it here. Understood. I'll do that right away. The executive ordered that the external line be transferred to the secretarial office. At once, the phone in front of Rudolph rang. Hey there. Hello, hello? Sorry for the wait. Ushirimiya speaking. Thanks. How's it going on your end? Let's skip the pleasantries and jump into the main issue. I've got good news and bad news. Which would you like first? Always ask for the bad news first. Yes, might as well start with the bad. I hate fighting when there's no dessert. Very well. The bad news is that the other party is getting ready to prosecute. Just a few days ago, a similar trial resulted in a decision in favor of the plaintiff. The defendants were using roughly the same arguments we planned to use, but they were rejected in every case. I'm afraid to say it, but if we face the courtroom as we are now, it's extremely likely that each one of our claims will get rejected. So, that trial ended up being a total bust after all, and I thought their position was even more solid than ours. That hurts. Okay, what about the good news? I managed to contact the executives of the other party. I explained the situation we're in, told them we have no intentions of tarnishing their brand's image, and managed to get an understanding. They'll send us their terms over the next few days, and if these are carried out, they promise to withdraw their charges. This is their proposal according to the number 2 man on their board of directors. Your impression? To be honest, I expect their terms will be extremely severe. We estimate that changing the company name and the brand name will be inevitable. I think we'll be able to earn some leeway by playing with the amount of settlement money, making a public apology in a major newspaper, and carrying all this out within a reasonable amount of time. They sure are making this complicated when they could just tell us to go broke. They only recently switched to a new president, and their groundwork hasn't been completely laid yet. If we resist until the bitter end, they fear the forces opposing the current president won't hesitate to aid their enemies. Hence, the big shots want this matter settled as quickly as possible too, so we might still have enough leeway to get them to mitigate their terms if it'll lead to a quick settlement. Therefore, either way, we are still looking at a crazy sum of money. You need to be prepared for that. Even that would be much cheaper than paying punitive damages. Thank you very much, sir. Please contact me if anything new happens. We're paying you the big bucks, so no idle chit-chat. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Goodbye. Rudolph hung up the phone, after kissing it, just out of, habit. The executives sitting in reception seats seemed to have guessed at the contents of that discussion. You guys hear that? Simply put, they'll forgive us if we can pile up enough money. Now, all we've got to do is haggle over the amount of that money. But President, the likely sum for the settlement Mr. Watanabe indicated is too much. We don't have that much of a margin. If we'd known this would happen, we never would have started diversifying. The calculations were that we could escape a capital crisis if we managed to endure for 3 years. To think we'd be stabbed at a time like this. How bad can our luck get? What a bad luck. I guess we fell at the step of the hop, step, and jump. It's enough to make you cry, like the seagulls. We have no choice but to draw the money from the main bank. Banks are no good. They only bet their money on winners. The economy's improving, but we can't show weakness to the banks. President, do we have access to any funds that are unaccounted for? Funds we are unaware of? Quit it. Do I look like that kind of man? The contents of my wallet are totally exposed to you guys, okay? The account books over there show all our company has. In that case, we need to raise money. We need a sponsor who can draw in several million for us as soon as possible. President, couldn't something be worked out with one of your personal connections? President. Calm down, you bastards. Let me worry about raising the money. You guys just keep the business running without making too much noise. Our accusers are saying they'll let us be if we can show them the money. We've already got thick pipelines in Asia. Things will probably be shaky, but we'll be able to maintain our current deals. Basically, if we can just bring the money together, we'll be able to solve all our problems. Just you watch, I'll fix all of this. I won't leave you out in the cold. Time to start getting your hopes up again. Once this is all behind us, I'll be rewarding all you guys with a champagne tower. I promise you that, so shut up and follow me. Got it? Yeah! The airplane suddenly shook, probably due to turbulence. Rudolph was jostled awake. He'd woken early that morning and ended up drifting off to sleep while resting in his seat. Did I just say seat twice? drifted off to sleep while resting in his seat. You okay? Are you sure you aren't still pretty sleepy? After all, it seems you've been really busy with work lately. Being busy with work is nothing to complain about, right? Once I've got nothing left to do, it won't be long before we're out in the cold. Good point. Now that even Battler comes back, we'd be looking at worse than just the two of us going around begging. Yeah, our family's all together again for the first time in 6 years. So the leader of our family's got to give it his best if we want to spend some time alone together. When he looked out the window, he saw that the airplane had already started to drop in altitude considerably. The fishing boats, which had only looked like black grains a short while ago, were starting to become clearly recognizable. If I could prostrate myself before father and get 10 million yen every time he slugged me, I'd do it a dozen times. Oh, 120 million yen. Or maybe he could just go and die already. I've always depended heavily on his financial support, and now I'm after his inheritance. I'm headed straight to hell. I can hardly complain if father doesn't want to meet the man I've become. Okay. I misjudged Rudolph. I misjudged Nanjo. Could it be that once again you do not plan on making an appearance at the family conference? Nanjo looked at Kinzo's face, sighing. Kinzo's eyes remained rooted to a strange book on magic. I have no intention of joining those vultures in their debate. They can discuss how they'll suck my bones dry on their own. How utterly contemptible. My, how troublesome. Nanjo shook his head slightly. To him, children and grandchildren were lovely things. He believed watching them grow was the only way to truly enjoy old age. So Kinzo's words were very saddening to Nanjo. If the time comes for me to leave this room, I will show myself, just as she does not show herself yet. When Kinzo raised his face, his gaze pointed at the portrait of the witch, which was respectfully displayed on the wall. Did we see this one already? Kinzo's mind didn't dwell for a moment on the fact that today was the family conference where all his beloved relatives would gather. It was filled only by the face of the witch in the oil painting, who never smiled except inside the portrait. Everybody knew that interrupting Kinzo when he talked about Beatrice would trigger his wrath. Why do some people say wrath is wrath? Wrath sounds better. Wrath does have a certain, ring to it, but it's wrath. Where are you getting wrath from? You're putting the tie over the cape clasp, not the other way around? Today I will hold a certain ceremony. Oh, and what might that be? Perhaps it is closer to a gamble than a ceremony. After all, magic without risk can never house a miracle. You're British? Yeah, just because I'm British doesn't mean I agree with all the Britishisms. I fucking hate schedule so much. Oh, man. Oh, god damn. It's schedule. Don't say schedule. Nanjo had heard Kinzo say this many times before. You might even call it a pet phrase of Kinzo's. Kinzo apparently believed that magic and miracles could occur if you gambled your own fate with a certain amount of risk and triumph. Aluminum or aluminium? Don't care. Either one's good for me. I don't give a shit. I wonder what sort of gamble you're making. As a man who was once called the Golden Gambler, and who's now so old he might pass on at any time, says the doctor. This should be well worth watching. Ho ho. Huh. I see. So the secret ritual I developed after much research appears to be nothing more than a gamble to one unversed in magic such as you. Very well. If I have faith in miracles and win, you will see clearly on this day that all my research did bear fruit, despite its seeming to be little more than the product of my eccentricity. If you win, it will all end just as you have already seen, as nothing more than the I can't say this word, eccentricity of an old man who might leave this world at any time. Z or Z? Z. Ho, just what sort of gamble could you be planning to take? As your friend, that bet, or ceremony as you call it, I'm doing a bet on my dominoes, as I can only pray most sincerely that you achieve victory in it. Yes, I thank you. Speaking of which, Kinzo-san, have you heard that a much longed for guest will be present at the family conference this year? What? For once, Kinzo reacted to Nanjo's words and turned around. That's right, Battler-kun from Rudolph-san's family. I hear he'll be coming after an absence of 6 years. I'm sure he's become a splendid boy. Oh, Battler? I wouldn't call him longed for, a guest who's failed to show up for a mere 6 years. After hearing Battler's name and making a disappointed and ill-humored expression, Kinzo turned his back again. 1 second, chat. Getting kind of hot in here. I imagine those 6 years went by in a flash for you, considering how you've immersed yourself in your research in this room. Humph. However, we might actually receive a visit from a truly longed-for guest. Everything depends on the results of the roulette. The roulette has already started to spin. The demon's roulette. Will it be rouge or noir? Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves as we see what kind of miracle the roulette will show us. The payoffs are large, and I don't intend to lose. Beatrice, accept my bet. At that time, the telephone on the table rang. The piercing sound seemed to irritate Kinzo, and he picked up the receiver to preserve the silence as much as he could. What is it? I'm busy. Genji speaking. Everyone has arrived. What of it? Just serve them some tea or something. Certainly, I will do so. Kinzo hung up the phone rudely. Looking at that, why be mean to Genji? Looking at that, Nanjo sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. As he is now, I doubt Kinzo would pay any heed to any sort of guest. Could any guest possibly make Kinzo come out when the time comes, as he said? Kinzo had a single person in mind, but that was a guest who certainly wouldn't appear. Nanjo stared at the witch of the portrait with her impassive expression, unable to decide whether she was smiling or sad, and then gazed up at the lead-colored sky. We're back! Okay. Is it the same room? Welcome back to Rakinjima. We do hope you enjoy your stay and also survive. We hope you enjoy your stay. So are all the pieces in place? Shall we line them up again and start a new game? Any objections from you? Nope, none. The witch looked at him challengingly while elegantly smoking her pipe. And Battler? He just rudely shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care what she did. He didn't meet her eyes. That didn't mean he didn't intend to challenge her. It showed his clear determination to never be taken in by this bastard's tricks. Okay, were we just seeing everything? Was I right? Because if I'm right, that's fantastic. Was she just like showing a play and we were watching it, or what? It was an expression of his determination to fight. Don't tell me you're jumping into this without a plan. Haha, I never have a plan. That's why I just always spin the chessboard and win somehow. Oh, I love you so much. Finally, a man with some backbone. Oh my god. I'm gonna cherish this spine after I rip it out of your fucking body. I don't even know how you'll make your first move, so I've got no plans or anything. Go ahead and move first. Humph, naturally, I'll do so. How shall I break down your defenses? How many moves will it take to checkmate you? Why so many twangs lately? This is where you'll see me at my finest. No matter what moves you come at me with, I won't believe in you. As long as I stand my ground on that point, I won't lose. And that means, this game's built in a way that makes it impossible for you to win. Perhaps you're right. However, I'm the one who decides how many times we'll hold this game. We'll repeat it over and over again until I win and you acknowledge your defeat, see? Oh, okay, here we go. In other words, this is torture. You promise? An eternal torture that shall continue until you surrender to me. It shall go on endlessly until you acknowledge me and the existence of witches. Then I'll play your game endlessly as many times as it takes until you run out of patience. I've never lost in a test of stubbornness. He's literally me. He's literally me. Oh, did a certain witch plant that idea in your head? Cackle, cackle, very well. I'm tired of listening to you ramble. Come on, get this started. Then let us begin. I already know all of your moves. A defense doesn't amount to much if the plan behind it is known. Don't think you'll be able to defy me with the same moves. Beatrice, I've got just one thing to say before we start. What is it? You're super hot. And after this, go ahead and say whatever you want. However, whether I believe you is something I'll decide for myself. No matter how impressive this magic of yours is, my soul won't yield to you. You think this is torture for me? You're wrong. I'm enjoying this. Then what else could it be? Love. This is torture for you. You're I'm not stuck in your magical, hypothetical, holodeck rerun of the murders until we get it right with me. You're stuck in here. No, hold on, I fucked it up. No, shit. Oh my god. Someday you'll surrender to me and give up. Until then, you'll be tortured over and over again. How amusing. What an entertaining metaphor. Metaphor? Torture, where we torment each other. Yes, truly amusing. Are we flirting? Come, shall we begin that torture? Ushiromiya battler! Ooh! Every year, the relatives visiting Rokkenjima would let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden that first greeted them. They would stop there to chat about the roses' beauty and how well they were blooming that year. Okay, is Battler gonna remember? Or does he have to do it, like, blind? And if he is doing it blind, was the one that we just saw even the first time? In the midst of all this, there was a single unhealthy rose, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its condition. But George used his quick wits, and saying that everything would be fine if they took care of this poor thing, marked it with a candy wrapper and immediately restored Maria's good mood. Can't believe he's still single. Then Battler, with whom she'd been getting along well with since that morning, started talking about Halloween. This was such a favorite topic of Maria's that she began playing around energetically again. To Maria, that marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candy bought by her mother was probably the greatest sort of treasure. Okay, this is definitely different. They seemed to have bought several, and she demanded a trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around. Why is it different? I wonder why Maria likes Halloween so much. Okay, so he doesn't know. I always figured it was a pretty unfamiliar event for the Japanese. Is he gonna know every single time he goes back to the tea room? Is he gonna remember? Is it like selective memory loss sort of thing? Okay, why is it different? Are the murders gonna be different this time? Is it that she wasn't successful enough this time, so this time she's gonna do it differently, or what? Well, it's a kids festival where they get to parade around in costumes, right? It can be fun to play around in an outfit that's different than usual. I think there's a slightly deeper cause behind it. After all, she is the witch, Maria-chan. Come to think of it, when we were at the airport, didn't Maria say that if she was going to wear a costume, it'd be a witch? Does she like witches? Who doesn't? Yeah, she loves them. So much that it becomes a problem. Hey, it's not so bad. You expect kids at that age to love fantastical stuff like that? If it was just a heroine on some TV anime, at least it'd be cute. Sigh. Judging by Rose's appearance, she wasn't very happy about her daughter's love for witches as a mother. The cousins other than Battler seemed to realize this, and they shrugged, wearing stiff smiles. So you're arguing that because she likes witches, she also likes Halloween? If we don't know, why don't we just ask her? Hey Maria, how are Halloween and witches related? As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a stifled "ah," as if they were trying to stop him, but too late. Don't bring up witch in front of Maria. Maria might have been waiting for just that question. After beaming for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You're totally clueless, aren't you?" It was the face of a hobbyist who'd been ticked off by an outsider saying something stupid about their favorite subject. Ooh. To the Celts, the changing strength of the sun over the course of a year signified its birth, its growing up period, its aging and death, and then its revival. I get it. In spring, the weak warm sun starts to grow up and gets hot, and then it gradually gets weaker and worn out. Sort of makes sense to think of it as the sun living out an entire life. Okay, let's go over to Akane that has the next paragraph as well. Did you know that the sun used to be a lot colder before, but then witches made it hotter? Thank you too. Gordot4ot for the bits. Hello Joe, I am the resident Jad's One Piece expert. Hope you're enjoying Umipiko. Looking forward to your One Peak adventures. Yeah, it's One Peak because I'm only going to take one glance at the pages before I give up. Lamayo got him! Oh. Thank you. Boss Andrew for the resub. That was such a bad joke. Oh my god, that was terrible. Thank you, Os Andrew for the resub. Cat Booty for the resub as well. Thank you, Snipe Hunter 007 again. Wouldn't it be funny if all of Kinzo's gold had been converted into FTX right in time for it to go bust? Maybe that is what Kraus is hiding from the other siblings. Thank you, Sinopia for the resub as well. Thank you very much. Oh, there's a giant dance. Yes. So they thought that at the end of October, the sun died, was laid to rest in the land of the dead, and was then revived at the winter solstice. And the name they gave to the last day of their year, when the sun ended its 1 year lifespan and died, was Samhain, and they celebrated then. It's an interesting idea to think that— Shut up, George! It's an interesting idea to think that the sun revived on the day of the winter solstice, when the daylight hours start to grow longer again. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. It's a case that makes it clear how much the ancients regarded the sun as sacred. Oh god, wouldn't you? I see. So what does that have to do with witches? It seemed that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to shut up while she explained. Maria seemed to be having a blast as she talked, so I decided not to interrupt. In the interval between October and November, life and death became the closest they ever will. The Celts believed that during this time, the world of the living grew closer to the world of the dead and otherworldly beings, and many of those living in the other world would come to visit. It was like the Bon Festival in Japan. Hee. At the time, people believed that souls returning to the physical world would go into people's houses or possess people and do bad things. So in order to avoid harm, they performed rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls back, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed. Also, they called a witcher. That part became a festival, which turned— Aren't you Celt or something like that? Technically, yeah, I think I am. I'm Welsh and Scottish, so yeah. Some part at least, yeah. That part became a festival, which turned into a costume parade. I'm just passionate about witches, man. You really know a lot, don't you, Maria? Ain't it the truth? Even I knew Halloween had such a history. But where did that whole trick-or-treat thing come from? Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults had suddenly started listening to— I didn't realize you guys were still here. I thought it was just like us and Rosa here. Maria, who was normally treated like the youngest all the time, puffed out her chest with pride. Saying that this was just a kid's discussion, Rosa suggested that the adults go on ahead and set their luggage down in the guest house. Can we hear her say it? But nobody else agreed to go with her, and she let out a heavy sigh. Ooh. Trick-or-treat is just for fun. It has nothing to do with what was originally a Celtic ceremony. It was created later when Christian customs were mixed in. However, I think it's right for Halloween to be that way. According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the non-human world. There were also spirits with intimate connections to people's everyday lives. Humans could receive favors from those spirits, so they'd manage to gain magnificent blessings, as well as a year's worth of good crops. So basically, Halloween was also a bit of a harvest festival? I get it. Now that you mention it, I guess October is a turning point in all kinds of ways, including with the seasons. Sort of the opposite of April in Japan. Yeah, that might be a good place to mark it. Ooh, and also the witches hold a witch assembly then called a Sabbath. The witches thank the spirits that give out blessings of prosperity and reward them. Halloween costumes imitate the guests that come from the other side. In other words, you might say giving out candy is a way to show gratitude for the yearly harvest. Ooh, just like George Oni-chan says. So Halloween is a time when those two worlds intermingle? In other words, it's the most important chance for witches to intermingle with guests from that world. Is that what you're trying to say? Ooh, Just like Battler says. And you know what? You know what? October is when the power of witches and demons is at its most vigorous and prosperous. Hee 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 hee. I'm sure Beatrice will come. And then we'll eat marshmallow candies together, and she'll bring me to the Golden Land with her. We'll sing magical songs together, learn magic spells together, learn how to draw magic circles together. And then we'll learn the secrets of runes, and I'll become a great witch really, really quickly. Slap? My, isn't that wonderful? It's best for kids to have dreams. By the way, Rosa, how old will Maria be this year again? Holy shit! Oh man, she's so good. She's so good. Oh shit. Thank you, Rosa Umineko for the new sub. Welcome, Rosa Umineko. Thank you, Crunchy Vinyl. Cool name for the new sub as well. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to In Other Words. And thank you, the Jellyfish, for the bits. Ooh, are you enjoying Umipiko, Joe? I am, very much. Maria, that's enough of that. Don't worry about it, Rosa-san. It's a dream all girls have at one time or another. Thank you very much, but Maria has already graduated from that age. Hey, I'm telling you to stop. Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before her cheery discussion about black magic earned her the snickers of the relatives. Oh? That sounds pretty detailed and impressive. By the way, who is Beatrice again? I know I've heard that name somewhere before. Battler had been gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rockinjima witch. However, when he said he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's once bright mood soured in an instant, like the candy. Oh, don't bring the face back. When he saw that, Battler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of this island, but the damage had been done. Until Maria's mood improved, she went on and on about many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch. That's enough, Maria. Thank you, Battler-kun, for letting her chat with you. Kennen-kun, don't you have work to do? Please leave now. Go-to-san, it looks like everyone wants to set down their bags for the time being. Sorry, but could you guide everyone to the guest house? Certainly. Well then, everyone, allow me to guide you. Then, if you will excuse me. Goto led the relatives and they began to head towards the guest house. At this point in time, or maybe a little bit before that, was Rosa the character with the least amount of screen time? I think yes. Probably? Definitely in the running, right? Goto, no. Well, Goto was in some of the servant scenes and at the pier where I don't remember Rosa being. Maybe it's between Goto and Rosa? Kraus, yeah, Kraus didn't show up until later and he wasn't in it for very much. But he did have that private scene with Natsui. So, I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out, I guess. Like in a not really all that sort of interesting way, but it's like, oh, okay, cool. That's I know that now. They were eager to set down their luggage and take a breather, so they didn't realize that Rosa and Maria weren't coming with them. After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's face changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria this whole time. There was a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she'd been using on Maria's slender arm. That hand then slapped against Maria's head, pinched her left ear, and lifted. Even though I'm always telling you not to talk about witches, haven't I always said that was our promise together? Mama, ouch. Mama, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You really do like blabbering on about Halloween all the time, don't you? A festival for witches? Who cares about the Celts, black magic, all that idiotic trash? Okay, so it seems like everyone knows that Maria's really into witches, even before this scene, because everyone was like, oh, Battler, you don't know what you've done. So that means anyone here would know that if they dressed up in a Beatrice costume and gave the letter to Maria, that she would just instantly go along with it. Doesn't narrow it down. You're 9 years old, 9. Because of that scene you made in the train, I went to all the trouble of making a stop and buying you those disgusting monster marshmallows that look like they have fluorescent paint on them. Maybe they do. I went out of my way to buy it, even though it made us late. How much more will you embarrass me before you're satisfied? As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, almost as though she was about to tear it off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face while she frantically stood on her tiptoes, trying to soften the pain in that ear. Rosa suddenly grabbed the candy that Maria had been holding. She threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of a memory, of a brief span of time when her mother had bought something fun for her. But now, that same mother was grinding it into the ground right in front of her, like the brooch was ground to the ground in the exact same part, right? The same part of the garden? It was as though a brand had been pushed into Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that could never be erased. What's the deal with this disgusting candy? Disgusting, disgusting. It's because you're like that. It's all because you're like that. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah, okay. As she said that, she struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm. She didn't hit Maria's face because the red swelling would stand out. Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. Come back, mama. Come back, mama. Save me, mama. Defeat the bad witch. She kept bearing Rose's assault, muttering that over and over. Didn't I tell you to stop talking about witches? Why you? Rosa, tired from hitting her daughter, breathed so hard her shoulders shook. Mira grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would return soon. Mama, come back quickly. Save me, mama. Beat the bad witch. Fine, just stay there like that forever. Just stand there mumbling about witches and Halloween forever. After hurling those words at Maria, Rosa left in the direction of the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Oh, is this the different version of how she's left alone in the garden and the witch comes and gives her the letter? Or... because this seems like it was the version of the scene when they first enter the house, and the one when they're back in the garden happens later. Maybe it happens differently this time. Maria, forgetting even that it was okay to cry, kept staring down at the jack-o'-lantern candy that had been trampled beyond recognition. Excuse me. Thank you, Crimson Petals, for the new sub as well. Welcome, Crimson Petals. Oh, Rosa. Where were you? I'm sorry. The roses were so wonderful, I just... Rosa, set your luggage down quickly and come with us. We're gonna say hi to Aniki. What happened to Maria-chan? Is she still by the flower beds? Yes. It seems she found a rose she likes and insisted that she take care of it, refusing to listen. I decided to let her do what she wants for a while. We sometimes forget that girls have their own little world. Sometimes, or big witches, sometimes we have to respect that, right? That's right. Thanks for your concern, Kirie-ni-san. That's kind of hard to say. Goda-san, where's our room? I will guide you this way. By the way, we're having calf steak for dinner. Nudge, nudge. Allow me to hold your luggage. I'll be fine. I can carry it myself, thank you. Rosa went to her room, guided by Goda. She then closed the door somewhat violently and threw her luggage on top of the bed. She got down on her knees in front of the bed, burying her face in it. For a while, Rosa made as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing constantly. Maria-sama, are you alright? Ken appeared from behind a thicket after watching Rosa leave. I'm fine. Maria gave a creepy laugh, but to Canon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring as best she could. She's a horrible person. I can't believe she's a mother. It can't be helped. You can't expect anything better than that to enter a container of that level. I'm just fine. What is this? Because if this is a defense response to being abused, then holy shit. But if, like, she's actually possessed and just fucking with her mother into, like, the mother, like, beating her, and then she's like, ha ha ha, I made you do it, that is so unbelievably fucked up. I wrote a character in a story like that once, actually. Thank you, Typo Taylor, for the resub as well. Another month, another sub. I started Umineko because of the streams. Also, the game I worked on released this month, EP. Oh, congratulations, Typo Taylor. That's a big deal. Congrats. Hope it does well. Kenan got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really he couldn't do so. He couldn't do so with it in that condition. This candy seems important, but is it just for this different scene, or what? Is it to make it abundantly clear that this is a different scene, or is it going to come back later? Like, we're going to see, maybe it is glow-in-the-dark paint somehow. Like, I don't know how that would be on a candy, and we're going to see it, like, in a dark room later. Just as he was wondering what to do, he met Maria's gaze. No, that wasn't quite right. Maria was looking at the candy Kenan had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as the candy that had been trampled into a pulp. Kenan realized this, but didn't know what he should do. That's right. I'll exchange it for the one I received earlier. Kenan remembered that a similar candy he'd received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Kenan thought she was trying to take it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Kenan realized she was saying, "Give it back." No matter how tragic and trampled it was, this candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy and no other. If only it were intact enough that it could be fixed by dusting it off. Kenan hung his head. Dusting it off is the most I can do. I'm sorry. Kenan held out the miserable-looking candy Maria had wanted. She took it and spoke. Thank you. A human can't do anything except dust it off, but a witch could restore it to how it once was. It would be easy for Beatrice. Maria-sama, I'm furniture. You know about Beatrice? Sama? Except for Battler, there was no way anyone related to the What? Oh, failed. Shit. Except for Battler, there was no way anyone related to the Ushiromiya family could have failed to know Beatrice's name. Okay, alright. But just now, Maria had bragged about Beatrice to Battler. So she had spoken almost as though she was meeting with Beatrice regularly. Kenan felt a sharp pain inside his left hand, which was curled into a fist. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared to tempt him and Shannon. Yeah, we know. He'd always tried to think of it as a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it definitely was a real witch. And then, this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god was hit by lightning, disappearing without a trace over the span of a single night. He knew about Shannon breaking that mirror, and he remembered that, as the witch departed, she said she'd eventually be revived. And now, this girl who believed absolutely in Beatrice spoke as though she'd met Beatrice herself. Kenan couldn't suppress a vague sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. I wonder if this really intense belief is like a really good battery of power for Beatrice in some way. Now that she's on the island, shit can happen. Glass shatter? No. For a while, Maria remained silent, as though she could see into Kenan's heart, almost as though she was waiting for a memory of Beatrice to be revived. And then she spoke, as though it was a fact. Hee. You know, I'm friends with Beatrice. I'm even going to meet her today and play. Hee. You're going to play? Yeah, of course we'll play. We're going to have ice cream. We're going to study magic together. Hee. The face of that witch, whom Kenan had tried to pretend was a bad dream, began to slowly creep into the back of his mind. Can we see it? Father says he's extremely busy with his research. Unfortunately, it seems he'll be unable to come down. Come on, we put this conference in our schedules and come all the way out to Rakinjima during this crazy busy fall season. You think Dad could at least be a bit more sociable? Yeah, seriously. Dr. Nanjo, is it really his research and his mood that are the problem? He isn't really bedridden and unable to get up, right? Well, I wonder. There is not much I can say. Nanjo glanced at Natsui. It seemed he thought it wasn't his place to speak without first getting Natsui's approval. Okay. This is different too? Right? This seems different to me. Huh. Thank you, Playing It Wrong, for the resub. My weeb, it's a VN. Am I clicking it wrong? Thank you very much for the resub, Playing It Wrong. Father's state of health is better than ever. It would be exceedingly rude to call him bedridden. But he only has 3 months left to live, right? Normally, wouldn't you expect him to be wasted away, unable to get out of bed? Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? For a normal patient, that would probably be the case. But Kinzo-san has extraordinary willpower. Perhaps that willpower has frightened even the Reaper away. Well, if he's that energetic, then I guess we have little to worry about for the near future, right? Though, if he's got that much spunk, I wish he'd at least come to greet us. Isn't the whole point of this family conference to come and see Dad's face? I'm not even sure why we came now. So true? Don't say that. If he were here, you'd complain the whole time about being unable to relax. Shouldn't we celebrate the fact that all of us siblings have gathered this year to spend some time alone? We didn't get to see him at last year's family conference either, right? Can't you understand why his blood children might want to see him after 2 years? If there's anything you'd like to say in greeting, I will tell him for you. Or Eva-san, is there something you'd like to discuss with father beyond merely greeting him? Nah, come on, what are you talking about? Sheesh. Give it a rest, Eva. Natsui-san, forgive us. Eva's just worried about father's condition as his daughter. Please try and understand how she feels. Indeed. Look how quickly you've grown to respect father now that you know how much longer he has to live. Oh, what a line! Yes, I believe I do understand why you want to see him so much. Humph. What are you trying to say? Quit it, Nikki. Why don't we pray that his mood will improve by dinner? Anyway, we've only just arrived. For now, we're only here for a casual greeting, and we could even hold the family conference without Dad. In fact, there's a few things we siblings shouldn't bring to him until we formed a unified opinion. Isn't that right, Hideyoshi-san? Oh, yep, it's just as Rudolph-kun says, yeah. Wish I could read. This is the only time of year we can all meet in person. We've got to take this valuable time seriously and be frank with each other. Even though the tea hadn't yet arrived, they were very determined. But before that, perhaps we can spare the time to enjoy some black tea at our leisure, surrounded by the wonderful furnishings of the parlor. Oh, Shannon and Cannon are here? Kari's words seem to contain a subtle admonition. How do you say this? Admonishment? It's admonishment is the root here, right?
Admonition.
Admonition. Okay. Subtle admonition directed at everyone gathered there. They all understood as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a time. Admonition. Excuse me. Oh, she is here. I've brought some tea. Hey, Shan, you just keep getting prettier and prettier. Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to relax and enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the room. As far as anyone could see, the strained atmosphere from before Shannon's arrival seemed like a lie. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kyrie seemed to laugh faintly at how adult everyone was suddenly acting. Rudolph didn't like it when Kyrie took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. It was his worthless male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man who took advice from his wife. She understood that and did her best to refrain from saying any more than was necessary. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings who only superficially appeared to be enjoying some time together alone, and casually drank her tea near the window. Okay, I don't think... Would they think that? Or is that just Rudolph overthinking it? I don't know. Eva seems pretty headstrong. Like, Kraus seems to feel the same way about Natsui a little bit, maybe. Maybe they would. I don't think. Yeah, you're right. That's true. So she separated herself to the tail. Yeah, okay. Oh, Rosa-san. I thought you siblings were enjoying some alone time. You must be joking. Sorry, don't take it the wrong way. I'm just a little exasperated by my husband. Just leave it up, man. Just leave it up. Just leave it up. Apparently Rosa hadn't been able to keep up with that on the surface friendliness. They'd come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to grab a part of the inheritance for themselves. She probably didn't like suddenly pretending that they were all chummy. Or maybe she was still immature for that. Too immature for that. Looks like the wind... It looks like the wind started blowing hard out there. The plants are all shaking so much. The typhoon's probably gotten pretty close already, and Maria's still in the garden. I wonder if we'll see a lot of rain tonight. Maria-chan really has grown a lot this past year. Look at Kyrie being like, I'm trying to tell you, you need to go get your daughter without, you know, overstepping my line and telling you that you have to go get your daughter. Like, holy shit. Does it look that way? She still can't even fold her own clothing yet. No, it's true. It's because she has such an affectionate mother. She'll grow into a girl with a rich heart. Rosa fell silent. What, is Kyrie in C's? Maybe she was unsure as to what Kyrie meant by that. I'm a failure as a mother. Children don't get to choose their parents. That poor girl. Doesn't that go both ways? A parent can't choose what kind of child they have either. Rosa bit her lower lip. This isn't a matter of assigning blame. Isn't it enough that you take your time and watch over her as she grows, conscious of the fact that you'll be living together? You spend every day with Maria-chan, so you probably don't notice the small changes, but the rest of us who haven't seen her for a year can clearly see clearly how much she's grown. What a, like, oh my god. What a wonderful person. If you really mean that, thank you very much. Then, if you will excuse me, if there is anything you desire, please call for it any time. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. As Hideyoshi and Rudolph, who had a soft spot for women, watched her go, the atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit. Is it a rule so far that everyone who isn't a blood relative of Kinzo is actually a pretty good person? Hideyoshi, I'm not sure of, actually. Sometimes he tells Eva off, other times it feels like he's in on it. I'm not actually sure. Anyway, sorry, did I read this line? As Hideyoshi and Rudolph had a soft spot for women, watched her go, the atmosphere of the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit. If father can't come down, well, that does still leave us with certain things we can discuss. Right, Rudolph? Here we go! Yep, that's right. We didn't come all the way out here just to drink some dusty tea, right? Very well, let us begin. What does this matter you're clearly so eager to discuss? My, those people really are determined. They certainly got started quick. I need to join in too. If I don't assert myself, those people will quickly forget that there are 4 siblings. No, 5! Sounds like you've got it pretty tough yourself. Maybe I spoke too harshly. Forgive me. No, I don't mind. I'm the one who should be apologizing. As a pair of mothers with daughters, we should talk more often. What? Every single time we meet, we end up talking about something shady. Kyrie's a MILF? What? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I thought of the joke. I sat here being like, am I gonna say it? And then I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to say it. I'm sorry. You can blame the atmosphere in this mansion for that. Once you breathe in this air, everyone gets so strange. Just once, I'd like to have a nice long cup of tea with you when we aren't attending a family conference. There's a wonderful coffee shop in Ginza that's a favorite of mine. Please let me invite you sometime soon. Thank you, Kirie-san. That sounds great. Oh no. The sky's gotten dark pretty fast. Real second wife, she had already worked on 7% of those wives. Okay, it's not in there. Is that new information? Was it said once before and it was just like a throwaway line? Is it not important? It's important for her bonding right now, but it's not. Okay. Oh no, the sky's gotten dark pretty fast. I could almost believe the people in this room made the weather worse. There's already thunder. Imagine Dragons? Oh, was that one there? Huh? There really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. The weather seemed to have worsened faster than expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rose's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was out in the rose garden, and Kyrie nodded and like, finally. A normal girl would try to go inside if the weather got bad, but Maria was different. She would sometimes get stubborn and refuse to move if the rain or even spears fell from the sky. That's right. I told that child to just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Oh no, Maria. Everyone looked back at Rosa when she let out a small scream. What? What is it? I'm sorry, I'm going outside for a second. So yeah, so this is completely different. Like, okay. It's not just different versions of different scenes. The whole chronology is fucking, it's in tatters, man. Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. What the? Seriously, what's going on with her? Don't worry, she'll be back soon. More importantly, shouldn't we begin? Our main topic. That's right. We can keep talking about that without Rosa. Let's return to our discussion. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. Okay. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a light breeze and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she'd thought. Just as Kyrie had said, the wind was mixed in with small droplets of rain. There was also a low rumble of thunder. Okay, so it's not too bad. I feel like she was out in the rain way more last time. It could start raining any time. So Rosa took out her Beatrice costume and then put her umbrella on, and then Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told to come to the mansion around lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come to them, they would surely think I took her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. After all, she had been with her mother, so there should have been no reason to worry. I was here, and I abandoned my daughter to the worsening weather. Maria! Maria! Are you there? If you're there, answer me. Is anyone gonna get the reference I just did there? Well, I know someone will. I was right. She was still standing stock still, exactly the same way she had been in the place where I had scolded her. Hey! Some people get it, yeah. Held it in her hand was the candy that I bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she stood there as the powerful winds whipped her hair about, tormenting her. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Maria. Forgive Mama. Obscure game, Final Fantasy. So, well, it's not just this obscure game, it's that I can't sing. So, ooh, Mama, welcome back. I waited for a long time for you to come back. The scary witch pinched me, but I stayed strong, waiting for Mama to come back without crying. Maria, forgive your Mama, forgive your Mama. You didn't do anything wrong. You were just possessed by a bad witch again. So I'm fine. I really like you, Mama. I love you. Okay, if she's possessed the whole time, this is like so fucked up. I'm sorry. Please forgive your Mama for losing to the bad witch. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness, and once again those tears dripped down after who knows how many times. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated, and might have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. Sadly, there were only fierce winds with occasional thunder. The sound of Maria sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. If Maria stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold. Okay, Maria, it's almost time for lunch. Why don't you come back to the mansion with me? Alright, so no umbrella this time? Ooh, won't go. Why not? Rosa thought she'd already received Maria's forgiveness, so she hadn't imagined Maria would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother, so Rosa couldn't understand why Maria wanted to stand still pointlessly as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question. It's Beatrice. She'll be here really soon, so I'm waiting. Are you flowy, Maria? Rosa struggled to find words for a moment, then fell silent. They'd only just managed to make up after all. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Beatrice is coming? Ooh. Really? Then instead of waiting here, why don't we wait in the mansion? If you stay in this wind too long, you'll catch a cold. She'll come. Beatrice will come. And when she does, I'll give her candy. I'll do trick or treat. I'll give her a jack-o'-lantern marshmallow candy and say, Happy Halloween! Ooh. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning ooh ooh. Rosa was bewildered and didn't know what to do as Maria started being difficult again. At that time, there was a sudden blast of thunder. It was probably a sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense and reality. So after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply. The wind blew even stronger, and amidst that blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. It was probably, no, definitely, fantastical. After all, that shadow of a person was Kinzo in a witch outfit. Oh, whoa! Holy I'm upset. Beatrice? Mira dashed over to the shadow. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Jessica's outfit? No. No. I don't know. It's something. It's something. My brain. It's. It's Hideyoshi with a hastily costume change that he had to improv at the last minute. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone whom she hadn't seen before and didn't know. But Rosa forgot to do that and was unable to do anything but stand there stunned. It's been quite some time. Have you been well? Ooh, I've been well. Witches don't catch colds. Ooh. Cackle, cackle. Indeed, a witch can use curses to make people catch colds, but how foolish would it be if she caught one herself? From now on, you should take care not to catch something like a cold yourself. She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called it out in the beginning when the woman appeared. So even though Rosa had never met her, even though the woman still hadn't introduced herself, Rosa was able to know her name. However, that name held a special meaning on Rakinjima and in the Ushiromiya family. There's no way something that stupid could be. Pitorichi! Happy Halloween! Look at what we bought. I'll give you one too, Beatrice. Indeed. Happy Halloween. Oh, is this for me? How truly adorable that a candy would be made out of this. The lonely light of a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell. It's Battler in candy form. I will enjoy this right now on this island that has been cut off from both from the world of humans and the world of non-humans. There may be no more suitable sweet. Cackle, cackle. Maria, what's wrong with that one? The witch noticed the sweet Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa until it reached this pitiful state. Ooh, got stepped on and smashed. Can you fix it, Beto? Oh, Rosa's about to get Dr. Manhattan. Holy shit, Maria didn't go so far as to say that it was her mother who'd stepped on it. However, for some reason, when the witch saw that candy, she looked at Rosa and grinned. A chin went down Rosa's spine as though this gaze was staring straight through her. Man, it's just great whenever she's on the screen, right? Like, all the scenes with her are just so good. It shall be easy, give it to me. Ooh. Maria held the candy out gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch, stunned. How did this person plan to trick Maria, somehow undoing the fact that the candy had been pitifully trampled? Maria looked as though she believed it could be fixed good as new. Without real magic, there was no way such a thing could be possible. My, it is quite crushed, isn't it? Come, Maria, close your eyes and try to remember. Because it really was that wonderful a candy. The candy of your memories is always full and fluffy. So you try to remember as well. What kind of candy was it, really? Along with those strange words, spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria was closing her eyes and remembering, just as the witch had told her to, what shape had that crushed candy really had. Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet that had been thrown into the air burst into a gold color. No, that wasn't it. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to gather at the witch's hand, which was held up to the sky. And as she did this, unbelievably, it returned to its beautiful original form, no different from when it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch witnessed that scene, unable to comprehend what was occurring right before her eyes. Rosa stood with her mouth hanging open, completely forgetting to shut it. You may now open your eyes. Take it. With this, your sweet has returned to normal. Ooh, Beatrice is incredible, incredible, giggle. There was a stark contrast between Rosa's shock and Maria's innocent joy. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile floated to Beatrice's face. one different from the smile she'd shown Maria. Does my face seem familiar? If you stare so fixedly, you might burn a hole through it. I'm sorry. Those words triggered something very clearly in Rosa's mind. Rosa knew this face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch, but no, wait, could this mystery woman really be? Maria, I give you this in exchange for the sweet you gave me. Ooh, a letter? The witch pulled a western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her. You must not. The time will soon come for you to open it, but until then, you absolutely must not. Take good care of it. That will be your invitation to the Golden Land. The Golden Land! So you'll finally take me there. Giggle. Giggle. Take it and treat it with care. You must not show it to anyone. Ooh, I'll keep that promise. You've always got to keep promises with witches. And this is for you. Huh? Me? She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her too. Rosa was bewildered by the second western envelope which was thrust before her. Oh, she'd seen this type of envelope before. There could be no mistake. It was one of Kinzo's special envelopes used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Ushirimiya family crest.
Hello, Rosa. I want to play a game. In the shed, there's a bunch of fucking pliers and, like, lawnmower blades and shit, and I want you to get 6 people and just grind them into fucking dust tonight, and if you do that, everything will be fine.
It was sealed with red sealing wax, and furthermore, it had a mark that seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, even without asking what was inside this letter, Rosa knew that this woman, whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough to be placed in charge of a personal letter of the current Ushirimiya head. Oh man, she caught the ring first try this time instead of 4 times in the other timeline. It could have been any of the 4 siblings. However, the fact that I have met you here probably means you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette. Oh. So which sibling was it last time? Was it Kraus and that's how you found the gold? Huh. So take it, then read its contents aloud while seated at the dinner table when all the siblings are gathered. What did you say? Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope that had been handed to her. Today was a family conference, and the biggest object of discussion would be the inheritance problem. So, she had joined together with Eva and Rudolph, and they planned to force a certain condition on Kraus to try and extort several hundred million yen in cash out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. What does she intend to announce when all of his siblings are gathered? And with a personal envelope that no one but the Ushirimiya head can use. Maria, the weather is getting worse. Return to the guest house and wait for lunchtime. Oh, I'm skipping her lines, I'm sorry. Her voice lines. And Rosa, we will meet again later. Allow me to introduce myself again at that time. The witch turned her back to her, laughing. Then she began to head towards the mansion with an air of composure. Maria energetically called out and watched her go, then began to dash towards the guest house, leaving Rosa behind, as though she wanted to inform the other cousins of her fortunate meeting with the witch as soon as she could. At last, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger, unable to do anything but pray what had happened was just a daydream. She was suddenly, accosted by Kinzo in a witch outfit, holding an umbrella. I'm here, I'm a little late. Kinzo, unknowing that the real witch had just appeared, was very confused that Rosa stared at him. You know what? We haven't saved it in a while. When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Genji welcomed the guests approaching from the entrance hall with a respectful bow. Wow. Wow. Play KCD2 in the middle of Umineko? Bro, really? Really? You're here campaigning for a sequel of a game that I haven't even played? What? In the middle of Umineko? We're doing a thing. We're doing a thing. Thank you, Paste5H, for gifting a sub to Gantz. Was pretty good. Yeah, true. Thank you, Paste5H. Thank you, The Perfect Noob, for the resub. Hey, Joe. Hey, Perfect Noob. Thank you, Human Kirby, for the new sub. Welcome, Human Kirby. Nintendo Sonic. Welcome. Thank you, Tripor Triage? Triport Riage. One of those for new sub. Welcome. Thank you very much, Clofus. And thank you, Maxili. Or Maxi. For the resub as well. Thank you. Is Beatrice here? Someone in chat saying. Golden Witch who has lived with... Oh, why is she wearing this? The Golden Witch who has lived with it for 1,000 years. She's past the limits of humans. It seems like it's the same one. Okay. Respectful bow. I have been waiting, Beatrice Sama. It's been quite some time, Genji. Humph. You've gotten old. No matter how old it becomes, furniture carries out its work like furniture until the end. Yeah, Genji is like that, okay. I remember how the man's wife used to be jealous of you. Is Kinzo doing well? He is doing extremely well. Humph. Cackle, cackle. The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you expect from someone nearing the end of his life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at. Then let us go and greet him. I look forward to hurling curses at each other after 30 years. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her. Glass? No. At that time, Kyrie came out of the parlor. She'd probably gone out to fix her makeup or something. And when she saw Genji following a witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. What? A guest for Kinzo had arrived, despite him being... It's... oh, man. Still, if it's what I think, it's like... just Battler and fucking Shambles being like, look, even your confidant Kyrie saw the witch and it was fine. Like Battler, what are you doing? Get with the program. Everyone just wants to go to the Golden Land. Can you just give it up? And he's like, fuck you, no. Elaborate costumes, fucking future hologram tech. Your magic does exist, but if someone else's magic, just because magic exists doesn't mean you were the one doing the magic. Maybe there's another witch that was doing that that's trying to make another witch exist. Prove that there's not a second witch that was in the fucking bill. Like, just like, oh my god. A guest for Kinzo had arrived despite him being almost dead on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Ushirimiya family household that Genji was following behind her. Kyrie immediately realized that this person she had never met before was deeply important. Kyrie and the witch's eyes met. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch. Hey witch, it's a pleasure to meet you. You were Rudolph's second wife, right? Were? Correct. This is Kyrie-sama, Rudolph-sama's current wife. From this exchange, Kyrie realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank even amidst the Ushirimiya family. And the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall, made Kyrie's eyes instantly open wide. Oh shit. Is the epitaph the same? Oh, is it the same? What if that... What? Okay, I need a poll right now. Which outfit's better? I need a poll right mods. I'm disappointed there's one. I need a poll right fucking now. Therefore, more than anything else, I need a poll comparing the witches' outfits right now. Let's go. Pleased to meet you. I'm Kyrie. I wonder if this is our first meeting. All right, is it different? It is different now. Oh The mysterious visitor and the 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference. She goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who gave the gold to Kinzo. Her reasons for visiting are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one had been allowed to use in the past. Is it just a hired actress? Is it like he found someone that's like just like a fucking doppelganger for wait, hold on. He's the one who commissioned the portrait, so he can make her look however he wants. So he found someone who he can model the portrait after, so he could bring Oh no, I'm fucking Battler. Oh no. fucking Battler! Oh shit! New outfit 1? Okay. Pleased to meet you. I'm Kira. What if this is our first meeting? If we have met before, I apologize for forgetting your name. So you intend to force me to state my name, even though you already have a vague idea of the answer. Kyrie thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, this didn't seem to be a person she could grow like. You know what this reminds me of? Is it Elizabeth Hurley has the movie with Brendan Fraser in it, where she plays the devil and she's in like a variety of provocative outfits as the movie goes on. Has anyone seen? Is it Elizabeth Hurley, or am I thinking of something else? A different actress. That was a fun movie. Bedeviled, yeah. But if Kyrie's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in, something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. So without shooting back a retort, Kyrie silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor with Genji following behind. So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. Is it Battler? It was Natsui. Kirie-san? Why are you standing still in a place like this? Oh, it's changed back. Are you not feeling well? Okay, it looks like it's the same. But maybe if we read the epitaph in this version, it'll change maybe. I'm sorry, I was just fascinated by the portrait of the witch for a bit. Oh, you mean the Golden Witch Beatrice? The one whose gold was supposedly necessary for the revival of for the revived Ushirima family we see today. That witch? Yes, that witch. Quite a fantastical story, just what one might expect from father. Natsui spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous, no more than another of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kyrie now. Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsui's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Maybe I'm getting a bit of a headache. I think I'll rest for a little while. Oh, is that so? Then I have some good headache medicine. Just make sure you read the bottle. I'll get it for you. Oh, the look on her face there. The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison peculiar to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace. And the Golden Witch didn't grimace either. How long has he been in there since last he left? I believe it has already been several years. Several years? Wasn't he out in one of the flashbacks or earlier on, or what? Okay. How pitiful. By now, you're the bird in a cage. No, you're the ghost of the study, are you not? How pitiful that he is unable to recognize even that. Until he meets you again, he will probably continue his research, even after literally becoming a ghost. Is it love or madness or a delusion? And yet perhaps even those can form magical power when strong enough. You sad magician. The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. When she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. Is Kevin McAllister on the other side? Fucking like Battler, like spin the chessboard. I've seen Home Alone. You just put a fucking like a hot iron on the other side of the fucking doorknob in order to make it like that. Prove that they didn't have one in that. They could have anything in that study. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand. Beatrice Sama. What is this? A ward against magic? Is that person able to get by without relying on something like this? Why would he want to keep you out? I have heard that this door would cause you great pain, Beatrice-sama. Shall I open it? No, it is fine. If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for all eternity. If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left. The life of a pitiful magician who went mad with love and lost everything. Already, Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board. All that is left is for the roulette to decide who wins and who loses. Until the roulette shows its results, there is no need for me and Kinzo to meet again. The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned. Or perhaps that is why he has this ward here in the first place. Humph. Yes, perhaps even that is honorable in its own way. By now, everything sits on top of Kinzo's game board. Kinzo's game board. I like it, Kinzo. Allow me to enjoy my game with you. Allow me to enjoy the failure of the final gamble, of the old magician who fell in love with me and threw away his entire life. Glass shatters. This is good. Please tell me it's 6 hours today. I think it's 5 hours today. We have a schedule for this, believe it or not. Who is it? Excuse me. I have brought lunch. Enter. Excuse me. 4 hours today. So is this the last scene, Mouse? After receiving approval, Canon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. The servants called this room the witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room no matter who they were. Why? Because I can't really read for that long. Like in one sitting, it's difficult for me. And also we're updating it to a week now, so you'll have way more Umipiko. Don't worry. The next stream is also Umineko on Tuesday. Yeah, I probably should have put the whatchamacallit, that in the title that we're doing on Tuesday as well. Yeah, we're trying to have like good start and end times as best as we possibly can within the bounds of the chapters and everything. We're trying not to end in the middle of a chapter or in the middle of a scene or something like that. So they're like off ramps because some of the chapters are quite long, right? So yeah, that's why at some point the servants had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from that portrait. And today, Kennen realized that this was absolutely true. So if we had done this every leap day, I actually would have died before finishing it, huh? Unless it was like a 12-hour stream each leap day. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden which had been tended to over several days for today's sake, as she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feelings. Canon was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him. Jessica, why are you wearing that? I will prepare the meal, Beatrice-sama. Canon went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Canon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around. It smells good. It appears Kraus hired a good cook. Calf steak. Yes, he is called Goda and was employed here recently. There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. Delicious food completes the 3 pillars of pleasure for living in the human world. It is the secret to preventing boredom after 1,000 years. Cackle, cackle. Canon and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt, certainly, this was clearly the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held a form and had arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall. Beatrice. See, Battler? Exactly the same person, Sama. It has been a long time, Canon. The furniture. It has been quite some time. Canon tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being, but the visit of this suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference. You appeared to be uneasy about what I planned to do now that I have appeared. Am I right? Canon didn't force an answer. This witch probably reads minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Canon's childish defiance. I came to fulfill my final promise with Kinzo. Your final promise with the master? I lent Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. I came to accept that interest tonight. I don't know what you're talking about. However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever this witch had to say, it couldn't be anything good. Cackle, cackle. There's no mistake. Whenever witches have something to say, it's never anything good. You are correct. However, like scissors, the potential of witches depends entirely on how they... What? How they are used. Sometimes, there are those like King Solomon who succeeded in great exploits. However, most who make use of us end up meeting a cruel fate, just like in fairy tales. Cackle, cackle. But Kinzo is crafty. He has incorporated even my collection of the interests into his ceremony. Is he an absurdly powerful magician who can surpass even me? Or else a mere fool possessed by madness? Amusing. Truly amusing. Canon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. I don't know, I'm enjoying it, and in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface. What, did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love, and in exchange I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I have never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Nice! Nice! Could it be that you? Cackle, cackle. Behold, the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing. Could it be the witch's epitaph? There was no mistake. It was the epitaph that accompanied the portrait of the witch Kinzo had put on display. The relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting that epitaph. Okay, is it going to be the same? Canon, since you are furniture, I imagine you've heard about it from Kinzo. The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come. Rejoice. The day when you will be freed from the shame of living as furniture has finally arrived. I believe you've wanted that for a long time. To furniture, which finds no value in its own existence, merely existing day to day must be nothing but agony. To those with souls, this world is worth clinging to, but those without souls find this world to be full of nothing but suffering. Complicated expressions flitted across Canon's face. This was the day of release that Canon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden, and for some reason he didn't like the hateful tone used by this witch as she informed him of the coming of this long-awaited day of rest. Okay, get out of the way then! Make room for someone with taste! Canon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling. Why do you not rejoice? Could you actually have some regrets left in the real world? As mere furniture? I have no regrets, because I am furniture. You truly are a model specimen of furniture. How nice, how nice. However, it won't be any fun if you have no regrets at all. Are you saying regrets are how you find pleasure? That is correct. Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of life. In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining. You see, I'm actually a tad famous in this regard. So much so that rare guests come from far away to see my skill at cooking. Hehehe. Perhaps this is something that mere furniture cannot understand. Kanan couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. To furniture like that, the witch who had come to release them from everything was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day Kanan should have been waiting impatiently for had come, he was confused by his own inability to accept it so easily. I'm just adding words. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as his sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did too. Canon bit, this looks like, I don't know, the two of them smashed together make her? It's alchemy. Canon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that, even though he'd complained about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this? Love. He felt a little shameful at his own naivety? It is naivety, right? Naivety. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason not to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will turn to nothingness. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to leave. Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting. Nothing more. This day that Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for will probably be a harsh burden for her, giving her emotions that she must never experience. I thank you for granting me, us furniture, the day of our release. And I hate you for making this day so difficult for Shannon to accept. Naivete is such a strange spelling. The sound at the end is an A. Yeah, I said it right there. I don't know why, but I know how to say that word. But when I see it read, I want to like pronounce it a different way. It's weird, huh? I want to make you suffer from your regrets as well, just like Shannon. However, you continue to live like furniture with foolish honesty, never getting ensnared by me. And yet, it seems you love Shannon a little too dearly, right? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Once again, the French has fucked us. Shannon's regrets are now your regrets. Will those feelings transform into hatred for me? If you wish to kill me, give it a try. Cackle, cackle, cackle. As Kinzo's furniture, you should have at least that much power, right? However, if you kill me, then the day of rest for furniture will not come for all eternity. Could you bear to live like that? Are you truly capable of resisting when I try to release you? Kneel? Well, what? Kneel and kiss my shoes. Otherwise, I will leave this place. I'll go back and never show myself again for all eternity. So, Canon, do you think you could bear to live like that? If the door to the Golden Land is opened, your hard life as furniture will end. If you desire, I can even give you life as a human. After that, you will be on the same level as Jessica. Surely you want to experience a taste of love. Is this like an indoctrination to this ideology so they could just be so more easily controlled? Like how long in advance was this set up? What the fuck? Thank you for the double whammy gift sub from Henry Wyatt and Dalmec. Henry Wyatt with The Wicked Witch of the East, though. And Dalmec with She Came Down in a Bubble, Dog. Or Doug, I'm not even sure which one it is to this day. If you don't know that joke, you can look it up later. It was this pretty funny video. Except for the guy randomly pulling out a knife at some point. I don't know what that's all about. Thank you, Dalmic and Henry Wyatt. And thank you, Penguini, for the resub. Thoughts on Glorp? I have no thoughts on Glorp, sorry. No thoughts on Glorp. Cool name, Penguini. There's no point trying to hide it. After seeing Shannon indulging in the sea of sweet love, you grew jealous. You are sorely tempted to know the taste of love. Stop it, stop it. Are you trying to ensnare me again? I won't be reduced to a toy for your amusement. Oh, Canon, you already are. Oh, then I will be satisfied with Shannon alone. After all, you aren't the only one who is implanted with a seed. Even fruiting plants sometimes fail to bear fruit after all. The one who attains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. What? On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, that challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using the epitaph as a threat against Canon. Do you not understand? For the ceremony of the epitaph to succeed, at the second twilight, 2 who are close must be offered as sacrifices. It could be any 2 who are close, a husband and wife, or even a pair of lovers. According to the rules of the ceremony, who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim. So you're the key. Are you? Don't you think there could be no more fitting a sacrifice for the second twilight than Shannon as she is now? Cackle cat. You dirty. Kenan realized something. Until today, he thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture, but in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Kenan shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Kenan, without any regrets in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. No, whom she had taught the taste of love, as she killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate for no reason other than that it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Canon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her, he had only made things more amusing for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. There were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom. Damn. What will you do, Canon? If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice, see? I've always wanted to make a toy like you surrender someday. She's so gross. Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon and laughed indecently. That's right. She predicted Canon's submission even before he made that decision himself. Canon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. It didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Canon to make. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face, then laughed with a voice filled to bursting. At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. So this is like I'm guessing like a gesture of like belief, respect, and for a being like her, it's probably like nourishing, like giving her more power. I don't think it's all for the lols, but maybe? I don't know. No, she's just horny? Oh, okay. Alright. Well, you know. When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. That had been served, and the parlor was filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how the children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was apparently a TV kid, and she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. At first, Battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness. Fwah. Oh, that's a big yawn. Did you get up really early this morning? No. Well, sorry like that. And now all the tension's gone. I've started getting sleepy while listening to the sound of the rain. Tension? Hee. You call freaking out like that tension? At least it is for me. Battler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. Great yawn! He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be. My. They say that if you lie down right after eating, it'll become a mackerel. Oh. Stop kidding around. Goto-san said we'd be having calf steak tonight. That make it mackerel steak. Kumasawa-san, he looks pretty tired. Could you get him a blanket? Oh, here you go. Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle. You really were sleepy. When would you like to wake up? I'll wake you. Nah, can't say I've got any particular requests. You can wake me up if you need something from me, and if you don't, just let me sleep forever. Night. And then everyone died. Ooh, Battler sleeps. He's gonna wake up. Maria's gonna be singing the song in the corner. Do, do, do. All the blood. He's gonna be like, oh my god, what is this, gore? What the fuck are we doing? Battler's sleeping. A nap? A nap? Ooh, I'll do it too. Maria, Battler's sleepy, so you gotta leave him alone. Kumasawa-san, could you give us another blanket? It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp in front of the TV. Sheesh. And just when we'd finally gathered all the cousins together after 6 years, this guy doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he? I can still hear you. We took it easy eating lunch, and there's even a typhoon and rain outside now. Since I've got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet. Turn yet? I wonder about that. If you have a passive attitude like that and never do anything unless something else happens, your life will be pretty boring, right? No, that's not what I mean. How should I put it? At times like this, I like to think about it this way. It isn't my turn. If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage. Ah, okay. Alright, we're getting a little meta. So the best thing to do is to stay on the wings of the stage. You're always the main character of your own life, right? Why are you acting like you're in a supporting role? You've got to move forward by yourself and get up on the stage. That's not what I mean. I'm trying to say it's not my turn yet. Kwa. Sorry, I'm sleepy and my mind's a mess. Give me a break. No kidding. You're so sleepy, you're spouting nonsense. Let's leave him be for now. Hey, I can't let him get away with saying crap like that. You're always the main character in your own life. I've got serious issues with what Battler's saying. He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously. It's just that lack of guts. You know, not wanting to go on stage just because you think you can't be the main character. Something about it just pisses me off. With distanced eyes, Jessica gazed at the window at the gray rose garden obscured by the rain, and then Nanjo, who's been in the corner the whole entire time, started speaking. When she put her forehead up against the glass, the pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget. Someone else did that last time too, didn't they? Was it Natsui? Daughter does it this time, so it just wasn't your turn yet. Is that it? Then just when will you get up on the stage? In that case, who the heck is the main character on this stage? Dang, it's like you think you can do whatever you want. What the hell is all... I'm sorry, did you go to sleep to talk to the witch? Did you go to the Velvet Dream Room? It's all screwed up. Cackle, cackle. I was merely amused that your reason for denying me was based on whether there were 18 or 19 people. I tried changing my opening move, no more. Your greatest basis for denying me is simply that I wasn't laid out as a piece on the game board. So all I have to do is start by focusing on the queen like this. Isn't opening the road for the queen on your first move one of the classic moves in chess? Quit playing around. There's no way I can accept something like this, right? A witch came in, walking right through the entrance hall, you say? Don't mess with me. What's this? In the last game, I gave you incredible freedom in making your moves, correct? This time, all I'm doing is moving my pieces in response to your moves. Are you already giving up right at the start? You bastard. Don't mess with me. Like hell I'd give in. Great move. Go ahead and just move however you like. Okay, so your turn's far from over, is it? Move however you want. Form a huge battle formation whilst you still can. I'll definitely withstand you. I'll definitely corner you. Come at me as best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses. You aren't even close to making me accept something like a witch. That's right, just now it looked like Maria's candy was fixed with magic. But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket and squished them with that little show, making it only look like you fixed it with magic. Yeah, exactly, yeah, that's right. Has to be it. It's useless, it's all useless. Yeah, exactly. And you had one of those little pocket flashlights that have like one of those like kaleidoscope things that you could shoot out little fucking like those existed in 1986, right? Like fucking like, oh look, here you go. It was kind of foggy out in the typhoon, and we could make little butterflies appear in the sky when we did that. Yeah. Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, correct? Who cares about that? Yeah. That was a hallucination or a trick, or maybe she just saw it wrong. That isn't a big problem. Cackle. So you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial? I see. Is that your move in response to mine? You've dug your own grave. Ushuria Battler. It still isn't your turn yet. Allow me to make my move for a little longer. It has barely begun. The turn of the witch. This is Beto. You can stop. Oh, thank you for permission, Mouse. Okay, alright. We'll stop here then. When they started hearing Battler snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. When they started hearing Battler snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. Even though... Okay, so last scene was we went to our mind palace to talk to Beatrice. And it's not confirmed yet or not if Battler knows everything. Oh shit, hold on. It's some of you forgot that was on there, huh? And also, like, it's not clear or not if Battler knows about the battle that's going on, even if he's not in the sleeping realm or not. Yeah. Okay. So we'll see. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were swallowed up by the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain. I could hear it. My mic still okay? Ooh, moody. Nope. I haven't met a person like that even once. Aneki? I haven't met them. Kirie-san, is that true? Even I only greeted her briefly when she came into the entrance hall. Even I? She looked like she was a bit over 20. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. She was being guided by Genji-san, and I saw her go up to the second floor. So it'd probably be faster to find Genji-san and ask him directly. Still, what a strange turn. The mystery woman had spoken to Kyrie. Without naming herself, she'd sneered that Kyrie should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind, and then there was her look-alike, the witch in the portrait. Interesting. Wonder what this would have looked like in the original. By the way, I just want to acknowledge the elephant in the room when it comes to this shit, by the way. Yes, I don't know how many anime games in a row. This is just morbing with extra steps. Okay? I feel kind of owned about it, that we're once again in a morbing story. But, yeah. Yeah. It's a trend. Was this person trying to say she was the witch of the portrait herself? I realized she was probably laughing at me for that reason. Even though it was our first meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife. Nikki, you really don't know anyone like that? You talk too much. I've never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion. That kind of thing doesn't matter. The problem is what happens if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice, if she starts calling herself the manager of father's assets. Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter and demand that she get a share of the inheritance. Smart thoughts. Either way, we've had one heck of a joker slipped into the deck. Electro? Did Nissan bring her here? Or did father? This is bad. We thought we could manage something if we could corner a Nikki in our talks. But this takes us back to square one. I don't know what kind of schemes you've been making when I'm not around, dear, but it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter-strategy. Yeah, better to have some time to prepare than to have that blonde-haired Ni-chan suddenly appear at the dinner table and scare the shit out of us. Until we know why she's appeared, there's a limit to the kinds of counters we can make. What could she be after? Isn't it obvious? She's going to claim that she's the rightful heir to father's inheritance. Father is still captivated by Beatrice. If he had a daughter with her, you can bet that he'd want to leave all his fortune to her. So, did you meet the mistress, or what? She might even thrust some strange will in front of us. If we take it to court, we could probably claim a quarter of a half of it. Just immediately about the money, damn. But it'll probably be impossible to divvy out the inheritance until that's settled. We can't have that. Therefore, I can't, and neither can you, Rudolph. And the same goes for Rosa, right? Each one of us needs to gather money quickly for our own reasons. It's our biggest weak point. Weak point? So, what are they after? Kyrie, can you guess? This is all news to me, but it sounds like we're starting from the premise that we've got an urgent need to collect money, right? Kyrie-san, in a man's business, you sometimes need funding when you're on the offensive. Please understand that. Why is it? What's the man's business got to do with it, Hideyoshi? What's this, Rudolph? You didn't tell Kyrie-san about it? Sorry, I wasn't really hiding it. Actually, it was kinda... Wait... Was that the same last time? Was Kyrie, like, kicked out of the room before they did it? I thought she was there the whole time and listening. Is that different? Or did they have this conversation afterwards? Huh. Why are there scratch marks on my wall? Where the fuck did that come from? Okay, that's to worry about later. It's alright. If you decided this wasn't something you needed to tell me about, I won't press you about it right here. What's more important is finding out what this golden witch is after, right? Yeah. Now that you know what we know, can you see how the enemy might come at us? Can we get a diagram? Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kyrie's unique thinking technique. Chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling, but every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd give a great deal of thought to Kyrie's advice. For a while, Kyrie pressed her finger against her forehead, considering. Judging by the fact that her arrival was kept hidden until today, she must be planning to catch us by surprise in some way. We can't tell for sure whether she's after assets or being recognized as a relative. Meanwhile, downstairs, it's just all about proving to Battler that magic is real. However, her coming was kept secret until today, which probably means she didn't want us to take any measures against her, something we might have done if we'd known beforehand. So her goal is probably something that could be hindered as if we were to take measures against her. See, this is a pretty good way of viewing the world, but it also just assumes that the other person is also intelligent, and sometimes people are just fucking stupid. Shit just happens, you know what I mean? It's like that. It's like literary analysis is when you assume that everything in a work is intentional, on purpose or purposeful, has a point to it. Where sometimes it's just accidental. Just like me saying intentional was on purpose. So you would all laugh. Please laugh. Okay, measures against her. Understand? I get it. So if she had a will that father had already written, or something that could prove that she's a blood relative, if she had some unshakable, rock-solid proof like that, you'd think she'd announce it beforehand. That's right. Alright, which one of you is going to suggest that you kill her in the shed? And then I know who the killer was last time. Let's go. On the contrary, since we're in a position to doubt her, she should have brought a lawyer or an expert, and thrust some completely undeniable proof before us. If she could. So the mere fact that she's launching a surprise attack shows that our foe can't win with a frontal assault. Or she is the lawyer. Makes sense. If a trump card can win no matter what, it's best to play it out in the open. If you play it in a roundabout way, it might end up weakening its impact. Skipping to the conclusion, you can probably expect to be faced with some huge surprise, something related either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that's on everyone's minds. Our opponent probably plans to overawe us simply by the impact of the shock. However, no matter how great the impact might be, it cannot be absolute. In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this. You've really got brains. Even understanding just this much is really reassuring. In other words, you're telling us not to get sucked into our opponent's pace. In the end, it's an extremely simple conclusion. No matter what our opponent brings up, we should deal with it calmly without rushing things. So we know nothing. This is just the very first step in the art of negotiation. You really can't say you've predicted your opponent's thoughts with just this. Come on. Just like the usual, that was pretty good. Now that we know we've got a little leeway to attack, it helps us relax a bit. What we don't know is how she's connected to Krasny-san. Will it be a surprise for Krasny-san too, or was he actually the one who called her here in the first place? If it's the latter, that might make things very troublesome. That's right. Secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference. It would be in terrible taste, but it does feel like something Nissan would do. Aniki, let's do this. As long as she can't clearly prove her identity, we won't accept her position in any way. That would be for the best. Already she's refused to introduce herself to Kyrie-san. We can't let our conference be disturbed by the statements of some unknown woman. She might even show us proof that she's a blood relative, or a blonde relative. If she can prove father's blood runs through her veins, like with a maternity record document, there's nothing we can do. I mean, why would that just like supersede all of your blood relatives though? Blood relations. It's always possible to suspect that physical evidence has been faked, and even if it's real, in order to prove that the person in documents is the person we see, we need to check their condition at a hospital. At the very least, it'd be impossible to prove that now on Rakanjima. You're right. What about Nanjo? In other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rakanjima, it can't be accepted as truth. Okay, we can't believe in anything until a typhoon passes and they prove it to us at the proper place. Giggle. Spotting all kinds of holes and stuff like this is Aneki's specialty. We'll be counting on you. Are you joking? You'll be helping too. We need the money. We need it quickly, and a large sum. Our fates are all tied together in this. As if we just stand by and let some suddenly appearing mystery woman destroy the inheritance we're after. In fact, if it gets really bad, we should take her to the shed, and Rudolph and Eva always formed a united front as siblings at times like this, sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kyrie noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Man, this is kind of fucked up. Poor Kinzo. Outside, it was still raining heavily, and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. You know what? Maybe Kinzo deserves it. The lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Eva said... Yeah, you know what? That's a very interesting kind of thought. If you have, like, really wealthy parents, and they were also really shit parents... Would the inheritance just become like a supplement to like parental love at that point, and you'd be really hungry for it? Like, what would that be like? I have absolutely no context for that kind of situation. I wonder what you would feel like in that case. right? Because I'm sitting here going, wow, you guys are just really greedy, like, money-grubbing motherfuckers. But at the same time, it's like, maybe this is, like, their version of, like, my mom and dad love me, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Huh. Anyway, the lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Eva said a second ago kept repeating in Kyrie's head. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rikkinjima, it can't be accepted as truth. If we flipped the chessboard, we'd have to read it backwards. There was an odd nuance to those words. At that moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. It was its own world. They had access to no public institutions and no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. It would be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all truths whose proof lay on in the outside world would be called lies. So does that mean that right now, on this Rikkinjima, not one of the other Rikkinjimas, no truth exists at all? Does it mean that everything will now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion that we've left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. Okay, Kyrie, calm down. Kyrie remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. On this island, which has been cut off from the world of humans and shut away from the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Kyrie couldn't think of a smile that had appeared on that woman's face as anything other than a portent of misfortune. I get the feeling my chessboard thinkings missed a vital premise. One that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune bearing a smile. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. I've based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and human values may not matter to her. Kind of a quick conclusion there, Kyrie. When you go to sleep, can you talk to Beatrice too? If that's true, all of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now, in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion. Okay, so it's the same portrait here, but is that just the art didn't get updated? Because I thought maybe it was a different portrait in this like storyline or timeline or world line or whatever. Maria, around lunchtime today we met her outside, right? A woman. Who was she? Ooh, I said it over and over. Beatrice. Maria, did you ever meet Beatrice before that? Ooh, I've met her every year. Every year? In this mansion on Rikkinjima? Ooh. I don't know what ooh means. Is that true? Yes. How long have you been meeting her? How many years ago did it start? Ooh. I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean? Was it last year? 2 years ago? Longer than that. Ooh. Rosa was astonished. Only the Ushiromiya family mansion existed on this island, so there couldn't have been any humans other than themselves here. And yet, Maria said she'd been meeting with the suspicious woman every year during the family conference. Yeah, Kinzo brings her here every year so the model can practice her acting as being Beatrice. He found her on Fiverr. If what Maria said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. That's insane. If Maria's saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us ever noticed it, even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple of hours ago in the rose garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the rose garden as the typhoon grew near and the winds roared? Maria, you said you've met with her every year. What do you two do when you meet? Witch stuff. We sing songs and learn magic, and I learned how to draw magic circles. With your bag of red bullshit. Really? That's incredible. Maria, you often draw scribbles. I mean, magic circles in your notebook, right? Did she teach you that too? Ew. You know what? Beatrice drew examples to teach me. Come on, look. Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she drew out a single notebook and began opening to that page. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things, and while it may sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. No, that tracks. Look here. Beatrice drew it. Ooh. Yep. Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Why would Beatrice teach you the charm that stops Beatrice? Huh. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria hadn't drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was, the subtle thickness of it. Man. Let's see Beatrice's notebook. By itself, it wasn't good enough. It wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it. But it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rikingima. On this Rikingima. I was told that part of this means island. So is this on the is basically like on this island? So this isn't necessarily just a name, or is it just like a translation thing where that she herself hadn't known existed until now? And this person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria. Does the witch Beatrice live here, or does she live outside the island like us? Ooh, Beatrice is the witch of Rikingima, so she lives on this island. So you're saying she's on the island even on days when it isn't the family conference, right? Ooh. I don't know what ooh means. Yes or no? I mean, I know what ooh means. Yes. Ooh. What in the... I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion, in the rose garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Right? Okay, let's go tell, the rest of the murdered pals. Mama, what's wrong? Mama. My head hurts. I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. Wait. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria, so for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely, my fear from those days has been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? And then Battler in his sleep. Right. That's right. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled that western envelope out of her pocket. It was one of the envelopes that bore the Ushiromiya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters. And this red sealing wax had even been sealed by the head's ring which Kinzo held, which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiromiya family head. In other words, it was from father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it, and why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose incredible misfortune. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance. Actually, since she'd received it from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Does it mean this person wants not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance? I need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. Are you just going to open it, and it's going to say, I knew you'd open this early, Maria's is the real envelope, open it at dinner, please? I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing father's inheritance while he's still alive, but this is no time to spout off cheap ideals. And I've even colluded with Rudolf Nissan and Ivan Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly myself first? The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table with everyone gathered, but if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud herself at dinner? Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand? It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that mean breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Don't do it! Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Ivan Nissan and Rudolf Nissan too. They're always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. When I gulped and put my hand to the red sealing wax, something suddenly pulled on my sleeve and I let out a small scream. What? Maria? Don't scare me like that. What is it? Ooh, you mustn't. Huh? In Maria's expression was the same portent of misfortune she'd felt from that witch, and it sent a tingle up her spine. Beatrice told Mama to read that letter during dinner. You mustn't break a promise with a witch. That's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. Okay, what I don't understand, but not in like a plot hole way, because this isn't Persona 3. What I don't understand right now about this dynamic is that she acts like a witch, she likes witches, she's friends with a witch, and yet when she goes like, you know, sicko mode, she says, "You're a witch, real mama, come back." That's kind of weird. Just everything is witches to her in her head, maybe? I don't know. Huh. Oh no. I wonder if there's a reason for that, or if it's something you're supposed to kind of think about yourself and be like, why would she do that? I'll keep my promise. After all, I always tell you to keep your promises. Of course I keep my promises. Yes. Mama's a good girl. Hee 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 hee. Alright, calm down. That laugh. It isn't cute, so stop it. Ooh. Come to think of it, you received a letter too, Maria. What was written inside? I haven't opened it. Beatrice said I mustn't open it until the time to open it comes. So I'm taking good care of it. Ooh. I see. You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria? Why don't you listen to me? Ooh. I'm Beatrice's disciple, so I listen well to what my teacher says. I see. Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it, because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch. Man, that's gotta really sting, Rosa. Oh, man. I'll keep my promise, so tell Beatrice not to worry, okay? Ooh, I'll tell her. Hey Maria, if I want to speak to Beatrice, how could I meet her? I don't know. Beatrice is very fickle, so she always appears suddenly. I don't know a way to get her to meet me. But you know, she's always watching me, so if I get in trouble, she'll definitely come and save me afterwards. She's definitely erased her form and is hiding close to me. Hee 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 hee. Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Oh, she does it at home too? Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. That put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase the color that had risen to those eyes, a color that seemed to bear a portent of misfortune again. Rosa swore. She swore that, at least until they left this island, she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. Smash? No? No smash? Okay, time skip. Interesting. 6 o'clock. Maria still hasn't come back. I wonder if she's getting scolded by Aunt Rosa again. Ever since they'd met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around chatting about Halloween the whole time. But maybe she'd cut loose a little too much, acting a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch, because Rosa had cautioned her several times. I remember those scenes. At times like that, Aunt Rosa tended not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her alone, so since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6. Of course, they couldn't imagine she'd been getting scolded all this time. Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start. She probably hadn't left the mansion's parlor. Pokemon. Maybe Battler-sama woke up and they've been playing together. After all, Maria-chan thinks of Battler-kun as a new friend. She must have had a lot of fun when she played Halloween with Battler-kun at the airport. What is this in the background? Battler looked like he was having a lot of fun himself. Maybe he's gotten big, but he hasn't changed a bit. That's true. I get the feeling Battler-sama was gracious enough to remain as he was 6 years ago. Shannon, do you remember what he was like then? Yes, because he was, well, very energetic. Giggle. Uh-oh. I also remember the 4 of us playing together 6 years ago. Shannon acted a lot like a big sister back then. That's right. I get the feeling she was even more dependable than she is now. Back then, I didn't truly understand my place, so I did quite a few rude things. Don't worry about understanding your place in that sense. In that sense? When you're on the job is one thing, but when you're taking your break and with us like now, I'd rather you stay and be friendly, just like the old days. That's right. There's nothing wrong with acting differently depending on whether you're the servant Shannon or off-duty Sayo. You aren't a slave, you're just working as a servant, right? I think of you, Shannon. No, Sayo, as my oldest friend. Thank you very much, milady. Now bring us tea, friend. It seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Cannon's history from both of them. Apparently George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening rainy sky. Cannon may still be childish in some ways, but I think he's starting to grow a bit in his way of thinking. Well, come on, quit it already. Well, I guess I let myself get swept away by the mood once or twice. You know, after watching you two, I might have gotten a bit jealous, feeling like I was getting left behind. But forget about me. More importantly, how's it going between you two? Let's talk about George. Looks like it's going pretty good, huh? I wonder. Yes, it's going very well. Shannon was lost for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that the relationship was proceeding so perfectly it'd make anyone envious. Dang, I'm jealous. So does that mean Shannon's gonna resign and have a party soon? I wonder. Oh, there's a good question. I wonder what she'll say. Okay, dude, like... What is this? You seem to really care about her, but... Like, aren't you meant to be, like, smart and dependable? You have to know that this is gonna be drama. And as, you know, the Black Eyed Peas say, you don't want no drama. Like, do you, like, really? Like, what's the plan, George? George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes, thank you, that's enough. I have a dream. I don't just mean some ambition to become the leader of my own domain in business. I also dream of building a happy family together with a partner I can spend my life with. I want 2 kids at the very least. Call the baby merchant. It'd be nice to be able to do some sports as a whole family. And many more things besides that. I often talk with Shannon about that kind of thing. Right, Shannon? Yeah, a couple times. Though every time I do, she always laughs and says I'm getting ahead of myself. For some reason, even at the age I am now, I find myself thinking about what it'd be like to live peacefully in my old age, with healthy grown-up kids and grandchildren running around all over the place. If only I could spend the rest of my life at a slow pace surrounded by that, together with Shannon forever. Yeah, you're definitely getting ahead of yourself. But how should I say it? It sounds like you, George-san. Being surrounded by a family like that would probably be so wonderful. The ideal family I've painted in my mind is something like that. Because George just keeps fucking talking about it. To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. And George, who had made an absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the one most fit to entrust that friend's future to. Well, I don't want to throw cold water on you guys, but Uncle Hideyoshi aside, what are you going to do about an idea? Thank you! Thank you! Thank you. Okay, won't it be pretty tough to win her over? Flashback to what Eva said. There's no reason for anyone to worry about something like that. No one but me gets to say who I choose to be my partner. Oh, you're dumb! Oh, okay. Alright, my bad. I've misjudged George. I thought maybe he was a little scummy and like had some problems with like his parents and everything, but I didn't realize he was dumb. Okay, he's dumb. Alright, cool, okay. Okay, I will bring Shannon happiness. Whose permission do I need for that? Ava's? Whoa. George-san, that was cool. Can't believe you can say stuff that embarrassing out loud. I don't remember you ever being that kind of character in the past. As they say, if you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely. I grow as much as anyone. I intend to study more and more and grow to be the man Shannon deserves, the one who can bring her happiness. Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. Okay, he does seem to genuinely like her now. Then, okay. Okay. His face turned very slightly red and he scratched his head. George-san. It's okay. Daijobu? I'm sure Mother will be difficult, but you can leave that to me. Okay, so you do know, but you're trying to reassure her. Okay, so not dumb. Alright, I misread it. Okay, alright, there we go. Okay. He understands it's going to be a problem. It's not like, he's not like stating fact, he's instead like proclaiming war for her. Okay. I'll make all the relatives accept you as my partner. But you'll still have to serve us tea. Awesome. I'm jealous of you, Shannon, seriously. I'm very grateful that you're willing to go so far. Couldn't think of it. I'm starting to feel like a third wheel here. Maybe I'd better leave, huh? Poor Shannon. As Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently, she'd spent too much time on her break. I'm sorry. I forgot it was time for work. Then, if you will excuse me... At the same time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room. Shannon. Again, the usual time at the usual place. Yes. Excuse me. Hello, Jessica. Genji-san. Yeah, Shannon's going back to you guys now. We held her up, so please don't scold her. Yeah, yes. I see. So it's almost time for them to get ready for dinner. Oh, that was a scene. Okay. Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen. I wanted to say sink, even though there was a sink there. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. That was one more than should have been set up for the annual family conference. Another calf steak? I can't accept it. You told me 18 calf steaks. You think I'm just going to be able to make a calf steak out of nowhere? I've had to, like, strategically cut pieces out of all the other 18 calf steaks to assemble this, like, this rogue, mushy 19th calf steak. The proportions are all off. The macros are gone. I can't believe this, Genji. I can't accept. Why can't I deliver it directly? Goda-san flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that always happened. Of course Goda-san would want to set the table for the master with his own hands, since he put his heart and soul into his cooking. But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the golden eagle crest enter his study. So while Goda-san would be able to greet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Goda-san was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the golden eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor. Dude, who cares? Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight, there was a person other than the master who wanted their food to be carried in the room. Does she have one? She has one. That's kind of weird, actually. That makes me think that she's from the orphanage. But I already did think that. Does she have one, or she keeps leaving and coming back? Maybe she doesn't have one. Yeah, she doesn't. Okay. There was a person other than the master who wanted the fruit carried to their room. Apparently this person is an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat them in the same manner as the master of the family head. Goda-san must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. After all, he was an extremely vain person. Thank you. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least the guests of the same rank. He simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Canon-san had gone in his place. So he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight. Yeah, it does make sense. Okay, sorry. The best dinner of the year, calf steak. But Genji-san had put a stop to that. Something about how Goda-san didn't wear the golden eagle. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Goda-san lost his patience. This is bullshit! So heartrending, Goda-san. I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows. Kumasawa-san, if you have enough free time to dawdle around, please get the dining hall ready. Is the tablecloth set? Oh, my apologies. When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the hall. Beatrice-sama is of exactly the same rank as the master. All rules regarding her are to be respected just as much as those involving the master. Goda-san, please devote your attention entirely towards your own task and serve all the relatives. I wouldn't mind if it was you, Genji-san, but is it really okay to let a child like this serve such a guest? If she made some blunder, it would be quite embarrassing. I know they've served here a long time, but that doesn't mean they've been trained in the proper areas. If you'll allow me to speak freely, they are completely lacking in the fundamentals that might qualify them to interact with such a guest. Oh, I'm here and hearing this. Oh shit. Goda spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered to carry dinner into Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the Golden Eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. If the highest ranked Genji went to set the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Goda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Cannon. Goda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how she couldn't do this or was terrible at that. Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung in shame, heard Cannon's voice from behind her. Cannon had been leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, a blind spot from the inside, and had been listening to all of this. He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way. I've got to say it. The man's scum. He's going to do it, but we could all learn a lot about the fundamentals of entertaining guests from him. Goda-san has learned so much, so he'd be a great reference. Great reference, Nisan, you sure are nice. More importantly, is the guest in the VIP room really Beatrice-sama, as they say? Is he really scum? Like, he seems to take his job seriously, and he feels like he's getting snubbed all the time, even though he's doing his job. I don't know if I would call him scum from what I've seen. I get bad vibes from Goda, don't get me wrong. So if I had to choose right now, I would side with Cannon. But like, I don't know. I don't think we've seen enough to call him scum. Yes, I met her when I was sent to serve her lunch. There can be no doubt it's her. Really? Was she doing well? Well, her boots are clean, let me tell you that. Cannon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, Beatrice was a cupid of love who had granted her magic to establish a relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Cannon already knew. That which came here with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous witch that only they'd been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door, and even have dinner carried to her. Once, when she'd vanished from in front of Cannon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regained her former power? And she said something else, too. She definitely said that she'd sown the seeds of love while fully aware that they would fail. And she said even more. Let's hear it. She definitely said that the day had finally come upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened. And you know what? She said a fourth thing, too. She also said, Shannon, she's planning to hold some bizarre ceremony with the master, and you can bet it'll be something too horrible to imagine. And no one will be able to resist. What are you talking about? She came here as the master requested, so that the door to the Golden Land would open, and so that everything would be returned to the Golden Land. She definitely said that to me. What is this face? In the past, the two of them, as furniture working for Kinzo, have been told what the opening of the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question, and because of that, she felt a deep despair. Something tore at Cannon's heart as he looked at that expression twisted with grief. How could... Why now? Didn't I tell you? We are furniture. Because you acted like a human, because of love, you're incapable of obediently accepting the day our service comes to an end. Once, I wished this day would come, but it never came, year after year. I didn't know how long we've been forced to endure suffering as furniture. So I thought that day of rest would come for all eternity. I thought the same thing, but I believed it would definitely come someday. So I never forgot that I'm furniture. Idiot! But Nissan, you did forget! Remember, it's my fault, isn't it? It was I who... Yeah, it's your fault, Nissan. If only you hadn't experienced love, we'd both be happy that this day had finally come. You built up too many pointless regrets. Even though you knew you'd have to leave this world someday. What is this Elden Ring music? Will the ceremony begin tonight? Yes. And she said one more thing. Tonight, George-sama will probably give you an engagement ring, Nissan. That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today, and surely he would hand it over tonight. She brought you two together, planning to use you as the sacrifices of the second twilight. Get it? She tempted you and took advantage of you. I see. I never thought of that. But she told me, she promised that if you don't accept the engagement ring tonight, you won't be chosen as a sacrifice, Nissan. Huh. I think our chances of being able to go to the Golden Land together are very slim. There will be 13 sacrifices. Only 5 will be left alive. But everyone's meant to revive at the end. The chances of us being part of that group are tiny. But if you just accept her offer, those chances will rise. I want to take that bet. Our salvation is in the Golden Land. We're going to reach that place and gain humanity. And then, I want to live life as a human, together with you, Nissan. If we do that, we might be able to find true love. In the past, we used to dream about being able to go to the Golden Land. If we go there, any wish will be granted. We'll be saved from this pain. That's what is the orphanage like? Just like a cult? Kinzo's cult? Everyone's just indoctrinated into believing in the witch, and he just like pulls them here whenever he needs them. Like what is this? What is this dynamic, man? That's what we believed. However, in this ceremony, only a few people would be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Ken had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant this ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them, no matter what happened. I don't like it. Together with you, I want to make up for all the suffering we've endured. I won't become a sacrifice. Okay, I'm a little unsure of the read on this conversation, because that almost felt like a proclamation of love between the two of them right here, and I don't know if it's like we'll find like platonic love, we'll be capable of love, we'll find out what that is, or like I don't know. I don't know what he just said to her really. Nissan and I will remain alive, and we'll reach the Golden Land together. So, I won't let you become the sacrifice of the second twilight. Please, Nissan, don't accept that man's ring. If you don't accept it, she promised not to select you as a sacrifice. I cannot do that. Tonight's ring is very special. My heart won't let me refuse it. Nissan, it's George. The sacrifices in the ceremony are decided on the witch's whims, and that witch has promised to overlook just you, Nissan. You alone will definitely be able to go to the Golden Land. Only me? What about you, Kennen-kun? The witch's game is enough for me. I'll slip through her clutches. I am not powerless. I'll tightly grasp that faint chance. After all, our lives are transient, aren't they? In order to begin our real lives, let's drag ourselves to the Golden Land. Then, we will gain humanity. And when we've done that, maybe I'll be able to experience romance just like you, Nissan. Maybe I won't have to make someone cry just because I'm furniture. Kennen-kun, I've had enough of being furniture. I'll definitely become human. I'll escape this pain, no matter what. Okay, my read on this now is that he doesn't have any romantic feelings for Shannon. It's like a general like experience love with someone, not Shannon specifically. Okay, that's my read on now. That might be wrong, but that's my read on right now. There were tears in Cannon's eyes. By now, Cannon had noticed. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and Jessica's pitiful face, as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then, had slowly wrought some kind of change on Cannon's heart without him knowing it. Shannon. Thank you for the bits, Lazy Potato. Hi, Joe. Usually a VOD viewer, but I'm trying to catch the Umineko streams live. Just want to say, I love how you refer to Kumasama as Kumasama-san accidentally. Welcome to the weeb side. I mean, she's always referred to like that anyway. Yeah. Furniture become human. Very nice chat. Very nice. Shannon, I've been calling to you for some time now. Shannon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently, he had called for her repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. Feeling a little bit tired already, chat? I'm doing my best. I'll perk up a little bit on break, I think. When she turned back, Kennen had disappeared. It seemed he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody. Yes, I'm sorry for being careless. I entrusted Kennen with lunch, but it should have been you, as the next in rank after me, who carried it. Beatrice-sama is the most honored guest of this house. There is no more honored guest than her. Please think of her as another master and be polite. Please take extra care that you make no blunders, understand? It is quite painful for me to entrust this to someone as inexperienced as yourself, but there's nothing we can do about the house's rules. Carry out your duties with the utmost of care. Goda had officially agreed, but he glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Okay, you're kind of a dick blaming her for this instead of blaming the rules. Alright, you know what? Goda stocks plummeting. Even Shannon felt that Goda might as well go himself if he was so desperate to go. But she considered this one of her responsibilities as one who had been allowed to wear the golden eagle and had to give up. And anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude or one of grief? Or else what? I don't know. Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace. Okay, just thoughts? Internal thoughts? Switching over? The person knocking was Kraus. Father, today is our annual family conference. Haven't the siblings gathered here just to get a glimpse of you? Be silent. I say I won't leave. You're there too, aren't you, Genji? Why haven't you had my food brought here as I ordered you to? Kinzo screamed across the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus. This is the wrong door. Your meal has been prepared so that it might be carried to the study. However, Kraus-sama has expressed his wish that you eat downstairs tonight. Father, I'm not asking you to do this every day. Just for I'm upset that I noticed that it's the wrong door. I'm asking you to do this every day, just for this one night. Won't you gather together with your family? Who are you calling family? Since when have you considered vultures circling in wait for roadkill to be family? Would you call rotting, oozing maggots family as well? Yes. My. Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected. Genji, carry the meal here as you were told. Why don't you listen to what I say? Why? Genji-san, I leave this in your capable hands. My voice will no longer reach that man. This seems almost exactly like the last scene that was in the other timeline. Kraus gave his head a small shake, then quickly turned his back on the door to the study. He had only come calling to save face in front of his siblings, knowing full well how useless this was. After Genji watched Kraus disappear down the stairs, he called again across the door. It's me, Genji. Master, we have finished preparations for your meal to be carried here. Shall we bring some for Dr. Nanjo as well? Nanjo standing there watching like Kinzo just go off on his son, being like, yeah, I could eat. Nanjo could be seen in the study. Because Kinzo had forcefully pestered him into finishing their long-lasting chess game, they had been playing against each other since the early evening. Nanjo had announced as a doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered, so he couldn't refuse if Kinzo demanded that they finish this game while he still lived. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. It had been Kinzo's turn for quite some time, and Nanjo, who was tired of waiting, had randomly pulled out a book on magic that he couldn't understand and was skimming it. Kinzo-san, you won't think of a good move just by folding your arms and sitting in front of the board. Perhaps we had better take a break and refresh our minds. Be silent. That should be enough to solidify my defense. Will the bishop and the knight be able to penetrate that opening? Yes, this is what playing chess is like. Today, Kinzo was focused on maintaining a strong defense. Normally, Kinzo's motto was that offense was the best defense based. However, today was completely the opposite. I am also hungry. Shall we suspend the game here? Besides, I've used my head so much without a break that I'm already feeling dizzy. At this rate, I might not be able to perform at my best, and people are going to die later, and I'm going to inspect the corpses. Now, that won't do. In chess, both players must always make their best moves. Any other sort of move is merely a nuisance to consider, ruining a game whose focus is predicting your opponent's thoughts. So true. Such a thing considerably reduces our enjoyment. Kinzo sighed deeply and finally shifted his gaze away from the board. Chess isn't chess without an opponent. If that opponent is tired and wants to suspend the game, there's no getting around it. True, the goal of chess is for both players to make the best possible moves and aim for victory. It's an intellectual game where reading your opponent is key. But Kinzo-san, have you forgotten that there's another goal besides victory? Fun! To have fun! What? What other goal could there possibly be? To think that you of all people would forget something like that. Chess is a way to pass the time having fun with a friend. You've got me there. I believe I once said those exact words to you long ago. Yes, you've got me there. Kinzo, who almost always wore a frown, relaxed his face for once and laughed. Nanjo felt like he'd been reunited with a close friend that hadn't seen in ages, and he leaned forward and said, "So can I get a plate?" That's how it is. Now that I managed to take the shot back at you, what do you say? Will you go down with me and have dinner? Why don't we discuss Kasparov's middle game along with some coffee? An appealing proposition, but I'm afraid I must decline. I can no longer leave this room. After all, the ceremony has already begun. Is that so? Well, my stomach is growling. I will go downstairs. Anytime you feel like it. Nanjo. Thank you. Oh, what could you be thanking me for? We didn't finish our match. However, it seems I've somehow achieved that second goal of chess, which I had forgotten. And it would appear that goal is no less important than achieving checkmate. This isn't like you. Why so sentimental? You said it yourself, did you not? My days in this world are numbered. Now go. And don't come to this room again. Let us continue this match in the Golden Land. That's fine with me, but we'll have to start over. Losing that rook was a serious blow. Well then, I will see you later. Yes, later. Maybe in the Golden Land, or in Purgatory. Already there, bud. Or possibly in the next world. Aww. Nanjo didn't say anything beyond that. And with emotion made smooth by familiarity, he pushed the button on the table that would release the auto-lock. Then, after looking at Kinzo's back one last time, he left the study. And I almost dropped my my drink. As he did, Genji's voice came from the hall. If you are ready, master, I will now carry in your dinner. It may be my final dinner. I must savor it. Please, prepare it, as you wish. And are your preparations complete as well, master? Here's the calf steak that I made, said Genji. Yes. You know what? Your cooking has gotten much better lately, Genji. Very, very, very big improvement, indeed. In the time leading up to this day, this room has been carefully wrapped in a multitude of barriers. Even if her roulette chooses me, I will definitely repel it. Ah, okay. So that's why you have all the defenses up. You're not trying to keep her up. You're trying to keep keep her out. You're trying to keep the death choice out. Okay. I will remain alive and will surely become one of those who reach the Golden Land. I shall repulse the visit of the Reapers trying to drag me off to the land of the dead. Why would you leave in the other timeline then? To pretend to be Beatrice, or? Huh. Excuse me. Thank you, Richard Miziak for the resub. Yo, 48, Hydro. I'm not 48, I'm 39. Oh, it's 48 months. Okay, thank you for the 48th month resub, Richard Miziak. Not sensitive about my age, by the way. Totally cool, totally cool. And thank you, GG this stream, also for the resub. Thanks. Excuse me. I have come to serve your meal. We're probably going to take a break at the end of the scene, unless the scene is super long. Shannon entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. The young woman by the window, gazing out into the supposedly empty darkness, was definitely that witch. So it is Shannon this time. Shannon this time? How long it's been? So it is Shannon this time. How long it's been? Your face isn't nearly as pale as it once was. Does this mean Shannon this time, like this time through the timeline, or this time because last time it was canon? I think it's last time it was canon, right? Like earlier in the day. Yeah, I can see you're no canon. There you go. I hardly recognize you. Thank you very much. Shannon solemnly prepared dinner. There were actually several things she wanted to ask the witch, but they were all jumbled up and she didn't know where to start. Her heart was also jumbled up, and she didn't even understand her own emotions, so she could only do her job dispassionately with everything still vague. However, the witch saw what was in her heart. You can't hide anything from a witch. I won't apologize. I am a witch after all. Apologize for what? Come now. Canon must have told you about it. I only rescued your love life because of my mischievous spirit. It was nothing more than a seed I sowed so I could watch your love grow complicated, become twisted, and fail. I imagine some people think it's more fun to hear about love than to have it. Ooh, you couldn't possibly be trying to thank me, right? I am. No matter what kind of ulterior motive you had when you gave me the magic of love, it doesn't change the fact that I received it from you. So even if you sowed that seed knowing that the two of us wouldn't be able to stay together for life, I won't hold a grudge against you, because it's George and he's just so wonderful. Can't believe he's still single. It seems furniture is dull after all. Cackle, cackle, cackle. This is where I show my skill by cooking it into something interesting. I don't understand what you're thinking, Beatrice-sama. You are a great witch, and people like us don't even reach your feet, nor can we even imagine your grand thoughts. But there is at least one thing I can say. What is it? Thank you for teaching me to be human. You said it yourself. I am no longer furniture. Chat, can you remind me real quick? Okay, I'm gonna ask a very specific question because I don't want to be accidentally spoiled, okay? I am asking... Okay, listen to the wording of this question, please, okay? I'm asking a very specific question. Was there a scene that we saw in which Beatrice said to Canon, if Shannon rejects George's proposal, she will be spared in the ceremony? And I just don't remember. Because I don't remember that happening. Don't think so? Okay, alright. So, it's possible Canon could be lying. It's possible it happened off screen. What, anything like that? Okay, alright. Okay. I'm no longer furniture. Be silent, furniture. If you were a true human, hearing the announcement of your death on the day that you were to receive an engagement ring should have you dancing around, mad with grief. But what are you doing? Oh, she's a little off-kilter here, but what are you doing? Your face looks so enlightened, as though you've accepted everything. Truly an anti-climax, furniture. No, I am not furniture. Be silent, furniture. Ooh, I won't be silent, because I'm not furniture. Are you saying you won't obey my orders? Furniture obeys orders, but a human decides for herself whether to obey orders or not. So I won't obey your orders. I mean, you could still decide to do it. Humph. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I take back what I said. You really are interesting. If I hadn't sowed those seeds, you probably wouldn't have allowed the ceremony to control your fate without clinging to any emotions. But now you've grown to become something truly interesting, something that will entertain me to no end. I wonder if she would have had the same reaction if Canon had stood up to her. She seems to like it when characters like show backbone, or is it just Battler and Shannon? That as well, for I am not fond of boredom. Cackle, cackle, cackle. She loves brats. Who doesn't? Dinner is ready. Here you go. Doesn't this look delicious? If Goda makes it to the Golden Land, perhaps I should commission him as my chief cook. I heard from Canon-kun something about how if I rejected George-san's proposal, you promised not to make me a sacrifice. Indeed. I said as much. Okay, so either she's going along with the lie, or it happened in the room here earlier after we cut away. Alright. You would make an ideal potential sacrifice for the second twilight, but because Canon cried and screamed, asking that I spare you, I graciously listened to his words, with the condition that you abandon your engagement, of course. Cackle, cackle. See how gracious I am? What a foolish offer, and what a foolish threat. So, you used that to thoroughly bully Canon-kun, did you? Where is this coming from? So you comprehend. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Apparently Shannon had seen through it. She had apparently guessed at how the witch had bullied and humiliated Canon with that horrible promise as bait. I made him crawl on the carpet and kiss my shoes. And that's not all. Do you want to hear the other ways in which I humiliated him? Shannon silently shook her head. I finally come to understand you. You like to bully, confuse, and trouble people, and you do it to entertain yourself. So now I know for sure the one single way I can resist you. And what might that be? I don't care about you. I'll carry out the fate that has been given to me, that's all. I won't entertain you. Oh, but you are. I don't care about you. Ooh, Maria? The witch's features twisted in hatred for just an instant. It disappeared immediately, but the expression that briefly rose to her face was rare for the witch, whose malicious smile usually never faded for a second. Because if we don't care, you don't exist? Cackle, cackle. I see, so you might resist me in that way. How amusing. How truly entertaining. I'll kill you. You and your lover both. If that's the fate you've decided upon, do as you will. I won't be afraid, and I won't stand against you. After all, I don't believe the cruel fate that's coming is something controlled by your will. We humans know nothing about fates that might come to pass in the future. That's why I'll live to the fullest until the last instant, following my convictions and the fate set before me. Fate is just a roll of the dice. There's no malice in it. Even if you claim there is, I won't believe it. Oh. So even though you've quit breeding furniture, you have no fear of death. It seems you believe this will bore me, but you couldn't be more wrong. The thought of seeing whether you can hold on to that view until the last moment merely serves to intrigue me more and more. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I can't stand this. Why did you take the form of a human, appear in front of us, speak with human words, and ridicule us? If you hadn't appeared in front of us, if you hadn't predicted the future, we would have been able to live life to the fullest until the last moment. That's what witches do. We fuck around. I live off your fates, reigning as a high order being. I live off your fate, reigning as a high order being okay. As a high order being does over low order beings. Okay, I got there. Alright, sorry. Your fates are nothing more than fragments. If I cut my hands together, I could scoop out as many of those as I want. Just like how, no matter what the beef cows I raise might babble, it doesn't change the fact that I'll be having them for dinner. Cackle, cackle. We are powerless, so we cannot fight against your ceremony or fate, but I can make you unhappy right now. Oh, I'm gonna eat your calf steak, here I go. And how are you planning to accomplish this? I didn't bring you a knife. Ha ha ha, got him. By walking away from this place right now, no matter how I respond to your words, I will only amuse you. Refusing to respond to your questions is my only method of resisting you. I'm going to Tartarus. I see. You might be able to take a shot at me, but you cannot defeat me, yes? I have the power to kill anyone for eternity. I cannot wait to see whether you can keep up that resistance in an endlessly repeating cycle of death and rebirth. Okay, so that's how she's contextualizing this. Yeah, I thought that earlier when she said it in the tea room. Yeah, so this is her power. She can, like... She can reset the board and go again. Don't you forget it, okay? You spoke... I wonder how far back she can reset the board. I wonder if anything that happens... No, the airport was different. So she can really reset the board. Huh. That's way far away from the island. Okay, that's interesting. Or... was that just a projection that she was showing Battler? You spoke those words yourself. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Well then, if you'll excuse me, if you need anything, please call me. Shannon gave a reserved bow and faced away. With that gesture, maybe she really did take a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had said. Because when the witch called out again, she sounded a little more quick-tempered than she had before. All I know is, Goda's going to be really upset about this, Shannon. You are not giving this high-honored guest the respect she deserves. Canon thanked me, can't you? Can't you thank me for bringing you your day of rest? Furniture may be happy when their day of rest comes, but I am a human, so I have nothing to thank you for. Is that all you have to say? Ooh, you plan to accept George's ring, yes? Don't forget that if you do, I will abandon the promise I made with Canon, the promise that you would not be selected as a sacrifice. If you need anything else, I'll have someone else come, if you will excuse me. A flat-out interruption. Shannon still hadn't answered her, and the sound of the door closing came instead of an answer. Okay. Shannon's resistance probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself thought. because an expression of hatred once again rose to Beatrice's face. She had made Cannon submit even though he hadn't been ensnared until the end, whereas Shannon, who had been so easily ensnared before, refused to submit this time. Is Kumasawa like talking in the corner right now, explaining this all? Yeah, she's behind the curtain, I see. So this is the state of affairs. So this state of affairs is amusing after all. Cackle, 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 cackle. Perhaps I really am still young. This is why I haven't tired of life after 1,000 years. So all Battler has to do to win is just be like, yeah, I don't believe, and no, I'm not giving you a chance to explain. The fact that Battler wants to know the answer is in some way engagement, and Beatrice likes it. So it's like thumbs downing a YouTube video. It still counts for the algo. Yeah, okay, so that's what, you know, it's like a hateful comment. Okay, this was the most fabulous part of the family conference. Dinner. Calf steak. In the past, when Kinzo had been serious about the conference, he'd taken everyone's yearly gathering for dinner very seriously. Because anything embarrassing that occurred during the dinner would cause the deepest shame for him as the host. He had given Natsui stern orders to avoid embarrassment at all costs. Because of that, she and Kraus eventually hired Goda, who had confidence in his cooking abilities. Thanks to that, they became able to serve wonderful dinners they could be confident in, but by that time, Kinzo had closed himself up in his study and never appeared for dinner. Maybe you could call that ironic. When the main dish for tonight, calf steak, was set out, Goda began to describe it proudly, further stimulating everyone's appetites. The sauce here is Bordelaise. Of course, the red wine base I used was excellent, even among those made in Bordeaux, but in addition, I prepared an original blend of this house, a blend of choice alcohol from around the world to further deepen the taste. This sauce is limited to this year. I sincerely hope you all enjoy your meal. Isn't that wonderful? However, isn't Bordelaise sauce common to French cooking? It almost seems like using alcohol from outside France with that is heresy. Kraus-sama, today is the annual family conference. As a dinner for those who normally live far away and who have traveled far from across the world to gather together, I realized it would be most fitting to have a sauce made from a blend of fine alcohols from all over the planet that have never met each other before. Oh, okay, that's a cool idea. So I had it specially prepared. Also different, right? Or we just didn't see this? Wonderful. A truly wonderful cook, that's what you are. Food and medicine work twice as well if you sell it right. So true. So true, Hideyoshi. It's already it's twice as delicious as normal food, and the advertising makes it twice as good as that. The taste keeps doubling and doubling. Wow, like the amount of people dead. Giggle. Come on, Nisan. That question of yours was obviously a plant. No doubt about it. You totally set Goda-san up to steal the show on that one. You think so? I thought there might be some people here who didn't notice that today's food was in the French style. After all, Eva just said that avoiding butter was a virtue, but that's the Spanish style. Well, I guess they do share a border, right? That's not what I meant. Will you please not take part of the conversation out of context and make stuff up? It's a very delicious sauce, Goda-san. You certainly are amazing. It is a great honor to receive your praise, and this is all thanks to Madame's habitual guidance. No, it was all Goda's idea. I only listened to the recipe and approved of it. It looked like the siblings quickly got into a loud argument about the sauce, but for the most part, dinner proceeded peacefully. However, a certain question they desperately wanted to ask burned inside each one of them. It was about that visitor, the 19th person, the Golden Witch. In actuality, Eva and Rudolph and the rest were very much on their guards during this meal. If the mystery guest was ever going to be introduced, this dinner table would be the most appropriate place to do it. However, no, why is my Windows loading? What are we doing, computer? We're good? We're still here? Okay. However, no place was set at the dinner table for the witch. The family conference would begin in earnest after the meal, and previous experiences told them that it might last until deep into the night. However, they couldn't imagine why such a person should be kept hidden until that late if they were going to be introduced in the end anyway. Uh-oh. Did it get kind of blurry there for a second? That's a good idea, chat. So even Rudolph and the rest were starting to feel a certain suspicion. Perhaps this guest was unknown even to Kraus. If this wasn't an assassin called by Kraus to give him an advantage in the inheritance problem, then maybe they should speak frankly to Kraus beforehand, creating a common front to resist anything disadvantageous to the four siblings. If she was Kinzo's assassin. So it seems like in this version, the parlor talk where they really had it out for Kraus didn't happen. Okay. She was Kinzo's assassin, whose or it happened maybe in a less extreme way that we only saw part of it from, maybe. If she was Kinzo's assassin, whose purpose was to keep the inheritance from being handed over to the 4 siblings, the enmity between Kraus and the other siblings could only become a weak point that benefited the enemy. Well then, please enjoy at your leisure. When he finished explaining the reasoning behind the table setting and the cooking, Goda tried to leave the room, but Kyrie called him to a stop with a small voice. Yes, Kyrie-sama. What is it? Please excuse me. I was under the impression we had company today, but can we expect to be joined at the dinner table? She had planned on saying it nonchalantly, but unfortunately it reached the ears of Natsui, who was sitting in the next seat over. What's this? It seemed that Natsui had heard it, as even though the guests are here, why hasn't the host come to dinner? In other words, that Kyrie had asked whether Kinzo was going to join them for dinner. The family head is not his best, so he said he would take dinner in his study. I believe my husband explained that in the beginning. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Okay, so this can just be cut completely. This is completely not necessary. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Natsui's reaction instantly told Kyrie that this unknown visitor was also unknown to Kraus and his wife. Which meant, on the chessboard inside Kyrie's mind, she could hear the clattering of the pieces as they rearranged themselves. What do you mean we have company? Battler, Battler's awake! Battler, who had been sitting next to Natsui, seemed to have heard Kyrie's words without misunderstanding them. Thinking it strange that someone else would be invited to today's family conference, he spoke up incredulously, and thanks to that, the uncomfortable feeling building in the siblings' chests suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at Goda at the same time. Judging by their reactions, it was clear that no one here had invited that mystery woman. For an instant, Goda was startled to find everyone's gazes gathered on him, but because of his naturally vain personality, this actually gave him a feeling of superiority. Therefore, he answered in an extremely calm and graceful manner. That is correct. Our guest wanted to eat alone in the VIP room and is being served there. That extremely graceful and reasonable response of Goda's made it obvious to everyone that a 19th person, a visitor, existed. Well, except the Battler. The VIP room, a guest. What? Who are you talking about? Natsui's words echoed the question that everyone who didn't know about the appearance of the Golden Witch was thinking. For a while, okay, will Eva even take this opportunity to be like, Natsui, what kind of house are you running here that you don't even know that you have a guest? Like... For all Goda was disoriented, caught completely off guard by the sudden interrogation. This was a guest who had been treated with such deep respect. He hadn't imagined that Kraus and his wife might not even know about her. The guest is, Beatrice-sama. Beatrice! See? Beatrice came. Ooh. Maria had been telling the other cousins over and over again that she had met with Beatrice that day. The cousins had answered flippantly, but they hadn't believed, so their eyes grew wide. Sorry, I totally thought you were joking, Maria. So she really was there. By Beatrice, you mean that Beatrice with the gold? That's more Auburn. Ooh. I've been saying she exists the whole time. No one believes. Sorry, Maria-chan. That's not how we meant it. After learning that everyone had doubted Beatrice's existence, Maria, who had been in a good mood all day, completely lost her temper. George, who sat in the next seat over, tried frantically to calm Maria. Goda. Is this some sort of dinner entertainment? Hehe, quite a performance. Aniki, quit playing dumb. You called her here, right? Called? Called whom? From where? Nissan, let's be clear about this. Who is she? Surely you aren't going to tell us it really is the Beatrice from that portrait, right? Eva, what the fuck are you talking? I don't have a clue what you people are talking about. Goda, you really aren't joking, right? I was just ordered by Genji-san's, call for Genji. Immediately. Genji! When Natsui yelled, Goda sped out into the hallway. The sound of the door being thrown open was the spark that suddenly set the dinner table ablaze. Suddenly, Natsui's sending Genji out of the room in the last timeline. It's different. So, oh shit. So you're saying you're in the dark too, Nikki? Who called her? Was it Dad? I don't know anything about this. It seems you people think I've been pulling the strings behind the scenes, but that's a huge misunderstanding. Calm down, Krusty-san. We've gone past the stage of skirmishing with each other. If you're saying even you don't know this mystery person, then something crazy's going on. Hideyoshi-san, can't you be a little more discreet with your words? My husband would not invite unnecessary people to the family conference. Did I say indiscreet instead of discreet? I'm sorry if I misread that. Obviously, what are you people talking about? Are you saying the witch of the portrait has broken out of her frame and appeared? It's not as though anyone's actually met this witch face to face. I met her. Eva and Rudolph nodded at Rose's proclamation. Ooh, I met her too. Uncle Kraus, believe it. Believe Mama. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The brief tension was broken, and Maria also started to make a ruckus. By now, the room was thoroughly wrapped in chaos. Chaos. I don't have a clue what's going on. So what does it mean? Does it mean the witch who gave grandfather the gold is showing up as a special guest this year? But is that really true? Aunt Rosa didn't see it wrong, did she? I met her too. Ooh, 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 ooh. Aunt Rosa, are you sure? Yes. Maria and I met her, and we even talked to her. I met her. That was definitely a witch. Believe me, I didn't see it wrong or hallucinate or anything. What on earth was that? In the instant before the typhoon arrived, Rosa definitely met a witch in the rose garden. We were there. But the scene had been so hard to accept as truth that the more she spoke of it like this, the less she understood what it was she had encountered. Ironically, since she was losing her composure, the more frantically she tried to cling to her claim, the more confused and hazy the thing she was describing became. Because of that, it only took a single, calmly spoken sentence to confirm the nature of what she was describing beyond doubt. I also met with her. I greeted, well, I couldn't really call it that. I exchanged a few words with her. It's definitely not something that Rosa-san just saw wrong. Kiryu-san, are you serious? Yes. But she didn't tell me her name, so I can't say for certain that she was Beatrice. However, and sorry if this is subjective, but since I met her in the entrance hall, I was able to compare her face with the portrait. My first impression was that this portrait has to be hers. This is all just subjective. No, be objective. That is impossible. In the first place, where did that woman come from? The only boat arriving today was the one that brought all of you here. Was she on that boat? She was hiding underneath with the Domino's pizza man. Well, it's hard to say for sure. Of course, I don't remember any woman like that getting off the boat with us. Oh, is that all? Can you prove there wasn't a boat besides the one we rode on? Oh man, Battler really likes Eva right now. You can't prove one didn't arrive. Makes sense. If another boat did arrive, it might be possible to prove it. If someone saw it and said they saw it, then you're done. But it's impossible to prove that such a boat didn't arrive. Even if everyone says that no such boat arrived, that they didn't see it arrive, you can't prove that it didn't arrive secretly. It's that thing they call a devil's proof. It'd be simple to prove that the devil exists. That devils exist, all you have to do is meet a devil, but it's impossible to prove that devils don't exist. Just by saying that no one has ever met a devil, you can't deny the possibility that they're hiding away somewhere humans can't go. You can't deny the existence of aliens for exactly the same reason. Until humanity searches the whole of space and can show perfectly that aliens don't exist, you can't be sure that they don't exist. Yep. And it's definitely impossible for us to ever check the entirety of space for the existence of aliens. Therefore, while there may be a number of ways to prove that aliens do exist, it will always be impossible to show proof that denies their existence right now. So any discussion about there being a second boat would just be a waste of our time. She wasn't on the boat with us. Not much is a fact, so she must have arrived on this island through some other means. That's right. There may be no need to discuss how she came here. What's important is that she's actually in this mansion now and doesn't feel like having dinner with us. Okay, let's review. Right now, there's another guest on this island other than the 18 people with the Ushiromiya family. And this is a guest even Aniki and Natsui-san don't know about, right? I know nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Be silent for now. Your headache will get worse. It is as my wife says. I have no idea what you people have been talking about up until now. Then there can be only one answer. Father called her here. Called her here for today's family conference. For the family conference? Again, why? I don't know that. I'm questioning you because I thought you might know. Oh, she's upset. Eva, could you give it a rest? Krusty-san said he doesn't know. So here's what we've got. Father stealthily invited the witch of the portrait as a secret guest. It's like, it's so similar to the other conversation with them like talking about shit that went on. It's pretty good. And she met with Rosa-san and Maria-chan and then Kiryu-san. That's all for now. If she has something to say to us, she could just show herself right away. Now we've got to wonder why she shut herself up without greeting us. Does this mean Dad, who never gave a crap about this family conference in the first place, secretly called a new mistress here and had her wear the clothes of his ideal witch? This day's too important for that explanation to fly. There can be only one reason: to join in on the family conference. She wants to claim some right to father's inheritance. Ridiculous. Might be a good time to read the letter, Rosa. Ridiculous. The family head would have something. The family head wouldn't have something as filthy as a mistress. I told you to be quiet. I've lived in this mansion with father all this time, and I never heard a thing about something like that. If we stretch plausibility to the limit and assume father had an illegitimate child with some mistress decades ago, then maybe father searched her out and called her here today. Is that what you're trying to say? Dear, it's absurd to think father has such a child. To waste the noble blood of the Ushiramiya family on a mistress. This is nothing more than a few people making wild claims. It's obviously a fantasy, a delusion, a daydream. Or is everyone taking part in some kind of act to trick my husband? What act? If anyone's acting, it's you! Quit it, Nikki. Natsui-san may be a bit over vehement, but she's right. Kirie saw her, I didn't. Neither did you, Nikki. But Rosa did. But that means she exists. Maria nodding in the background. There are people who can prove she exists, so we're sure right away that she does. It's the opposite of a devil's proof. And I want to meet her too. I want to ask her directly what kind of business she has with the Ushiramiya family. I agree with you on that. I do indeed wish to inquire as to what business she has on Rikinjima. Don't play dumb. There's only one thing she could be after. Father's inheritance. We should work out our future plans with a lawyer who's hot on inheritance issues. If the mistress claims equal rights as mother, then our shares will be cut right in half. Wait a second, everybody. Genji-san will come very soon. He knows everything. I'm sure he'll answer our questions. Until then, let's stop talking about this. Hey, you kids. Sorry, but the adults have to start talking about something complicated. Return to the guest house. Yosa yelled at the children, slightly overcome with emotion. The children didn't understand why they were suddenly being yelled at this time, but Eva and the rest realized it too late. They were talking so bluntly about the filthy topic of the inheritance right in front of the children. Ooh, of course they wouldn't want their children to remain, so they all immediately agreed with Rosa's plan. That's right, just as Rosa-san says. George, take all the cousins and go back to the guest house. You all play nice together. George, do as you're told. Take all the cousins and leave right now. Wait a second, Mother. We still haven't finished eating. Oh, and dessert hasn't even come yet. Aw, Gouda's upset again! God damn it, Gouda's like, God, I had this whole thing planned! This witch! Here I go killing. We will have Gouda-san take dessert to the guest house. So leave. Jessica, from here on, the adults will be talking together. Go. Sure. Even though I'm still eating? Well, guess I won't be the only exception. Thanks for understanding, Battler-kun. What? You sure are lucky. Huh? Why? I don't want to leave if I could. I bet. I'll let you adults enjoy your happy family chat about the inheritance. These two get along so well. Like, oh, it's the Nanjo also has thoughts. I will also leave my seat. At any rate, it appears my turn will not come tonight. Ninja quietly rose to his feet. That's a weird line. From his seat in the farthest corner, he had been calmly watching the whole discussion without butting in. Surely that reaction of his was very adult, just what you'd expect of a calm old gentleman. When Ninja rose from his seat, it ended up encouraging the others who were supposed to leave. The children noisily rose from their seats as they hurried into the hallway. The servants returned. I apologize for taking so long. I have called Genji. I was checking to see that all of the doors and windows were shut, so it took me some time. My apologies. Come on, children, to the guest house. Gouda-san, my apologies, but could you carry the children's portion of the dessert to the guest house? Huh. Is that what you wish? It seemed Gouda wasn't amused to see the dinner he'd worked so hard on interrupted like this. He sent Natsui a look as though asking her whether that was really okay. Do as Rosa-san says, and it will not be necessary to set out dessert for us. Do not approach the dining hall until we call for you. Tell the rest of the servants to do the same. Understood? Yes, as you wish. Poor Gouda. Come, everyone. Shall we go? Maria-san, you mustn't trouble your mother anymore. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I want to talk about Bito too. No, no, no. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Maria-chan, can you tell us about Beatrice in the guest house? I really want to hear about the witch. Okay? Ooh, ooh. You're pretty damn smooth, Georgie-san. I'm impressed. Can't believe you're still... Are you sure you don't have kids? You're too used to this, ehehe. George's words had completely restored Miria's good mood, and now she took the initiative, telling the others to head on to the guest house. It looked like Goda didn't like being kicked out himself, but he couldn't disobey Natsui, so he left the room with Battler and the rest, closing the door. Is there some way I might be of service, everyone? Yeah, there sure is. We've got a whole bunch of questions. In fact, every one of us does. So much that we almost want to have a lottery to see who gets to ask first. But no matter who wins the first lottery, the first question will be the same, won't it? That's right. Who the fuck is Genji-san? Answer me honestly. Who is this person called Beatrice in the VIP room right now? Oh, we don't get to see. Thank you, Squirming Horror, for the new sub. Squirming, not squirm in. Squirming Horror. Hold on, 1 second. Is there music? Hiyoshi's claim that advertising doubled the taste was apparently right. After being chased out of the guest house, the kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousin's room and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought for dessert. It was both wonderful and high class, topped with lavish amounts of cream and decorated deliciously with fruits. But delicious as it was, it didn't taste quite as good for some reason. Haha, without Goda-san selling it, it isn't nearly as good. Oh! Is that a, is that an insult? Oh no. And if we ask Kumasawa-san to sell it, she'd just say it's made of mackerel. Ooh, really? You can make cake from mackerel? Oh, absolutely. And as you can see with this very cake, if you mix the squeezed juice out of mackerel with flour and eggs before cooking, it comes out all fluffy. Oh, that'd be incredible if true. Maybe mackerel cake will show up on the new menu at one of Father's restaurants. Wow. After all, mackerel's full of nutrients and sounds healthy. It might get real popular with women and the elderly, but I'm not going to get anywhere near it. Girls won't eat something that weird. Oh, Nanjo's here! What's Nanjo doing here? Even the elderly would wish to decline. Oh. But it's delicious, you know? Kumasawa was really cheering up the mood with her classic mackerel jokes. Classic mackerel jokes. Oh yeah, she did do some of them in episode 1, didn't she? But the sound of the downpouring rain kept turning their attention towards the mystery guest. In the end, they showered Maria with questions again, since she was the only person here to have met Beatrice. I can't believe she was actually telling us the truth. The truth. No, okay. You make it sound like, though you never believed it, this Maria meets a witch business isn't news to you. Yeah, I thought it was just one of those fairy tales you'd expect from a dreamy kid that age. She exists! Beatrice exists! Is this for emphasis or what? Every year when we come to the family conference, I meet her and we play together. That's right. Although Beatrice-sama doesn't usually show herself, I hear she sometimes unexpectedly appears before honest people with clean hearts. Why is she talking to Maria then? Beatrice referred to that character in the fairy tale about the Okinjima witch. To keep Kinzo in a good mood, the family and servants acted as though they believed in the witch of his delusions. That's how Okinjima's fairy tale, or maybe ghost story, had come into being. To the family members who knew that backstory, the fairy tale of the Golden Witch wasn't something to be taken too seriously. However, they were never able to say that out loud in front of Kinzo. Because of that, the legend of the witch carried a lot more weight to someone like young Maria, who didn't know the story of how it had come into being. That's why Maria believed in the legend of the witch. She accepted it entirely. That was only natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches. So people had avoided saying things that would betray her dream. On the contrary, they had worked together to say and do things that would help liven her dreams without her knowing. So when Maria-chan was showing us that candy that supposedly came from Beatrice, I figured someone subtly slipped it into her handbag. I have done similar things a few times in the past, secretly placing sweets somewhere. So it was you! I imagine even Kumasawa-san, or rather all of the servants and everyone in the Ushirimiya family has done it once or twice. So if it'll make a small innocent kid happy, you might place a sweet somewhere and have everyone join in on keeping the secret alive for her. Come to think of it, I'll bet you do that kind of thing all the time, George and Nikki. Who knows? It'd probably be boorish to admit to such a thing out loud. George admitted it while being extremely wary that Maria didn't find out. Who just carries around candy? In other words, it's kind of like Santa Claus. To protect the kids' dreams. Okay, alright, excuse me, okay. Spoilers for Santa Claus? If there's if you're on a speaker system or anything like that? Okay, alright. Yep. To protect the kids' dreams, the parents plot together and lie, setting presents at the bedside of a child fast asleep. After all, you want to protect the kids' dreams, right? Obviously, I've known Santa doesn't exist for a long time now, but if there's no reason to wake up from a dream like that, I wish I could have believed it all my life. Because adults know that the world is filled with terrible things. They all want to at least protect the pure dreams of a child. Ooh, Beatrice exists. Yes, she does. Beatrice-sama does exist, right? Some time ago, when I was drying mackerel to make some black tea, suddenly... Well, it basically goes something like that. Supposedly, at least. So simply put, this was supposed to be a witch that no one but Maria believed in. I wouldn't phrase it quite like that. The point isn't that we didn't believe. We were all trying to give her a chance to believe. So this is about not betraying a child's innocence, but Santa doesn't exist in reality. Wait, what? If you don't want kids to be all disappointed when they learn the truth, you'd be better off not showing them the dream in the first place. This is actually something that I debated with myself, and I still don't know if I made the right call. Is the fact that I think like this proof that I'm still a long way from becoming a full adult. The true nature of the Rikinjima witch was finally starting taking shape in Battler's mind. However, their current situation overrode this understanding, and in fact, it completely overturned its very premise. So, we thought we knew what was going on, but now Beatrice-sama the witch has actually appeared in reality. Is that it? And judging by how freaked our parents were, it looks like she wasn't an invited guest. Now it's starting to get interesting. There's no reason for us to simply assume that a woman called Beatrice doesn't exist. It's what Uncle Rudolph called the devil's proof. Battler thought it first. None of us knew that a woman calling herself Beatrice existed. Well, I mean, somewhere in the world, like it's a name, but that's not the same as proving that Beatrice doesn't exist. Dr. Nanjo, you've been friends with grandfather for a long time, right? At one point during the family conference, I was questioned quite thoroughly by Krasan and the others. They wanted to know if long ago Kinzo-san might have had a mistress called Beatrice and an illegitimate child with her. I get it. Is it true? I may be a doctor, but I'm a bro first. Bros never tell. Our parents have their heads full with the inheritance problem, so of course, if the daughter of a mistress like that showed up, it'd be troublesome for them. Krasan and the rest probably asked Genji-san about it first. However, Genji-san is an aide who's sworn loyalty to Kinzo-san, and is probably a friend more trusted by Kinzo-san than myself. I doubt he told them anything. So next time, they went to ask me, as an old friend of his. And, did grandfather have a lover called Beatrice, Dr. Nanjo? Yes. He did! No, I have never met her. But Kinzo believes she existed. However, I have heard from Kinzo-san that he had a relationship with a woman like that. He said she passed away a very long time ago. She's dead. So did the two of them have a kid? That I do not know, but Kinzo-san always says that reviving Beatrice is the goal of his research. Usually, if one loses a mistress but has a child left behind to remember them by, they pour all of their love onto that child. Therefore, we naturally assume that there was no such child between Kinzo-san and Beatrice. So that leaves us with another devil's proof. Yeah, it's impossible to prove that a child between him and a mistress didn't exist. So, now that this child has actually appeared, we have to assume she did exist after all. That's a bit of a rushed argument. It's more realistic that someone caught wind of the trouble with the Ushirimiya family inheritance, knew about grandfather's relationship with the mistress long ago, and then dressed up and came to fuck with us, and impersonated her, trying to take a slice of the inheritance for themselves. Okay. Sure, that is realistic. But we can't deny the possibility that she really is an illegitimate child. One who lived in isolation, forgotten by grandfather, and who's returned for revenge, right? Revenge? What do you mean? Sorry. Guys just like to dramatize stuff to make it sound interesting. I've seen too many weird dramas. Normally that might come off as a light joke, but the joke had landed after an uninvited mystery guest calling herself Beatrice had marched in on the day of the family conference with the bloody argument that the inheritance had become took center stage. Yeah, I know. There was no way Battler's joke would be welcomed with laughter, so it was a really big help when Nanjo laughed brightly to calm everyone down. Man, Nanjo, what a great mood breaker. Can't believe you're still single. I see. That does sound quite intriguing. I would love to read a novel with a plot like that. Well, I don't think it could actually work. After all, right now, on this island, there's 1, 2, 3, a full 18 people, right? If anyone tries to do something weird, they'll immediately get caught, and thanks to the typhoon, they can't even leave the island. In other words, if you tried to commit some crazy crime, you'd be screwed. Unless, I agree, in a dead end without any way to escape, and in a situation where everyone's really suspicious of her. Okay, like seriously, do you know and you're just pretending, or do you only know when you go back to sleep? What's going on here? I'm so curious. I seriously doubt she could pull off a terrifying revenge drama like that. Probably not. In that case, it would be more realistic if she had come in secret without making her presence known. I simply cannot imagine someone appearing openly to take revenge outside of some historical drama. Well, who knows, right? Revenge is based on emotion, not logic. If you've got someone willing to go down along with their opponent, they might not be afraid of anything, not even the police or large numbers of people. It's okay, Jessica-chan. None of the disturbing things we're imagining will happen. Like the battle royale between our parents over the inheritance isn't disturbing. That's right. Dad and Uncle Rudolph are pretty tough, and Aunt Eva's even trained in the martial arts. Calling it back? We'll be fine. Yeah. Jessica didn't say it out loud, but she'd vaguely noticed that her own father stood in opposition to all the other siblings on the inheritance issue. They usually played nice in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away, like it had been at dinner, the result would be a tumultuous uproar. After realizing this, it was only natural for Jessica to be frightened at the thought that her parents might get caught up in some kind of trouble and become human sacrifices for something terrifying. Seriously, Georgia Nikki's right. Nothing's gonna happen. Even if she pretends she's a witch, what can a single human woman who can't even use magic do? That's where you're wrong, bucko, he says in the magical storm. Oh, not again. The sudden creepy laugh made all of them jump, and when they realized the strange laugh was coming from Maria, they were shocked again. I see. So that's how you see it, Battler. What is it? Don't laugh all creepy like that. You accept Beatrice's existence for now. At least you accept her as the 19th person and a guest. But that's all, right? You don't accept that the 19th person, Beatrice, is a witch, right? Huh? Of all the crazy things to say, of course that's what I think. Witches couldn't possibly exist. The only possibility is that she's a human woman claiming to be a witch. Hmm? Isn't that odd, Battler? That's a devil's proof, isn't it? Of course witches don't exist. But just because you've never met a witch, that doesn't mean you've proven that witches don't exist, right? That's right. You're not wrong there. I can't prove that witches don't exist. However, even if I can't prove it, I can claim it. I claim that witches don't exist. Why? How can you claim that witches don't exist even though you can't prove it? Because things like that don't exist. So that's QED. You finished your proof without any evidence or basis? Where are you getting off saying QED, Maria? Now there's a typical case of the ignorant willfully ignoring the shallowness of their own knowledge. A reckless suspension of thought. Then there's only one way to resolve this, Maria. The witch's side needs to show some proof themselves. It's a devil's proof again. If you bring me a devil, we can end this right now. In this case, we can just get this woman calling herself Beatrice to display some wonderful magnificent magic like the twinkling stars. All she has to do is show us something. That's impossible for humans, right? Well, in episode 3 she will, and then she'll be like, yeah, oh, so the problem was I didn't show magic, huh? Well, here's some magic. Vroom, vroom, vroom. See, you saw it. You'd be like, well, no, that could just be fucking like an elaborate light show. Maybe you have a pyrotechnical fire guy and back in the bush, and then you hear a sneeze, and it's like, shit. Okay, do it without a pyrotechnical fire guy. Come now, you two. Please settle down. Kumasawa noticed that the atmosphere between them was getting worse and tried to calm them. Equally? Look at this! It seemed as though Battler quickly realized that he wasn't acting like an adult, but Maria's expression didn't loosen. As she laughed creepily, she sat staring at Battler. You quit it too, Maria. Let's get back in a good mood, okay? If that's what you want, Beatrice will definitely show you. Something impossible for humans. When she does, you'll believe too, okay? You'll believe in Beatrice. Sure. If she lets me have a look, I'll believe. It's a chess debate between the witch and you, Battler. If you get checkmated, you'll believe in the witch. Oh, I like the way you put that. The witch shows her magic. My king is put into check. I quibble, saying that it'd be possible to reproduce her feat using measures even a human could take, and my king escapes. Failing to do that would be checkmates. That's a pretty good analogy. Battler. In chess, you and your opponent have pieces that move in the same way, so you can predict your opponent's moves. But you know what? What you aren't expecting is that your opponent's pieces might be able to move in ways far stranger than yours. You simply assumed that, since witches must not exist, the movements of Beatrice's pieces will obviously be the same as your own. But you know what? Sorry, Battler, but your chess partner isn't human. She's a witch. She can move her pieces in ways that humans can't. We're playing checkers. Right now, your understanding is flawed. Battler, you like Aunt Kyrie's chessboard thinking, right? Yeah. Did you hear that? When did you hear the chessboard thinking? Chessboard thinking was said in the parlor scene. Did she say it in the dinner scene? Yeah, I like that style of thinking, where you stand in your opponent's shoes. And that's why you'll get stuck. Even though your opponent is a witch, you won't accept it, so you can't understand the moves a witch might make, and your chessboard thinking won't work. Your knowledge of your opponent is mistaken. The very first premise of chessboard thinking is broken down. Ah, so that's your game. You cannot win in chess against a witch. Hehehe. Oh, chill vibes are back. Oh no, not again. Thank you, Diselli, for the resub. Ooh. And thank you, Vozy? Wowzy? One of those for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you again, Diselli. Alright. I don't know what happened after that. We servants were strictly ordered not to approach the dining room. I see. So, Shannon, have you ever met this person called Beatrice before? I don't know. That was a slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as if she was saying her memory was hazy. For us servants, Beatrice-sama is the second master of this mansion. Some people say we've spread that rumor because of the master's influence, but even when I just started working here, the story of Beatrice-sama was already being whispered of. I've heard about it before. If you don't show her respect, you'll get cursed, and at least one servant actually did meet with an accident, right? Yes. But it's true that some people believed more than others. I believe respect for that sort of thing shouldn't be forgotten, so I've never doubted that she exists. I vaguely believe that a shadowy being called the Golden Witch existed. And then that witch, whose existence was so shadowy and obscure, actually showed herself and entered openly through the entrance hall. Is that what happened? I don't know. I don't know anything. When you brought her to dinner? Sorry. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Alright. When you brought her dinner, did you talk about anything? No, nothing. I see. Still, a witch that eats food somehow doesn't sound so realistic. What? Maybe after all, it's just someone who knows about the witch legend on this island, someone who's taking on Beatrice's name. I think you've probably come to respect Beatrice and think of her as something like a guardian god of the mansion, so when a person appeared actually going by that name, maybe you were a little disturbed. That's right. I guess that must be the case. George was slightly at a loss about what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance. Maybe not just Genji, but even the young servants had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice person. Thinking that, he tried to cheer her up somehow. Surely, just like Mary and Jessica, Shannon was unable to fully hide the agitation caused by the sudden visit of this person calling herself the Golden Witch. He'd been so sure that that was the case. But George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The doors to the Golden Land would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. That meant the demise of everything, even if she accepted the ring from George. They would never be married now. No, in the first place, did furniture like her even have the right to be married? Even if the witch hadn't come to signal their demise, wasn't their relationship fated to fail sooner or later? Had she turned her gaze to focus solely on those fun days spent with George, while purposefully closing her eyes to the sad reality? What's wrong? You really haven't looked well for a while now. George-san, what does it mean to be engaged? Huh? Oh, trying to find a loophole? It means making a promise to marry, but I think in that sense it means the same thing as marriage. To be honest, I want to take you home as my wife right away. But right now, I'm in the middle of training and I'm still a long way from having the capacity to create my own castle. That's why I want to take you home with me, with my head held high, only after I become a full adult. I'm not talking about the distant future. I just want you to wait a short 3 years. Quoi? Bro? But that doesn't mean I want to lie about my feelings for another 3 years. So I decided to give you an engagement ring. That might be a shameful reason as a man. Maybe it's shameful to get engaged because I want you to wait, since I can't support my work and a wife at the same time yet. But I will definitely. Thank you very much. I understand that to you, George-san, an engagement ring means something different than one of the many presents you'd give to a lover. Of course it's different. An engagement ring isn't a simple accessory. It's an oath between lovers, a noble promise left in the form of a ring. Giggle. So, if we were to get married right away, it'd be completely meaningless, right? Then it wouldn't be an engagement ring. I'd give it to you as a wedding ring. Either way, I'd still be giving you a ring. So, it's a sold sign, like saying, this woman is mine, nobody touch her. No, that's not what I want. Cough. George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and had sworn to become an excellent man, he had also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So even though he had to be blunt about it, he chose to answer a little roughly. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon. No, that may be true. Sayo, I'll make you my wife. I won't give you to anyone else. I'll make you mine alone, so no one will lay a hand on you. That's what this ring is, without a doubt. Thank you very much, George-san. I feel like she's building to like saying, why don't we just, let's get engaged, but don't give me the ring until like tomorrow. She's gonna have her cake and eat it too. Get fucked, Beatrice! You said I didn't have to take the ring. You said nothing about agreeing to marry him or anything like that. I'm truly happy. Then, George-san, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled, would you still give it to me? Shannon tried to ask that, but she swallowed her words, because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He had said that to him an engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Therefore, accepting George's ring had a significance far more sacred than a promise to marry. Oh, the opposite. So, I'll stop calling this an engagement ring. From now on, this isn't an engagement, it's a wedding ring. Is that really okay? Is it okay to just proclaim that we're married without even God's blessing? Yeah, it's enough to tell God, Father, and Mother about it afterwards. We'll tell them all that we've been married. No one will be able to undo it. I declare bankruptcy. Okay, George-san. I'm not saying this because of a momentary emotion. I'm not just looking at how you are now. I'm looking at the you of tomorrow, of the next day. I'm even gazing at you as you'll be in old age, in the future, as I say this. You're always thinking about that, George-san. How about you want to about how you want to enjoy your old age slowly, surrounded by healthy children and grandchildren. Yeah. At that time, an older you will be beside me. That is what I expect. No, what I foresee. Yes, because that day will surely come. Will it surely come? Yes, surely, definitely. And this ring proves it without words. Please, show me. Huh? What are we doing? Here it is. George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it cool. But Shannon wasn't looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes, no, on something she could see beyond his eyes. Please, show me that future. Yeah, I'll show you. Surely. I promise it. And not just until old age. After we die too. Even when we become spirits, we'll always be together. Shannon wiped away her tears and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring worthy of blessing the two of them. George said the line that he practiced over and over again inside his head. I want you to put this on whatever finger you like and have that be your answer. So by tomorrow morning... Dude, the ring's already on. Giggle. Yeah. Shan smiled, took the ring, and with a completely natural movement, put it on the ring finger of her left hand. It really had looked like such a natural, ordinary movement. And for a while, George was stunned. This is my answer, George-san. Shannon. No. Sayo. Even when we become spirits, we'll always be together, George-san. There was no blessing from God, no pastor to witness, nothing. But the two who were married proclaimed it. 2 souls were joined here today. Smash? Smash? No. Okay. Nissan, you're a fool. Thank you, Sig Blackout or Sig Blackout, one of those, and Funk Dev also for the resubs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is that so? Even though you're furniture. I'm not furniture. Not anymore. Liar. Why are you fooling yourself? Even though you know you can never become human. Even though you know you can't become human unless you go to the Golden Land. Knowing that, why did you abandon the promise that would let you go there? Oh, right. By accepting the ring, that promise with Beatrice-sama comes to nothing, doesn't it? Giggle. I'm sorry. From now on, I, you, George-sama, the master, and everyone else are under the same conditions. 13 people will be sacrificed. Only 5 people will be invited to the Golden Land. And you rejected one of those places yourself. That's odd. It looks like you're the one with regrets, Canon-kun. You're the one with regrets, aren't you, Nissan? No, you! You got engaged, right? Even though you knew it was fate that would never be fulfilled. Yes. Yes! I promised that we would always be together for eternity. So, you know what? In that instant, our eternity was completed. Even if we become sacrifices, it's already completed, so it's okay. Does George know this? Canon, you're the one who actually has regrets. We're furniture, right? We'll be freed no matter what the result. So it doesn't matter whether we go to the Golden Land or not. And yet, you're set on going there. You want to become human no matter what, right? Why? Because I want to become human. I've had enough of being furniture. Dude, just do it. Why? I wanted to fall in love too. Tears were coming from Canon's eyes, and he howled. I liked Milady, and after seeing Milady that day, I started liking her even more. And when I heard that Milady also liked me, I was really happy. But I'm furniture, and I can't accept Milady's feelings. You're wrong. We may be furniture. We may be less than human, but that doesn't mean we aren't qualified to love. I thought that if these feelings wouldn't ever come to anything, I'd be better off not having them. I just decided that eventually I'd disappear, and that it definitely hurt her. No, that's wrong. I was just frightened. I was just afraid, thinking that any love that couldn't be eternal was best avoided. Even though their lives last only a few weeks, cicadas fall in love and then vanish. But you'll never find a cicada that... Cicada? Cicada? Tomato? Tomato? That refuse to fall in love simply because it'd end in a few weeks. Yeah, but they're bugs. They're dumb, Shannon. It seemed that Canon was still muttering his regrets, but by now it was all jumbled up with his sobs. That witch is detestable. Why did she plant these feelings in me? If only she hadn't pulled that bizarre prank, I wouldn't have paid Milady any notice. Beatrice-sama is detestable. To make you cry bitter tears, she played games with your fate. But I don't think things went as the witch expected. After all, knowing love isn't a regret that ties you to life. It is the destination we're supposed to reach in our journey through life. And without love... Well, now, Canon. Why are you back in the rain? That promise you worked so hard for has now come to nothing. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Very well then. With this, the conditions for all the pieces are the same. There are 18 pieces. 13 will be offered as sacrifices. How many pieces are on a chessboard each side? 16, right? 16? 32 pieces total? 16 on each side? Okay. Who will the 5 survivors be? Or else? Will someone destroy the ceremony? Who? How? When? Why? This isn't a chess problem. It's a game on equal footing. I won't be cornering you one-sidedly. You'll be able to frantically escape my advances and force a tie, an invalid match. At any rate, I doubt you can manage more than repeating that over and over, and it probably won't be that difficult for you. However, this invalid match will continue forever until it eventually wears down your mind and kills it. This is when you'll accept your defeat and surrender to me. There's a reason I said it was like a game on equal footing. That's because rules for my loss have also been established. There's nothing as boring as a game you can't lose, right? I mean, tell the people who cheated on Showdown. As for how to defeat me, that would be the epitaph that stands as an offering to my portrait. It's both the way to open the door to the Golden Land and the key to destroying my ceremony. I'll try to complete the ceremony in accordance with the epitaph. You'll try to solve the riddle of the epitaph, destroy the ceremony, and overthrow me. Solve the riddle hidden in the epitaph, and expose the location of the vast sum of gold I gave Kinzo. What? What result will this game show us? I'm expecting a good fight, okay? Entertain me, Ushiromiya Battler. Battler! Why does she keep changing clothes? Wouldn't you if you looked like that? I have no objections. Where are we? Natsui and I acknowledge it. Good. I can't believe it, and I don't want to. But this is the truth, isn't it? Natsui, choose your words more carefully. She's this family's most honored guest. I also acknowledge it. Can't argue back. Yes, I acknowledge it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe you actually... You have my honest respect. What's happening? Me too. Incredible. I can't believe you went to the orphanage, found someone that looks exactly like the portrait, went there, like did like acting lessons over 5 years, got her into character, like pumped her full of like opium and cocaine right now, made her really believe she's a witch, made her come in. Like what are you talking about? I genuinely respect you, so I have to acknowledge it. I acknowledge it too. I still can't believe it. Still, what can I do? You've proven devils. It's your victory. Oh shit! She's in the room. The devil's proof was a convenient excuse you liked using to handle unprovable matters, but now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not? Don't torture me, mighty witch. I've already acknowledged you. I resign. Uh-oh. Kyrie? Do you still have objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not acknowledge my existence, As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started getting frantic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kyrie lightly closed her eyes and after keeping silent for a while opened her mouth. My apologies. I resign. Only Kyrie had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, this had only resulted in her refusing to accept the truth for a short time. Really? Et tu, Kyrie? What? The truth, the being that was before her eyes, couldn't be denied. Devils had already been proven. I mean, did she do magic? I also acknowledge it. You are Beatrice. You assured me a family alchemist and a user of great magic. I must acknowledge the fact that you are a witch. What's going on? Moments before we got to that scene, Beatrice is like, okay, look, I know I haven't proven anything, but I just want to, like, you know, the smooth thing's over. How about we just all go around the circle and you just all, just, you know, try it out. Just say that I'm a witch and you believe me and I know magic. That's what I want you to do. Okay, all right, here we go. Hold on. Perspective camera's coming in. All right, timed perfectly. All right, say it. All right, we're done. All right, perspective camera's out. Okay, all right, now how did that feel? Like, do we feel that maybe, like, we can move in that direction or not? I know you don't believe me right now. Like, what was that? I'll pay you $500 to fuck off and call me a witch. Maybe she just has a lot of money. Yeah, hold on. I'll settle all of your debts. Here we go. Did you enjoy the cookie? I did. I wish I munched another one while this was going on. Okay, so who's going to be dead this time? I think it's going to be a different group of people, and maybe in the same location, but maybe in a different location. They just introduced the church, so maybe people are going to be in dead in the church. I think this time it's going to be the servants that are dead. I think. Let me see the screen. Can I see the screen? No, I can't. What is the sound that always fills my ear? Okay, so 6 people have to be dead for the first Twilight, right? It's the same. 6 chosen. Okay, all right. So here's what me thinks. Dead 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 more. Shannon's not gonna die until Twilight 2 with George. Maybe Kinzo. Or maybe one of these dudes. Maybe Kyrie for being the last one to say something. That's what I think. I think this time it's going to be kind of the opposite. So boom, dead, and then 1 more. I don't know who. For some reason, I'm kind of thinking Kinzo. I don't know why. I'm kind of feeling Kinzo. Let's save it. What is the sound that always fills my ears? Is it the sound of the rain, the sound of a waterfall, or could it be radio static? If not, I want it to be the sound of blood flowing through my body. I want it to be the sound of the blood circulating throughout me, telling me that I'm still. Oh, maybe it's Battler. Battler's a ghost for the whole time, and he's like Beatrice, like, what are we talking about? Believe in me, I literally killed you. Like, prove I'm a ghost. Prove it. I still think and feel like what. Is it morning? Light entering. Oh, I'm wrong. The light entering through a crack in the curtain was faint, but at least it told him that the dawn had broken. Kinzo, still in the position he'd been when he woke up, was still sitting in a chair and looking up at the ceiling, felt the blood slowly travel throughout his body. Okay, judging by the clock, it was early morning, 6 on the dot. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, he always woke up at exactly this time, as though he had measured it with an hourglass. He didn't think of this as something to boast about, but he told himself that as long as he could still manage this, his health couldn't be that bad. Morning has come, which means it would appear I've avoided becoming one of the first sacrifices. Was I merely lucky when the roulette was spun? Or is this the fruit of my efforts? How irritating that I cannot tell the difference, but I mustn't be bothered by such trivialities. Who are you talking to, bud? Kinzo was struck by a faint desire to see beyond the study door. After all, he might find the traces of someone's vain struggle to break through the door, a sign that someone had tried to select him as one of the first sacrifices. Humans are cheap creatures. Even though everything is ultimately decided by God, when humans are given good fortune, they arrogantly feel it was due to their own ability. What could Beatrice possibly have done to convince all of them? Especially, like, 5 of them were so staunchly against it, making fun of Kraus before that. That was why he wanted to check whether there was a wretched mark on the door. The very desire was human, and that was why Kinzo did not check. He often rejected desires that came to him because he was human. Wants to act like furniture. By doing that, he could be immersed in a feeling of sufficiency, as though he himself had become a being that surpassed humans. He recognized human desires for what they were, and guarded against them. Things that a human would want to do, he resisted. This eccentricity and rebellious nature had surely given him a rare genius. Eccentric. By making it possible for him to succeed in his exploits as he revived the Ushiromiya family in a single generation. Well then, Beatrice, what were the 6 pieces you took, and what will your next move be? Entertain me. My defense is perfect. I will not shame myself like last time. Last time? You remember? No. Do you? The servants woke early. They had to open the curtains, prepare breakfast, and complete various other tasks to welcome the guests to a new day. Or is he talking about the... Oh, God, I'm so wrong. What the fuck? Is it just the same people? Does she convince them that they have to die and then they did it to themselves? So wrong. God damn it. Goto was the most enthusiastic. During the family conference, he had been told to concentrate his efforts especially on cooking, so he'd been specially exempted from several tasks that servants normally must do. Goto, who was a show-off, seemed to be feeling particularly superior because of that. He let Genji and the rest prepare the rest of the mansion and worked on making breakfast in the kitchen. No, Genji's fucking... Alright. At least halfway wrong. Genji split the work with Shannon and Cannon, and they carried out various tasks. Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Last year, the family conference had continued to the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't have been odd if this year's conference had done the same. Considering the possibility that they were still having a discussion inside, she knocked, but there was no response, so she opened the door and said good morning. Cannon, who was dead, didn't do anything. Good morning. Is anyone there? The room was cold, and the conference seemed to have ended a long time before. There was a tea set on the table from which they'd been drinking, arranged in a way that would make it easy to clean up. Cleaning up the tea was a servant's job. If the family members were extra generous and cleaned it up themselves, the servants would lose face. So it was a truly pleasant act of kindness for the family to do only this much. As she approached the table to clean it, she noticed something like a memo that had been left near the utensils and cups. Since it was right next to we didn't read the letters! Since it was right next to the tea set, Shannon picked it up, naturally thinking it was a memo for the servant doing the cleaning. Written there was not a request, nor was it thanks to preparing the tea. There was just a single word. Shannon looked at it blankly and read out loud. Church. Chapel. Rowan? A small sound kept repeating over and over. Normally that sound would have been too trivial to be worth caring about. If only I could stop hearing it soon, I could go back to sleep right away, she thought vaguely. But no matter how much time passed, the sound did not end. It repeated over and over. Ah, shut up. Who is it? Banging on the door this whole time. As soon as she realized that, she woke up. Someone was knocking. And then she noticed that it wasn't just a knock, but a voice as well. Rosa-sama. Rosa-sama. Good morning. Wait, Rose is alive? Wait, I'm coming now. It had been Genji's voice. Looking at the clock, it wasn't even 7 yet. It was clearly too early to wake the guests. Did something happen that was bad enough to cause this? She felt her sleepiness increasingly fade thanks to the premonition of misfortune. Though Genji was a servant, Rosa had known him since her childhood days, so even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas, she opened the door a crack and answered. And then Genji stabbed her. Stab, 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 stab. Good morning. I apologize for waking you this early. Did something happen? Yes. Actually, at the chapel. Genji whispered something into Rosa's ear. For a second, it seemed Rosa couldn't understand what she'd been told. After having it repeated several times, she realized that apparently something strange had happened. Rosa closed her door for a second, changed her clothes quickly, and followed Genji towards the mansion. Is it the kids this time? Could Battler be dead? Is that allowed? The chapel requires some explanation. It wasn't in the... Yeah, thank you. I was wondering where that was. Was there even a chapel last time? It wasn't in the mansion, but in a grove behind it, a short walk's distance away. It had been built at the same time as the mansion, so though its walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside, it was a very old building. Rosa dashed through the rain along with Genji. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest. Who's Ernest? Has lions outside? Eventually the chapel came... This is huge! Isn't this just the mansion? Eventually the chapel came into sight from beyond a thin grove. Just looking at it from the outside, it seemed a place of dazzling beauty where a pair of young lovers might want to get married. However, Kinzo is... What's going on? Oh shit! Thank you for the 50 fucking gift subs, Mitri. Holy shit, thank you. Stun locked. Holy fuck. That's a lot. Thank you, Mitri. As I say your name wrong. Mitairi, maybe it's that. Thank you also, Dr. Nina, for the resub, and Chaburashaka for the resub. I enjoyed the Persona 3 streams, but then I watched Umineko go back to Persona 3. I almost gagged. Uh-oh. Joe, just accept it. Witches exist. Even Kyrie had to resign from this game and proclaim that a great witch Beatrice does exist. It's time to face the facts and leave the fantasies behind. Beatrice, the Golden Witch, is real. She exists. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Thank you again, Atari. Thank you very much. However, Kinzo apparently viewed it as a very sacred place, so Rosa and her siblings had been given strict instructions not to approach it unnecessarily. Even though they were all grown up now, approaching the chapel for any reason would still make them feel guilty, and also afraid, as if their father might get angry and hit them in the face. Well, is that where she learned it from? The servants' silhouettes could be seen in front of the chapel's entrance. Goda, Shannon, and Cannon, which meant that all the servants on the morning shift had gathered. A short while ago, Genji had spoken to Rosa, telling her what the situation was. However, without laying eyes on it directly, she definitely hadn't been able to understand. It was probably the same for all the servants gathered here as well. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to understand what was going on. Okay. Did I get any of them right? On the door at the entrance to the chapel was something very large, drawn with a creepy, stringy paint that made one think of blood. Something like a creepy magic circle. What is this? When was it drawn here? The servants looked at each other. Godo was the first to open his mouth. My apologies. We don't usually enter this building, so we don't know when it was made. Then who was the first person to find it? It was me. When I went to the dining hall to clean up the tea set, I found a memo with chapel written on it. Shannon held up the memo with a shaking hand. Whose handwriting is it? It isn't Nissan's or Nissan's. So, after that, you came here and found this, right? Yes. Did you open the door? Rosa-sama, look at this. What? Happy Halloween for... What? Kanan pointed at a single line of English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she thought it was just another part of the magic circle. There, the following words were written in English. Happy Halloween for Maria. Happy Halloween for Maria. This creepy magic circle was for Maria. Happy Halloween. Yesterday, only one person had said Happy Halloween to Maria. The key phrase matched. It was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What about Maria? She should be sleeping with her cousins, right? Did you check? My apologies. We just now realized that Maria-sama's name was written here. We still have not checked. Quickly. To the Genshi Mobile! Da-da-da-da. What are you doing? I'll go check on Maria and come back. Tell Krusty-san and the rest too. After that, follow their instructions. After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed that something was odd. Her own rank in this family's conference was the lowest of the 4 siblings. Why has she been the only one called during an abnormal situation like this when the other siblings hadn't been? Even if Maria's name had popped up. Could it be, huh? What? Yes, we tried to contact Kraus-sama, but we couldn't find him. And Madame was not in her room. Judging by the condition of the sheet, she might not have returned to her bed at all last night. Rosa felt something creepy crawling slowly up her back. Did you check inside the chapel? No, not yet. We tried, but actually, the lock to the chapel is special, so the master key will not work. There's a single key that can open it, but that key is missing from the key box. I mean, did you still try to just open it? She didn't want to get closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could. Rosa readied herself and approached, then tried pushing and pulling the knob. All she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock. Oh. We searched to see if there was a window we could enter through, but I think we'd have to break one of the windows if we wanted to check inside. What do you think? Break it. There's no way I can give you approval to do something like that. This is Father's precious chapel. At that time, the events of the previous day swirled around in the back of Rosa's mind. That's right! When I met that witch in the rose garden. Didn't she hand Maria an envelope? With a key in it? Yeah, there's no mistake. She did hand it over. When Maria tried to open it, the witch told her not to do it yet, and then she surely said, the time to open that will come soon. Rosa was sure. There could be no mistake. The envelope Maria had received was... Junko Inoshima is... After dashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached the cousin's room while hiding her footsteps, softly opened the door and peered inside. From the inside, she could hear the healthy snores typical of young people. There were 4 children, and Maria was there, sleeping soundly. After breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. Okay, so who's dead then? Dead, 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 dead? These 6 this time? Or like 5 in Nanjo? Huh. Okay, I was way off. After breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. Maria always liked carrying her treasures around with her. She was probably emulating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just imitating her mother, so everything on the inside was junk. In Maria's case, it was full of small, creepy occult items, notebooks describing things of that nature, and so on. Rosa had never been happy to see her daughter walking around with things like that, which weren't girlish at all. However, trying to force Maria to stop had resulted in a big fight, so she decided to let it be. Let it be... Here. This is it. A western envelope with the crest of the gold eagle. When she took it out of the bag, she realized there was a heavy, vaguely cylindrical object inside. Oh, the key is in there! She could tell by its feel and its weight. There was no doubt. This was a key. Oh, what did the key choose? After turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope and the contents spilled out into her palm. It was a key with an old and intricate design. Rosa gripped that key and dashed out. Battler seemed to have noticed that sound, but after grumbling and turning over his sleep, he started snoring again. He was too busy talking to Beatrice. Battler, what do you think about that? The door was locked and the key is in the envelope the whole entire time. So how did the key get locked? It would be trivial to make a copy of this key. No, it wouldn't, because this is a special bullshit lock that only one key can do. Oh, prove it. Well, I can't do that. Oh, so you're going to not believe because of this trivial detail? Genji, could this key be the key to the chapel? Where did you... Yes, this is the key to the chapel. Rosa approached the creepy magic circle once again and put the key in the keyhole. There was a strong resistance. After it resisted for a short while, it stopped resisting with a clunk. Then, squeaking with a noise that hurt one's ears, it slowly began to open. Slow. Maybe there's another door. We didn't check all the doors. Is anyone there? Her voice reverberated throughout the massive room. Of course, there was no answer. The chapel had a high ceiling and the air was cold. This seems like overkill for, like a island chapel. And even on this rainy, unsettling day, it felt sacred for some reason. The servants timidly followed after Rosa.
ローザ様あれを
Rosa-sama, look at that. Canon noticed it immediately and pointed. Over there was the altar. In the place that would normally have a pastor preaching of God's love, there was a table that shouldn't have been there, sorry. At first it looked like a dining table. There actually were gorgeous plates and utensils placed there, making it look like a child's birthday party or something. Wait, what? Upon closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. They were probably Halloween decorations. And there were people seated at the table. 3 people on each side facing each other, seated in chairs. They could be recognized at a glance. Kraus and his wife, Ava and her husband, and Rudolph and his wife. But you wanted to be sure... Yep, I was so wrong. God damn. If you want to be sure, you still have to go even closer and check. Because they seemed almost like dolls. Rosa and the rest had opened the door, entered all at once with the sound of many footsteps, and called out, asking if anyone was there. And yet, there had been no reaction. Okay, it's gonna be a lot harder to pretend to play fucking possum when you're dead seated in a chair instead of laying on the floor. Huh. And yet, there had been no reaction. Even if Rosa and the rest assumed they were being ignored, you'd still expect there to be some kind of reaction. And there hadn't even been that. So at first, it felt like someone had set down some dolls that greatly resembled those people. By now, it wasn't just Rosa, Shannon and Cannon, and even Goda. They were all fighting frantically with the creepy emotion that grasped their hearts. Nissan? Nissan? As she walked toward the altar, she called out again, but there was still no reaction. Yes, by now, Rosa was sure of it. She was sure that these weren't dolls, but the people themselves. This is... They grew close enough to see clearly what lay on the table. I think, is it fair to say that aside from Battler, this is quite a like a female-dominated perspective story so far? I feel like more times than not, we are being carried with a woman's perspective, right? It seems like that, right? That's pretty cool. They grew close enough to clearly see what lay on the table. It still looked like an adorable banquet, reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Oh, well, we didn't need the chandelier that long. Fuck. Plates piled up with sweets, cute pitchers with drinks, all kinds of pumpkin-shaped ornaments. They were all decorated in a Halloween style, and while this probably wasn't the time to be thinking it, Maria would surely have been delighted to see all this. Is that the spell she did? She made a bunch of candy appear on the table? You know? And Kyrie was too stupid to see that it was just a mirror that was blocking it? Come on. Come on. Flip the chessboard. That was the state of the table they sat in front of, apparently asleep. It was an eerie scene, as though a small, fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time. They're all sleeping? When she approached even closer to them, she realized that there were snacks scattered all over the floor. Candies, cookies, soda, and chocolates, all with heavily fantasy-themed packaging. Oh man, there must have been another boat. They were all scattered across a carpet covered with blackberry and cranberry jam. Uh-oh, not jam. Isn't that the last boss from Earthbound? Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Rosa and the rest finally realized what the situation was. Goda's upset, it's a waste of food. It was a Halloween party. A banquet for those not of this world. Kraus, Natsui, Eva... Was that the save button? Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Kyrie were seated in chairs, apparently asleep, but all dead. How could you tell they were dead and not simply sleeping? That was because they'd been vertically sliced open from their chests to their stomachs. Okay, who could survive that and also sit still for 8 hours? Kyrie for sure. Kurosama. How cruel. The 6 of them had sat down at a Halloween party before having their stomachs split open, killing them. Then the jam covering the floor must be what overflowed from their stomachs once they'd stuffed themselves completely, right? Oh man, they had a lot of jam. No, the contents of the stomachs had been scattered all over the floor. And that wasn't all. Out of their stomachs, it was almost as though they poured out, as though snacks had overflowed from there. Oh. Oh god. Candies and cookies, soda and chocolates had poured out, stained with blood, and had scattered across the floor. What could have happened to cause this? It's almost as though their stomachs were stuffed full to bursting with sweets. And it all poured out when their stomachs split open. Rosa remembered a certain shocking meal, a turkey that had been served at her own birthday. When it had been cut open with a knife, outflowed one of her favorite foods. But since she hadn't been told what was inside, the deep red ketchup, omelet, rice... God damn it! Really? Even this one? The fucking poured out like bloody maggots. Ugh, pulsing, dripping, slimy, pulpy, squelching, slow explosion. Well, this is extremely dramatic. This is like Hannibal level posing of the corpses. This is a lot more like extravagant than the last time. The trauma of her youth was revived. Rosa felt the monster raging inside her stomach as the acid started to rise. Unable to hold back, she threw up all over the floor, and then her stomach burst too. Her stomach had nothing but stomach acid. The scene in front of her was no fun Halloween party now. The three couples were enshrined right there, their stomachs vertically wrenched open with a gooey gooba. Goodbye. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's meant to be a sound. Oh, okay. So many snacks have been stuffed in there. Pulpy, squishy. Yeah, we did this. Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing onto the floor. Blood-stained, sticky, sloppy, itchy, tasty, pulpy, sweet snacks that made your fingers stick together. Gummy, but stained with entrails, sloppy, pulpy. What was that I stepped on just now? That didn't feel like a candy or a cookie or a soda or a chocolate. I'm scared. What did I step on? I can't even look at the bottom of my foot. Yeah, this is actually, that was a good line. Awakia! Sorry, hold on. Awaki. What a gruesome Halloween party. From far away, it looked like a truly beautiful, fantastical, and fun, but from up close, it was horrible, disgusting, yet somehow still beautiful. Rose's wild thoughts tried as best as she could to escape her throat with a loud voice that was neither a scream nor a roar. Kurosama. This is horrible, just horrible. As she like whistles and just quietly slips the ring off her finger. Call an ambulance. Call the police. That's right, the police. Police. If a word so tied to reality hadn't come out of Goda's mouth, Rosa and the rest would probably have found themselves unable to escape that nightmarish party even now. But it wasn't because they thought the police might be able to do something. If they didn't keep yelling about the police, it felt as though another seat might be set up at this demon's party and given to them. Meanwhile, Goda's inching closer to see, how many people finish his calf steak. Not seeing much calf steak in this mess. God damn it! Their own chests felt like they were expanding unpleasantly from the inside. Rumbling, churning, and it was surely because candy was about to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa, once again tortured by a desire to vomit, threw her stomach acid up on the floor, and then she searched to see if there was any candy in it. Damn. Ha ha ha. Aha. Anyway, cough cough. Rosa coughed violently again, forcefully spitting up the stomach acid that had been burning in her throat. She realized that by now, her whole body had been covered in a filthy sweat. Genji-san, Shen and Shin, please contact father and ask for instructions. Goda-san, go with Cannon-kun and call the police. Then have Dr. Nanjo come here. Why even bring Dr. Nanjo here? It's a bit too late for medical care. The servants accepted their orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again stared at her siblings, with whom she'd spent good times and bad, and their partners. Though there could be nothing more tragic than this scene, for some reason she was tempted to describe these fantastical deaths as beautiful. Ooh. Ooh. One more chapter. Stop on glass break. Not too long. Okay. Thank you. Worth taking a break or no? They aren't here. Nah? Okay. Let's see. Oh, it's different this time. Okay. Well, it would be hard to, like, fake a death this way, so I'm more likely to believe that these are real this time? Why their faces bashed last time? Huh. Okay, his corpse was found in the chapel. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems his stomach was cut open and his intestines pulled out after his death. On top of that, sweets and candies were packed into his stomach. Welcome, Maria. Happy Halloween! Her corpse was found in the chapel. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems her stomach was cut open and her intestines pulled out after her death. On top of that, sweets and candies were packed into her stomach. Didn't I tell you? Stomachs are packed full of candy. Okay, it looks like this is the same for all of them. Are they not? Everyone has a stomach filled with sweet dreams. Why would there be anything filthy inside someone's stomach? This is why we want to be as sweet and innocent as candy. And so, I give you the land of dreams. Happy Halloween. Do you like Halloween? I like Halloween, yeah. They aren't here. Where'd they go? The servant room and the kitchen are both empty. What in the world happened? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mama. Where's Mama? My letter. The letter I got from Bito. Give it back. Give it back. Wow. Perplexing. Battler-kun, are you sure it was Aunt Rosa? Well, why are you standing in the hallway? Even I was half asleep, so I'm not too sure. But I get the feeling that in the early morning, Aunt Rosa came in and fished around in Maria's handbag. I figured there was probably a tube of toothpaste or something in there. Why would there be a tube of toothpaste in Maria's handbag? Looks like you were a little more than half asleep. Battler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin's room. Also, when Maria woke up before the rest of them, she started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting two and two together, they figured that Rosa had probably come and opened the envelope. A letter from the Golden Witch. I wonder what was inside. I don't know. But that envelope was for grandfather's personal use, and it had the Ushiramiya family crest on it. Whatever was inside it must have had some connection to the family conference. She hadn't let anyone touch it, but yesterday Maria had shown the envelope off the Battler and the rest a whole lot. So they remembered. Okay, who? Okay, this would take a long time. Also, are there any other signs of like injury or struggle on them? So it has to be poison again. My mind goes to poison. But just like the act of like splitting their stomachs, putting the candy, making it look like it's sprayed out, like taking the intestines out, like not only would it take a long time, it would be incredibly messy. Like could one person even do that in 6 hours by themselves? That's oh man. Unless Kraus did it to Natsui, then Eva did it to Kraus, then Hideyoshi did it to Eva, then Kirie did it to fucking Hideyoshi, and then fucking Rudolph did it to Kirie, and then the killer did it to Rudolph at the end. There we go. Done. We did it. And then the person who did it only has to clean up one mess instead of 6. There we go. Done. So they remembered it well. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mama, give it back. Mama, give it back. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wow. Well, if you're right, you have to be pretty important. Actually, if one of them is somehow faking it with an elaborate bodysuit like that like they only ripped open, then they could sit there still messy in the scene and they wouldn't have to clean up. Ooh. Well, if you're right, it'd have to be pretty important. Why would this mighty witch give something that important to Maria? I don't get it. Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. It was only natural. Since the moment they'd woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. It felt like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk. Hey, anyone there? Answer me. Jessica called out into the hallway, and eventually an answer came back. It came from the entrance hall. Did Goda ever bring the dessert? I can hear you. Has something happened? Oh, it's Nanjo! It's Dr. Nanjo. Thank goodness. It looks like everyone else hasn't disappeared from this island after all. Dr. Nanjo, good morning. Can I see your hands, please? Hands, please. Hands, let's go. Sorry. Do you know where our parents went? Who but Nanjo would be able to set this up in such a way that would minimize the amount of time and mess? Gotta be Nanjo. Nanjo, #1 suspect. Gotta be Nanjo. Dear me, I only just woke up and came here, you see. Suspicious? I have no way of knowing for sure, but let's see. It was only natural. Nanjo was a guest just like the rest of them. He'd come just now to pass the time in the parlor until breakfast. Ooh, 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 Dr. Nanjo, Mama took it. Mama took my letter. Give it back, give it back. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Maria buried her face in Nanjo's plump stomach, sobbing and crying. Stomach, you say? Nanjo could... Is it full of candy? Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning. Takes off the fat suit he's been wearing the whole entire game, even in the last episode, to reveal just oodles of candy just hiding underneath just in case. Like, this is what I did. This is my design. Someone's running this way. Jessica, someone's coming. From down the hall, they could sense people running hurriedly. They saw Goda and Cannon coming towards them. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion, and yet Battler and the rest didn't even think to question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable, they wanted to ask anyone where Rosa was, but the two servants seemed to have bigger things on their minds than Jessica, who was waving at them. Goda flew into the servant room, and when Cannon noticed that Nanjo was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering something into his ear. What did you say? Rosa-san did? Yes, I will guide you, so please accompany me. Understood. This way. Without saying anything more than that, Cannon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her, but he wasn't calm. He dashed back down the corridor by which he came, followed by Nanjo. By looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that yes, something bad really had happened. They saw Goda through the door to the servant room, which had been flung open. He was holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized that he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred. Let's have a look. Yeah. Mama, give it back. Give back my letter. It's an invitation to the Golden Land. They didn't know that. Didn't know what, but something was happening. Battler and the rest chased after Cannon and Nanjo. And then we realized Cannon had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. So we shouldn't have gone with them. I wonder if Alice regretted her... Oh, it's a okay, regretted her excess curiosity when she chased after that rabbit holding a clock. I'm late. So was Rose's letter never opened? Sorry to read chat, but yeah, I was just thinking that myself. Maybe there's a portal in that envelope that went to the other envelope, so they had the first one had a key in it, and then they just plopped it down, and whoop, then it's in Maria's one, and then they ripped it up afterwards. There you go. Not magic, by the way. No, you mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Jessica-chan, no. Mother, father, what happened? Ooh. What the hell is this? This goes way beyond bad taste. Isn't taking someone's life bad enough? What the hell is this? Going to all the trouble after they died of sitting them on chairs, slicing their stomachs, and pulling their entrails out? You went to all the trouble of stuffing their stomachs full of sweets? Why the hell would you do something so fucked up? Damn it, damn it! Nice job, you bastard. Just great, just great. Yeah! You get so aggressive. It would be best if everyone went outside. They certainly wouldn't want you to see them all like this. Nanjo told the children to go outside, but no one listened. Rosa-san, please tell them. If they keep looking at something like this, it will do nothing but harm. Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She should have realized that the children would eventually come here. She should have quickly locked up instead of standing around stunned. So the children had come here. They had seen it. Surely at this very moment they were having a sight burned into their eyes that was far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth. While she hugged Maria, who seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion at this gruesome scene, Rosa cried for them and their parents. The four groaning and crying voices of sadness continued to echo in a place that should have known God's love. Okay, are we talking to Bito right now? You piece of crap. Again, another one of these murders. And this time you made it all elaborate, killing them like it's a total joke. Oh, he is! Cackle, cackle, cackle. You can do that? I was rather hoping you'd thank me, not cry out in grief. Thank you? Did you say I should thank you, you old bitch? Damn it, if there's something wrong with your ears, I'll cut them both off so you can hear better. Why should I have to see that insane way of killing and say, oh, thank you very much, Beatrice-sama, I'll beat your brains out. Oh! In the last game, you lamented the fact that you couldn't see your parents' faces after they died, right? So this time, I left them, didn't touch them. Take a good look, for without a doubt, your father and the rest have been killed. Really, what a nice treat. I'm so fucking happy. I swore I'd plow your face after I choked the life out of you, but I'll take that back now. I'll rip your guts out instead. Oh! Don't give in to emotion. Don't stop thinking. My game has already begun, right? Cackle, cackle, cackle. I decided to leave you neat and tidy corpses this time. Do you know why? When you denied my existence in the last game, you used this line of thinking. Their faces were crushed, so the identity of the corpses can't be confirmed. Therefore, we can't eliminate the possibility that fake corpses were prepared to create an alibi. Unless that possibility is denied, a human culprit theory can still be built. Yeah, but they might be cake. Maybe they're cake. What you say? Cackle, cackle, cackle. So, Battler, is it okay to leave the examination of the corpses to Nanjo? Isn't it traditional in mystery novels for the doctor who performs such examinations to be an accomplice? Then don't leave the examination to him. Do it yourself. Make completely sure that without a doubt the 6 corpses are the 6 people they're supposed to be. That they really, really are dead and not just pretending. If you wish to confirm that your father and mother have been killed by having their stomachs cut open and their entrails pulled out, you better stick your hand inside their stomachs and feel around. She's so good. She's so good. I won't cry. Damn it, I won't cry. Battler suddenly yelled. His tears were dripping down, but as though scolding himself for being a sissy, he slapped his face hard several times with both hands. Even so, the tears still wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both his eyes. Whoever's responsible for this piece of work, I'll make them pay back their debt completely. So this isn't the time to cry. Gotta think about what to do. It's useless. It's all useless. If you've got enough time to cry, then think. This is no time to let yourself cry. Rather than genuine anger, maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who'd been crushed by the sadness. That's right. Even if we cry, it won't change the reality of what has happened. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Then what should we do? What should I do for Mom and Dad's sakes? I almost said it right! Rosa-sama, I have returned. Goda-san, what happened with the police? What did they say to do? Did they say when they think they'll be able to get here? As to that, it seems the phones have broken down. I also tried the emergency wireless, but maybe it's the weather, but that isn't working either. What did you say? So we can't contact the police? It's that person. They did something to the phone line, made it so we can't reach the cops. When she heard that the phones had broken down, Jessica immediately decided that it was the work of that mysterious guest. Her eyes were bright red after so much trying, and they began to grow even redder with rage. God, there's no need to talk about it, right? I understand everything. That's right, I get it. Who killed Dad and Mom? It's obviously her! It's gotta be that witch or whatever who came yesterday. I'll grab her by the collar. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Jessica-chan, wait. Goda-san, Kennen-kun, go. Yes, ma'am. Milady, wait. Covering her uncontrollable sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mystery guest who'd arrived yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof she was the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest, no more, no less. So Rosa, making an adult decision, was forced to stop Jessica in her rash rampage. Goda and Cannon picked up on this immediately and chased after her. Could the guest that no one invited, Beatrice, be the culprit? I understand how Jessica feels. I wish I could do that too. Sorry, I think that too. It doesn't matter who, I want someone to be the culprit so I can bash him right in the face. But before that, we need a clear understanding of what's going on. Who is this Beatrice? I haven't even seen her face. Wait, so Rosa wasn't in the chapter when she showed them the demon? Like the witch thing? Yeah, Rosa was there for sure, yeah. Rosa was there in that scene, yeah. If you're looking for her face, it decorates the big portrait in the mansion. You still don't remember after looking at it for so long? Come on, Maria, what's so funny in a situation like this? Beatrice is a witch, and the ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land has finally begun. Those 6 people are sacrifices. Come, let us begin the witches' banquet. Tonight is Halloween, so now the witches will gather to celebrate. It's not? Maria, didn't I always tell you not to laugh with that creepy voice? Oh, this time Rose is still here. That's going to be different. The crisp sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high-ceilinged chapel. Ever since it started raining yesterday, no, ever since the island was swallowed by the typhoon, I felt as though something was wrong. It was bright and sunny when I arrived on Rikkinjima, but since I'd gotten up early and was sleepy, I took a nap. When I woke up, it had already started raining, and ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling himself the Golden Witch Beatrice arrived, and it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. What the heck happened while I was napping? Am I supposed to believe this island was sealed off inside a different world where common sense doesn't apply? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is some unknown person trying to involve themselves with the inheritance problem, just like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Okay, so it seems like Battler now currently has dual personalities. There's the one that's in control of like the regular line that does not remember the other ones at all. But there's also like a passenger like conscious riding with him that seems to be able to like stop time and talk to Beatrice whenever he wants, or maybe go to sleep. I think that seems to be, because these lines don't match that at all. Or he's just like role playing as what he would act like at the same time to play the game. Seems like that. Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of Gold, just as Maria said? Even if we set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say that this visitor person is the most suspicious. But we mustn't make up our minds based on that alone. It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. I smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brains before they overloaded, even though it might have been a wasted effort. This is one of Grandfather's envelopes. On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George and Nikki found a Western envelope that had the Ushirimiya family crest on it in gold leaf. And it was unopened. Which means it's probably meant for us, right? If it was something Dad and the others read, it should be open. It seems your reasoning is correct. It's written right here. Someone wrote, "To those who remain." Is that a letter the culprit left? What's inside? Nikki, let's open it. After nodding silently, George and Nikki broke the seal. A folded letter came out. I'll read it. Welcome to Rikinjima, members of the Ushirimiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself. Okay, I wonder if it's always going to be some variation of these ones, and then one, maybe perhaps two split parents left, so the kids actually can have some agency. Because if all of them were alive, they'd be like, "Shut the fuck up, get out of here." Like they would be united. The only reason this is going on right now is because Rosa is like alone. I wonder if it's going to work that way every single time. I don't know. So far, I've been wrong a lot, so I'll read it. Welcome to Rikinjima, members of the Ushirimiya family. I'm Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself. That letter really was a joke. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she lent Grandfather along with interest, and that interest was everything Grandfather had created. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was being read aloud, it clearly wasn't referring just to the wealth that Grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that Grandfather had created. In other words, all of the Grandfather's descendants were included in the interest. You bastard. What a screwed up contract. Lives as interest for gold, you say? That's almost like a contract with the devil, isn't it? You think it makes you look more like a witch? Don't make me laugh. Special clause. That seemed like someone who knew. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold in this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Kinzo-sama had already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. In other words, it's something like this. If these murders represent her collecting interest, then she's telling us to try and find the gold she gave Grandfather if we want her to stop. And she's also saying that the secret pointing to the gold is hidden in the portrait epitaph. So basically, this is a letter of challenge from the witch. She's telling us to try and solve the code that points to the hidden gold if we can. And if we can't, she'll keep collecting the interest as planned. I'll beat you to death. Bring it on. Battler-kun. Look. The table was covered with sweets, so even though those things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. I mean, come on, you see them a lot, right? You know, those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots. This is no box of candy, it's the real thing. This is a real gold bar. It's inscribed with the crest of the one-winged eagle. I heard Mother talking about this earlier. This is a gold bar from Grandfather's Legend of Gold. Alright, we found it. Game 1. Get fuck, Beatrice. Gold ingots weighing a full 10 kilograms. A whole 3 of them were piled up in the very center of the table. It was where a cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference. If these are really 4 nines quality ingots, gold, it's worth about 60 million yen. Dumbass! That's too cheap! Our parents have been killed and all you've got is this pile of 60 million yen in gold? Don't take this for fools, damn it! So it's begun, Beatrice. It's not like anyone can solve this riddle anyway, so Bito will definitely win. Quickly, open the door to the Golden Land and take me with you. Well, well. How far ahead are we going? Do I have to hit a button? I don't.
お嬢様どうか気をお静めください
Oh, we're ending on canon this time.